geek, gang, global geek, and global geek, and global geek. That's I'll take care of that. Don't. Yes. Oh, yeah. The we is necessary. Welcome, everyone. What's going on, buddies and people and fellows and aliens and whatever else is out there? The Geek Gang gathers globally here. How many different ways, silly ways can I say that? We will find out, won't we? Good to see you all. Good to see you all out
everyone.
there.
It's good to see you.
Hey. Let me introduce my panel. It's more like not really a panel. It's sort of like a table. Not really like a table. It's more like a stand. No, it's kind of like a. Never mind. I don't know what I got nothing, but it's a great group of geeks. I'll tell you that. And one nerd who I'm sorry, we're gonna call her a geek. She's gonna have to undercover as a geek today.
I am undercover as a geek, but I am a full blown nerd.
You are a Star Trek geek. You just are in denial. That's all. All right, welcome everyone. Let's see. Today we have with us, of course, my beautiful, magnificent first officer, the greatest first officer in the fleet, the amazing RM, as in RAQUEL Briggs.
Oh, thank you for that warm welcome. I love you, Clobby. So nice to see you. So happy to converge here with the Global Geek Gang. Everyone, before we get started, everyone needs to say happy birthday to Mark D with a C.
Well,
happy birthday, Mark D with a C.
Thank you. Happy birthday,
dude.
Happy birthday, Mark.
I don't feel
we
old
won't sing to you, man. Don't worry.
That's what I wanted for my birthday.
Yeah.
So hail to the chat. Hail to this wonderful panel. I met a really great guy who I haven't met before, and we're going to entertain him today. So thank you so much, Clobby. Let's do this.
Well, and after we introduce, you've introduced Mark there, so we introduce my bud Jed here from Pop Culture Activists. Archivist, sorry, I keep getting that wrong. It's a total accident, I promise.
Hey, everybody. How you doing?
Hi, Froggy. What's up, Froggy Frog?
Toad.
And today, of course, we'll have other friends popping in later. We hope we have some invites. Our usual global geek. We get pretty ganged up here. But I would like to welcome for the first time here just a distinguished guest. I've been on his great channel. He has a marvelous channel called The Spacebook, which I will find the link to and put it out there as soon as I can. But Mr. Dan Hadley,
thank you.
Sir, thank you so much for being here, Dan.
Thank you for inviting me. I love the show. I've caught it now and again since we first connected. And I love comic books. I love geek culture, and I love Blake Seven. You've got the Liberator here behind us. I don't even know where to start. But yeah, you were kind enough to come and guest on a couple of my shows, so here I am returning the favor, and I can't wait to get started and see where we go.
Absolutely. Well, we're unless we have like set topics, we kind of just flow all over the place here. But I do want to talk a little Blake Seven and some British science fiction with you because it is. Well, it's not. I know you're into other things as well. You're into just sci-fi, fantasy, and comics things in general, of course. But you're the token British guy today, so
that's quite all right.
That way. Was it like you said earlier? You may have noticed. I'm from. Well, when you said that, it reminds me of what was the scene in Silverado when John Cleese says to Kevin Kline and Scott Glenn, "You may have noticed that I'm not from these parts." Kevin Kline
very
said,
good.
Was it Kline said, "You're kidding." Yeah, man, dude. But we really appreciate you being here, Dan, and hopefully you'll meet some of our other gangers once they start to flow in. I hope the invites are out there, but it doesn't matter. We have enough to constitute a gang right here, and we will. Yeah. Let's see. We got some good, great friends in the chat, and of course more will pop up. I'm sure. The J-Man, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
Good to see you there, bro. Man, always appreciate you. He's got a great channel. There's a link. By the way, there's a link to his and many other fine, distinguished YouTubers' channels in my description below, including J-Man's, who has a great channel. He's like, he's a kindred spirit. We just got to know each other a little bit. And he, of course, has he's like me, just likes to talk about the geek stuff and have fun. And that's what we love. So, Crucible, the Crazed, Dadman walking 55 with, look at this, the scariest avatar on YouTube.
It's ridiculous. This is the stuff of nightmares.
The great Pat S trying to get me, dude. Pat S, I'll address that in a little bit once we get started, man. You don't want to know what I did with my copies of Secret Wars. You don't want to know. All right, let's see here. Who's there? T-shirt and historian. What's up, bud?
Yeah, welcome.
Good to see you, man. Lord the great Lord Thoth.
LT, long
What's
live
up,
the Legion.
Long live that Legion, buddy. Avon lives. PJ maybe, possibly, and sort of, kind of. Good to see you there. Ironcaster, buddy, you got an invite, man. If you want to, whenever you feel like popping, I know you're a busy man. There's retro dude. Hope you're feeling better, man. Where's Esh, by the way, Jen? You know?
Oh, I don't much.
Be well, RD. We're thinking of you.
He had the thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. He might not be feeling
he had the thing, so yeah.
He said he might try to come on later.
I hope he does. And Retro, and I hope you're feeling better, bro. Man, I was hoping to have you and Dan here. You know, that's double the British representation, and both of you guys love a lot of the same stuff. Hey, well, look, again, more global British representation. Disaster area, buddy. All right, man. Let's see here. Good to see you, sir. Let me do a few show notes before we get started, folks.
Good.
I want to, again, thank my great buddy Flash for last night's show, and thank everybody who showed up. Man, what a crowd we had. It was fantastic. Of course, we counted out our top 25 all-time favorite movies, and it was a lot of fun. I spent a lot of time prepping for that show. We had all the pictures of the posters and everything else, and everybody was really cool. You know, because we had to focus on the show, we couldn't, just banter back and forth with everyone in the chat. It's one of those things when you do a list like this, they're listing movies they love, and they're also sometimes they're like, wait a minute, how's this not on the list? How's that not on the list?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But kidding ones, but they were all really great. And the thing is, 25 is a brutal number.
It is.
100 would not really be enough. And there's so many things that killed us to leave off the list. So next Wednesday night, we're going to do as we used to do in the old Blog Talk Radio days. A Flash, we do a show like that, a list show, then we would do a follow-up show the next night. So, and everyone was saying, you guys got to do an honorable mention show. You got to talk about movies that you really wanted to do. So we're going to do like the big honorable mention show where we talk about a lot of the films that we love that killed us to leave off the list. Narrowing it to 25 is brutal when it comes to movies. I'm sure you all agree.
Yeah, where was Patton on that list?
It was close.
It was close, yep.
No, I love Patton. I mean, I love it, but in that year, it beat MASH for Best Picture in 70, but I kind of love MASH more. Yeah, MASH made the list, man. So, no, I love Patton. I mean, it's great.
Well, that's the thing, trying to get 25. Like, one of my favorite movies is The Sure Thing, which is kind of an obscure movie. But, yeah, everyone's list is a little bit different. But
everyone's list is personal. This is the wording is favorite films.
Yep.
So, because you see all these lists all the time, like the best, and they're always like voted on by critics or some snobby critics that these are the best, and if you don't like, something wrong with you. These are just personal favorites.
Favorite in that context, favorite seems less arbitrary because you're not deciding for everyone what is best. You're just saying these are the things I love, and these are the reasons for it. So I think there's more truth in favorite than there is in best.
Yeah. Absolutely, that's the way I like to look at it. And then you look at, and again, my list, as everyone can see, shows that I'm truly a 12-year-old. It is so immature. It is so geeky.
Yeah.
Well, one day I'll get Jed. You can make your list out, and for next week, and we'll look at it and just to see what yours. Because I always like to see what people's personal favorites are when it comes to stuff like that. So you can do 10. I mean, because I know Jed's actual favorite is Howard the Duck. I don't know if it's his favorite, but he loves Howard the Duck.
Well, no, it's up there in the top 5.
It's
terrible. Top 5, top 10 somewhere. Because there's too many. Yeah.
Oh, I was mowing the lawn while you were filming that yesterday. Now I'm gonna have to go and watch the entire thing.
Oh, what, last night?
Yeah, I had a lot of yard work to do.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Grease 2, everybody. I'm always apologizing for that.
All right, that's it.
Subjectivity.
I'm kicking you from across the pond, directly in the sweet spot of your skin.
We have a rule. We have a rule around here, Dan. If you can't say anything to like a movie without saying Electric Boogaloo behind it.
I also love that film too, and Turbo and Ozone. Yeah, but God, Grease 2 with Cool Rider and all that stuff in, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
But yes, subjectivity is people talk about or refer to subjectivity like it's a dirty word or something. But if we're not here to share the things that in which we all differ, then what's the point? What's the point in echo chambers?
Oh, no.
What's the point in?
That's true. Yeah.
Well, Dan, you mentioned funny. You mentioned that our list, Flash and I, we've been friends. We've been doing this together for 12 years almost, and our list could not be. I hate to use the word diverse, but could not be more diverse. There were a lot of things on this list I had not even seen. And we got into our top 5. A lot of them were the same. Welcome, T-shirt historian. Good to see you, man.
Doesn't your friend not like aliens, but loves aliens?
Alien was on his list, and he hates aliens, which I love. So he's weird. That was in his when we did our top 25 hated movies. It was in his list. But that just shows you how different we are. And his list was, I mean, they could not. He had a lot of comedies and a lot of horror. I don't even like horror films. It was only 2 more show notes before we get going though. So I'm sorry I sidetracked it to that because I wanted to thank everyone. Everyone was just amazing last night. Saturday night, folks. My wonderful first officer and I moving on to leg 3 of our ongoing mission to review all of real Star Trek. We have done the original series, we've done the animated series, and now it is time for the original cast movies, the films.
Sure is.
Star Trek: The Motion Picture will be sort of like a double dip there because we'll do the theatrical and director's cut, and then of course Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. You may have heard of it.
Yeah. Just some movie nobody's ever heard of.
A very obscure, little independent film.
It's rarer than Girlfriend from Hell. Okay, so
it is rarer than that. 9 p.m. Central Time.
We'll start watching TMP now, so everyone's ready for Saturday night.
There you go.
So long. Yep.
Don't be bitch. Don't be dumbo.
Yeah.
Don't be dissing TMP.
I love the movie. I just watched the director's cut. I know.
Yeah.
But you're funny. You mentioned Grease too, because one of my favorite stories, was getting to meet Leonard Nimoy and seeing the world premiere of Wrath of Khan. It's one of the one of my highlights. Of course, having your kids born and getting married. So I put those first my family's listing, but that was awesome. But the school that I went to had a choice between Grease 2 for the fundraiser from Paramount or Wrath of Khan. And thanks for no offense, but thankfully they picked
the better 2.
Oh yeah, I know.
You went to a good school then.
You know what?
Because nobody needs Grease 2 in their life. Sorry, Dan.
When that came out, when I was a kid, if somebody had have presented me with that choice, that was before I found Star Trek, I would have definitely have gone with the Rydell High. Don't take any word I say.
Is it the chicks? Is it the chicks that it's that why you're drawn to Grease?
I got a thing about twin sets, and
twin sets.
Looks like
plus the subject matter of Grease wasn't so good for a Catholic school either. Talking pregnancy and
one more show note, and then I'll leave you alone. August. This is way in advance, but we're doing this as I always preface this by saying, Marvel Comics will not, we know it because they're incompetent fools, celebrate the world's greatest comic magazine, their first family, the reason they exist, the Fantastic Four, properly this year in its 60th anniversary, so it's up to Clobberin times to do it. And August 8th, 1961 was the debut of Fantastic Four #1, so on that Sunday, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, I will gather my Global Geek Gang and we will celebrate it properly. 60 years of my beloved Fantastic Four. That's so that's on the way. Now, there we go.
We need one more. Remind everybody about Lorena afterwards.
Well, you're gonna have to do that then because I don't have the info on it, buddy. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. Like last week, and it's gonna be the same time as last week. Lorena's gonna do part 2 of the first part. The part where I was talking about hitting people lunch boxes and lawn darts and all this other square pizza, and there's going to be the second part is going to be over there after today. So I think it's at.
Before we're done, I'll get the time and everything.
Yeah. So
I think it's at 5 p.m. Eastern. I think.
Yeah, it's 5 p.m. Eastern. So
same as last time.
Gotcha. So same as last time. So
because she's in Florida now.
The wonderful, lovely Lorena was so sweet to have us on there, and she is, of course. I'm so happy for her. She's having a wonderful time on the road out there down in Florida on vacation. So, and we appreciate, we love her. She's fantastic. And look at all Ash. There's Ash in the chat. Where you at, man?
Hey.
He said he's
How are you,
hopping
honey?
in soon, hopefully, right?
Okay, good. We hope so. Hello, everyone in the chat who's popped in. We appreciate you. Let's see here. Oh, by the way, T-shirt.
Yeah.
Welcome.
How are you?
I'm sorry about that, man.
Hey,
Welcome
T-shirt.
Nice to
to the
meet
Global
you.
Geek Gang for the first
Oh,
time,
nice to
man.
meet you.
Good to have you, buddy. How you been?
I've been trying to get him over here for a bit, so
You'll have to excuse us, T-shirted historian. Clobby and I, we were not together. We were separate, but we didn't get much sleep last night. So we're just shaking off the cobwebs. And we're also super excited that you're here.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Welcome, buddy. Welcome. How's it going over there at the channel?
Oh, not too bad. Just already loading ammunition into the gun for Saturday because, pop culture is rife with really wonderful things to talk about and skewer.
Yeah. The skewering, let the skewering always begin. So you got something going on Saturday. Then what's up? What's going on for you Saturday, bud?
Oh, that's my usual, Week in Geek. We review all the news that happened during the week. And, I'm trying to put more of a positive spin on it these days, but it is so difficult.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
That's the show that me and Ash are on Saturdays. So we go hang out with T-shirt.
I like the Week in Geek turn of a phrase. I like the title. And I also love the potential for the hapless homophone in that regard. You just change it to an A and it has an entirely different meaning.
Well,
indeed.
Sorry, that was nerdy. I'm sorry, that was nerdy. Maybe I shouldn't talk. That was not geeky. That was nerdy.
Is there any such thing as too nerdy on this show?
Yeah, there's no such thing as that.
Well, Dan, what do you got coming up, man? Because I want to talk to you a little bit here. We got Ash popping in, by the way. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
Sat Shri Akal, my brother.
Hello.
Good to see you,
How's
man.
everyone doing?
All right,
I'm
man.
barely here. Borderline food coma. I had too much KFC.
Oh no!
KFC.
Do I detect a fellow Brit in the accent there?
You do.
Yes, yes, you do.
You and me against the rest, Ash.
Hey.
Your icon there is absolutely brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
The red coats are coming.
So where are you? Where are you then, Ish? Let's ignore this lot for the time. Where are you exactly?
I'm in the West Midlands.
You're joking. Well, I'm. In case you've never heard, I'm Birmingham's King of the Geeks. In case that's not you. So where are you?
Half an hour drive from me. I'm from Cov.
Oh God, yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not actually. I'm just outside Birmingham in the Black Country in Halesowen. So yeah, I had a.
Okay, so you're on the north side of Birmingham.
Yeah, I've got an ex-girlfriend or two over in Cov, so I don't go there very often. Just to
honestly, this year we've got the City of Culture, and they did like a huge thing about it. But if you actually come to Cov, it's an absolute shithole.
For the cathedral.
I hate it.
I was trying to spin it for you there, mate. I was trying to spin it for you. Nice to meet you.
Dan, you need to bring your butt on over here to Texas, man, because there's lots and lots of space for you to lose girlfriends in.
Oh my. Oh my.
Texas and Arizona both. So.
Oh, dear, man. Is it always like this on this show?
Yes. Worse.
Chaos.
Worse.
It's chaos, Dan.
Now he's mentioned KFC. Of course, I am hungry and I'm a vegetarian. So I'll be snaffling something during the course of
the chickens only are vegetarian, though. That's what I tell people.
Yeah. Chickens are herbivores most of the time, although I do know that they are given to cannibalism if housed too closely together.
That's all right. So in Texas, we're all about the beef industry, man. So don't worry, I'll eat my share of the cows for you.
You know, when I was in grade school one time, a kid was eating KFC at the zoo we were at because they had a KFC thing back in the day there. And so this chicken came by, and one of my friends went over there and started eating chicken KFC, and they ate it.
Oh no!
I was like, wow,
that's mean.
that's bad. That's bad. I was over there giggling. I was like, oh.
Isn't that kind of like the premise if like the parents are like eating like a bacon burger or some bacon with their breakfast while the kid is watching Peppa Pig on TV?
I'm just curious, guys. You over in England? Is it hot over there right now?
Yes.
I was about,
coming out.
yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I was going to swear, but I stopped myself. But yes.
I mean,
You
like,
guys don't know hot, okay?
I mean, it's like freaking 91 over here right
thing
now.
is-
T-shirt, I beat you. It's already 108 here. So
Wow. Yeah.
So, and it's gonna hit like 116 or 17 today. So.
Jeez.
The thing
Well,
is, it's not so much as hot in temperature; it's more so the humidity
Yeah.
that makes
Yeah.
everything so much worse.
Oh
That's
yeah, we
why.
had 60% humidity last night. What 104 at night at 10 o'clock at night.
In Arizona? Get out of town,
Mhm.
man. Really?
Dude, yeah, it's because the monsoons are trying to move in. So
Oh, man.
we got, you know about the monsoons here. The monsoons are trying to roll in, and if you have 3 or 4 days of humidity 4 in a row, that's when the monsoons start.
There
Yeah.
are monsoons in the United States. I
Yeah.
have to actually.
It's
like, I just-
Arizona is
What?
one of the few places that has them.
Really?
Yeah,
It's all my
Arizona is a
ancestors left
really
the
unique
monsoons
state.
when they left India. Jesus.
Yeah, etched. You know what I mean? I think instantly etched. Don't you think of Bangladesh when you're
Yes.
thinking of like monsoon, right?
Yes,
No.
India, Bangladesh, the whole Middle Eastern area. Oh god.
Yeah,
It-
so your weather people, your meteorologists, indeed refer to this weather event as a monsoon. This is brand new information for me. I'm shocked. Monsoon. Wow, that
Yeah.
sounds definite.
I'm gonna get any
Oh,
monsoons
yeah.
down here. We just get
Yeah,
tornadoes.
Yeah, they get we get the monsoons and dust storms and stuff. Where he lives, they get tornadoes and
We get
don't you get
hurricanes.
and all the other stuff. So
We're
it's
hurricane
a trade-off.
central.
Yeah.
Hurricane
And
central
then
right now.
he gets hurricane. Mike gets hurricanes too. So
That's
yeah,
Clobby.
but in
Clobby, don't get my
19
secret
in
anyway.
1980, we had a 100-year monsoon storm, and it overflowed the Salt River out here so much that it was overflowing. Like if you go back and look at the history, in 1980 here out in Phoenix, it was a 100-year storm, and I remember that. And we have the thing called the Salt River out here, and it overflowed the banks and flooded part of the city.
Damn.
Yeah.
As in
So-
like Phoenix,
So
the city.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Where everybody goes, oh, it's a desert. You don't have water. Have ya lived here in the summertime?
Tucson's
Get
pretty
a
dry.
raft. Yep.
Oh,
Okay,
Tucson's
so now that
terrible.
we've exhausted the topic of weather, I think because we have Dan here, we have Dan, the space book here, we should enable Clobby to have his full geekgasm because Blake Seven's on the table. So let's put the weather away. Clobby and I are officially awake now. We've both finished our coffees and bacon.
Can we
And
talk about bacon though? No.
no, let's
Maybe later.
let's get into the geek because we've got Dan here. So as much as I enjoy hearing about Jed's weather report, we have Dan here.
So what
Wow.
you're saying is when it comes to Blake 7, you want to kick up a storm.
And and Raquel, you want to rock it like a hurricane, right?
Yes.
Well, as
Yes.
I'm sure that Clobby and PJ may be in the chat. I've just seen he's there.
Yeah,
too.
there's PJ.
They'll agree that the weather on Cygnus Alpha in particular is absolutely
It's terrible.
horrendous. So there is a segue there. But I'm a huge Blake 7 fan. I'm the producer and host of Teleporter Blake 7 podcasts, which we've got some more episodes of that coming up pretty soon. And yes, that's ticking away. But it's a long time love of mine. I watched the show air back in I didn't catch it from the very beginning. I sort of joined halfway through series 2. I've only really got memories of it from series 3 onwards, or series C, as the hardcore Blake 7 fans call it. But yeah, it's a great show. I rewatch it certainly every couple of years, even now. And every time I go back to it, and I don't know about any of you, whether you've seen it, whether you know it as well as Clobby and I do, but it's a show that as I get older, every time I go back to it, I find something new in it. Which I suppose you could say the same the original Star Trek in particular. Great show if you haven't seen it.
It's probably, it's my emotional favorite show of all time is original Star Trek original series. In my mind, I think the greatest show ever made is The Prisoner. My
Possibly.
number 3 favorite show of all time is Blake 7. I have, since I fell in love with it, and I believe it was 1986-ish or 7. A year has not gone by where I haven't probably watched, if not every episode, all of it, because I do binge it once in a while in a row. But I'm unlike my first officer who likes to binge, do everything in order. I'll just as I will throw a random Star Trek or a Doctor Who or other show episode up and love it. But I can do that with Blake 7. I can just get in the mood to watch some episodes here and there.
Yeah, I'm like Rock with Blake 7, and with a lot of shows, with The Prisoner, for example, I can't just sit down and think, oh, I fancy watching A Change of Mind tonight. No, I always have to do all 17.
I even do that with The Prisoner.
Really? You have to watch things in a linear fashion? So do I. And they make fun of me. Dan, I'm so happy you're here. While I'm rudely interrupting, our marvelous friend, D. Bud Martin, I beg your pardon for interrupting, he has asked a really great question, and perhaps one of you gentlemen can address it. Why can't D. Bud Martin get Blake 7 on Region 1 DVD? So Region 1, it's my understanding, Mark D with North a C, is North America. So can we get into this? If anybody has any knowledge, I know D. Bud would love to know.
Well, go ahead, Dan. We both know why.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Blake 7 rights aren't as complicated as legend would have it. No. But the crux of it with this is that the label, the BBC label, over there internationally, it's some of the content gets picked up, gets licensed by other labels, and BBC has had a long-standing relationship with Warner's in North America, and I believe that they have a kind of first refusal on most of the content. They're still involved with the Doctor Who releases. So yeah, I mean, the fact is the crux of it is that nobody thinks that it will be lucrative enough to warrant a commercial release in North America. That's the harsh truth of the matter. And I don't know whether they're right or not. They may, because it is quite an obscure show. What do you think?
Well, before we get away from that, D. Bud Martin may be asking a two-pronged question. So before we get too far away from it, Dan, D. Bud Martin is an integral part of our community. So he could be asking on behalf of this idea of acquiring physical media and being the caretakers of the shows we love. But he could also just be genuinely asking where he could watch it. So before we move on in topic, perhaps, Dan, you could speak to where D. Bud could watch it if it's not just a physical media question.
Well, you guys had BritBox in North America before we did. I understand it's on BritBox here in the UK. It's still not on BritBox in America, and I don't know why. This is why I'm starting to think that there could be some sort of content reason. Something to do with rights, that maybe somebody in North America has exclusive rights to release it, but has just chosen not to, and that the BBC cannot put it on that platform. Because I understand that, generally speaking, BritBox is quite well stocked, as well stocked as the UK one. My advice to D. Bud Martin would be to import it, to get the British release. It got re-released here in a nice slim box around 18 months to 2 years ago. Relatively cheaply. A superior release can also be acquired, though, from I think it's Germany. Germany's actually got the best release of Blake 7, where all the discs. It's never been given a real clean-up the way that Doctor Who has, but the release in mainland Europe, I'm not sure which region code that is. The episodes apparently look better. I think they used a better quality of media to put them out on, so the bit rate is better. But the UK release should be available. You can probably order it on Amazon, in fact. Not quite sure what the price in dollars would be if you are in
Would you give the same advice to a Canadian such as myself, Dan?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Although I believe that it has, obviously, this show, for all I know, it could actually be airing at some point in Canada, but I'm not so certain. I don't know, because I know, for example, that Doctor Who has had a long run on Twitch, for example, and on Pluto TV. and I would imagine so any of those things, they may turn up on channels and services like that, but I think that the box set is relatively inexpensive, and it saves you a lot of man hours in trying to track it down to get them all. And if you do watch in a linear way, the way that you and I do, Rock, then I can imagine. I think if it's a show you're familiar with, I can understand how people. In all truth, I can understand how people can dip in and dip out, because when you connect with the crew again, they are kind of like old friends, similar to the Trek lot. But the box, I'd go with the box set every time and import it and live with it for a while. So it's the kind of show where I think you really do need to see at the very minimum 4 or 5 episodes to get the feel of what it's about anyway. And if you're going to watch 4 or 5, you may as well get the whole.
Well,
it is on. It is available on BritBox. And,
only in the UK though.
In US.
We're talking about officially there. Yeah. I mean, there's somebody in the chat at the moment that's just reminded me, because it was all, until they put it on BritBox last year in Britain, specifically in Britain, until they put it on BritBox in the UK, it was all up on YouTube to watch for free.
It
and
still is
really high quality as well. Now, I understand that some of the episodes are back up, aren't they, Jed? But not
they
all
keep
of
taking them down.
Yeah, they keep taking them down, because I have a feeling, and this is my feeling, when they only do that, and I've seen this with Star Wars and a bunch of, they're only take them down if they're going to come out with a reboot.
True.
Well, in this instance, they took it down because it was going onto BritBox, and it is. I understand some episodes are, if not all of it, is up on Daily Motion, but obviously it's in segments on there.
Well, wait a minute, Mark. Are you saying it's now on American BritBox? Because I knew it was on
I'm signing up for the free BritBox account right now.
I have it, but I can't. I have to go in the other room to check it.
And I'm gonna see if it plays for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if monthly.
Oh, you mean British? British.
Yeah. Okay. So it's monthly subscription. It's saying £6 annual subscription.
But
it's my pleasure, D. Bud Martin. I think that this is the best way to direct the conversation when we start to talk about Blake 7, because so many people haven't watched it or want to watch it. And when we're dealing with a global geek gang, we're dealing with global viewing issues. So thank you so much for raising it, because I did want to direct the conversation in that way from the outset. So D. Bud Martin, thank you so much for broaching that, and this gaggle of geeks will be more than happy to rectify your watching issues.
Sorry guys. Well, it's saying you have to make sure you're using a British credit or debit card. Let's see if Google Pay works.
Well, it's not an American BritBox though. From what everyone keeps telling me.
Oh, I'm on the UK. I'm on the UK.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Dan, can I borrow your credit card?
Yes, I can watch it.
Raymond, what's up? Welcome, buddy.
Hey, not too much.
Hey.
Good to see you, man.
How are you doing?
Hey, Raymond.
What really? Yeah, but see, the thing is, the availability was that's important. But remember, it was on VHS in the States in the 90s. I have all the VHSs, so at one point it was here, but now, like as Dan, you were saying, it's probably not considered big enough. We got some wind going on, some background noise back there somewhere. It's probably not considered or they don't consider it viable to release it over here in any kind of a mass release of DVD or anything like that, or Blu-ray, unfortunately. I don't know if that will ever change. If there's ever a filthy reboot, which has been threatened, and if it happens, I'm gonna take a hostage.
No!
Actually, to be honest with you, I don't care, because everything sucks so bad anyway. They let them do their stupid reboots. They actually tried a horrible audio reboot. Who keeps pinging me over here? Sorry for the noise. They actually tried an audio. I don't know if it was Big Finish or whoever it was, an audio reboot. And it's just it doesn't.
Yeah, that was a company called B7 Media.
Yeah, okay, B7, right.
Yeah, it got good people in. It got Benedict Cumberbatch in it and lots of other people, but it didn't. And I think it was relatively successful in gaining attention because it went out on radio. It was actually broadcast on radio here, but generally speaking, I think it didn't possess a tenth of the charm. And although technically it was a good production, it just wasn't enough. So I think the fandom heaved a sigh of relief when Big Finish Productions got hold of the license to do audio material and got the original cast back.
Well, PJ, look, PJ, yeah, we'll holler at you when we do the whole show about Blake 7. But it was a lot of here still have not seen it. But so I want to. What the hell is that?
I've only seen like one episode myself.
Yeah.
Like The Prisoner, like Star Trek, the original. Recasting these characters is a non-starter for me. It's dead on arrival. You do that, I don't care. And then there are a lot of shows I'm like that where, and I've always said this, and there's something. Characters like James Bond, Superman, Batman, whatever, that started in another medium that, obviously we might prefer one casting over another, but I don't mind them casting them over and over again and all that kind of new iterations. When characters created on television by not only their creator, like a Gene Roddenberry or someone like that, or a Patrick McGoohan or a Terry Nation, and then those characters are co-created by those actors as well.
Yeah.
And there's no one else that can be an adult James T. Kirk. I'm sorry, or Spock, or a Blake, or an Avon, or number 6. For me, and people can say this remake or that remake. Yeah. Look, anyone else play John Steed or any character that originated on TV? Look at that terrible Avengers remake. I mean, the 1998 Avengers of the British series. 2 fine actors, Ralph Fiennes and Uma Thurman. Yeah. Sorry, they're not Steed and Mrs. Peel. The movie's bad anyway, but that's beside the point. If it was good, I was like, no one is John Steed, but Patrick McNee. So that's just me. When a character is created on television, they are created by not only the creator of the show and the writers, but that actor.
Yeah,
for me,
I totally agree. I think that there are some IPs that create a costume, and so it's a vessel for the storytelling. And then there are sometimes when there are characters, and there is absolutely no way that they are a costume or a vessel. And I'm always quick to tell people, Spock is not a costume. Spock is not a raiment. It's not a cloak you can throw over your shoulders and you're good to go. And I think that anything after Leonard Nimoy is pastiche. It's very derivative, because you see these actors trying to behave as though they are the actor before them who was merely imitating this person and how this person fused with the character. And so it's altogether pastiche. It's not good to watch. It's not enjoyable. You're merely longing for that synergy that was created when you had this wonderful creator, this wonderful author, and this actor come together to make magic. And so, some of them, they're not suits, are they, Clobby?
They're not at all, not to me anyway. And on Blake 7, Dan, without obviously, not everyone here's seen it, so without going super into spoilering types things like that, which we don't have to. You can describe the show, just giving people a basic rundown. People who are not that familiar with it before we move on to something else is something. We've talked a little bit about the availability of it, but. I would set it up this way. I want to bounce it off of you. See what when people ask me what is Blake 7, well, I mean, first of all, you do have to kind of set it up with that. This was in late 70s, early 80s BBC. If you're familiar with the old Doctor Who show, then it's that type of budget. It has it gets criticized or picked on a little bit for that style, the hairdos and the outfits and the sets and all those things like that, which to me is just part of the charm anyway. And even I who love the show dearly, can have a sense of humor about that and laugh about it a little bit. At the same time, anyone who watches it and gives it the true chance that it deserves will really get into it and get into these characters. And I always like to say it's the antithesis of Star Trek. I always tell people who, for example, may be very familiar with Star Trek but not Blake 7, I will say, well, basically it's this. Star Trek is where we want to go. Blake 7 is where we're going. Blake 7 is the warning. Yeah. Blake 7 is it has a federation, but that federation is a fascist dictatorship. Society has a caste system. They control people through a military dictatorship and drugging their populations. Blake 7 is the antithesis of Star Trek. That's why I don't know who came up with the idea. I think it was probably Terry Nason or someone else, for the symbol of that federation to be basically it's Star Trek's Delta shield on its side, which is, I don't know if that was symbolism.
It's largely a coincidence, as I understand it, but because the people who have worked on the costumes, even though Star Trek was on in the UK at that point and did reasonably well for a time, it had the Doctor Who slot. It wasn't what you would call sort of ubiquitous and a major thing. Right. And the people who designed the costumes on Blake 7, they'd have been doing a period drama the week before and would be doing a comedy show the week after and things like that. So it's unlikely. But I think your description is fairly apt. And this is a TV show that started in 1978. So Terry Nation was putting Terry Nation's the creator of Blake 7, also created the Daleks for Doctor Who, and all manner of other things. Wrote for the Avengers,
even MacGyver.
And he did write for MacGyver. The format, the ambience of it, the setup and the tone, and the kind of the mindset. It is quite a bleak show, and could be seen as well, as you were saying, as a warning. But it's born of the same era that films were like Solient Green were, Logan's Run, all those that concentrated stream of sci-fi movies we had from say, I probably after the original Planet of the Apes. So I'd look at sci-fi movies between 1971 and 76, 77, pre-Star Wars. Blake 7 is more attuned to that kind of dour quality that they have, that kind of doom-laden quality. But Terry Nation, when he went and pitched the idea to the BBC, because he just run quite a successful science fiction show called Survivors on the BBC, which was all to do with kind of like a pandemic situation, really. So he'd run that show and wanted to do this outer space show, and his simple pitch to the controller of BBC One at the time was the Dirty Dozen in space. And although that's quite flippant and it makes it seem, because it's it's kind of accurate, but it isn't. That is kind of how, when Roddenberry pitched Trek as a wagon train to the stars, and he delivered them kind of something quite, with that only was a very, very tiny starting point. Terry Nation did the same with the Dirty Dozen in space. It is this band of criminals coming together to, and they're going to set about righting wrongs, but several of them are pulling in different directions. So you've got a great deal of conflict. So whereas on a Starfleet vessel, for example, everybody's aware, they've all been through the academy, they're lockstep in with what they should and shouldn't do regarding prime directives and all that kind of thing. They're all singing from the same hymn sheet, and very in tune with where humanity is going. In Blake 7, most of the characters are out for themselves. If that doesn't tease you.
So, gentlemen, before we go any further, because Dan, you are a great storyteller, and I can hear the story of this fandom as well as the story proper in your narration here. Is there any possible way that someone could please be so kind as to produce some visuals for the folks at home? So for those of us who are beyond the podcast and who have joined us in the live chat, to put a visual to this wonderful story of fandom that Dan is telling us today. We're talking about this socio-historical context and how that affects the costumes and the tone of the show and so on and so forth. So let's get some visuals on there, because I can see the chat is blowing up with this passionate take and this super fandom take that Dan and CLOBBY are providing today. And anyway, I beg your pardon, Dan, please continue.
Okay. Well, as with a lot of things, it evolves, doesn't it, CLOBBY? The look of the show does gently evolve. It ran for 4 series, and so when it premieres, even though it was in production before, it was in production conceptually before Star Wars opened. The success of Star Wars, as with every other sci-fi thing on the planet, the success of Star Wars did affect Blake 7. But generally, it does have a narrative arc, and even its evolution creatively has an arc too. It gently evolves in every way, and the characters evolve as we continue to follow them. It's not, I'd say it's not a sensational show. You do have fights and chases and things like that, but most of the episodes are about something. They don't necessarily ask a moral question in the way that a Star Trek episode would.
Okay.
But they drift into moral ground, and it's not a political show in the sense that we know them now, but it was a topical show of its time. So they would look at things that were evolutions of the last 15, 20 years at the time. Issues of for example, of surrogate parency and things like that, and they would focus on those for just one. So it was when we do get snapshots. Some of it is outer space adventure from the outside, but when we do see society as it would be in this imagined future, we do see lots of those stark warnings that Clobby was pointing to. There's a fantastic. There's not a huge amount of brilliant imagery for Blake 7, but there's a wonderful. I mean, if you take one look at the spacecraft, because it all revolves initially around the discovery of this mysterious, almost haunted spacecraft. Super high-tech spacecraft, far, far more advanced than anything humanity has got, and it falls into the hands of these criminals. And so their first question is, what do we do? They've just received all this power. What do we do with it? What's the value of this? And that's where you find the characters. Even though it's called Blake 7, there's only actually 5 of them in the crew, 5 human beings. That 6 actually at the start, 6 at the start. It's their initial conflict is, what to do, how to do it. And I'm just having a look actually to see if I can find that poster, because I did have one. I don't know if anybody in the chat has produced one yet. So, because the BBC, it's not very well served, is it?
Okay. No, it's not.
Pat S.
One of the different.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Pat S. has a good question. Before we get too deep, does the show have a real ending? So did they know they were?
Yes.
No comment.
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
I'm happy to say that it didn't get cancelled. Oh, I've got a great picture here. Hang on, see if we can get this.
Dan, while we're digging into that picture, sometimes you can tell this story of an IP through a fandom that has a very sharp eye and a very warm heart. And in so doing, I would like to ask you who your favorite character is on Blake 7 and why.
Well, most people who watch Blake 7 have the same favourite character.
Yes.
There's a couple of real standout characters on that show. And to the point where my favourite character is, I'm sad to say, exactly the same as everybody else's. It's a character called Care Avon.
Avon wins.
But having said that, when I was talking about the stories, how as I rewatched this show over the years, they take on different depth and meaning.
Yes, because you're different and the world is different. So while you're watching it, it imparts something different. So go ahead.
As now, I'm latching on some of the other characters whom I may have found a little boring, because this character of Avon is stark. It's a scene-stealing performance that the actor who plays him gives. So he does draw a lot of attention. But now, over time, now I'm a little older, and now I don't see the world quite as black and white as I did. Certainly when I first saw the show when I was around 5, or even in my teens when it came out on those videotapes that Clobby was talking about. So I've found that my favourite character may be the same guy, but there's most of the characters are interesting and in one way or another, or relatable. I've just sent you a couple of pictures, Clobby, through a direct message. So if somebody hasn't found any good ones, you can pop those up.
Expensive.
So why do you love Avon so much? Tell me about Avon, please, Dan.
He's an anti-hero, I think, and without going into it without getting too sort of pretentious about it, he's an anti-hero, and the actor is hugely charismatic. To be fair, most of the cast are, but he is exceptionally charismatic, and you can't help but his sort of arc throughout the whole story, and how, because he's not the main character, this guy, but how he relates to the main character is where a great deal of the drama comes from.
Oh.
I'll say no more.
Intriguing. Intriguing.
Yes. Pat asked to, okay, you wanted that answer. I'll just give you the word yes and leave it at that. But in fact, that last episode of Blake 7 was, to them, sort of the last episode of The Fugitive was the biggest rated show in the history of TV until the last episode of MASH aired. Over there, it was gigantic when it aired in 1982. But I want to speak to the characters a little bit there, Dan. See, Blake, the title character, what I love about all these characters, because I love them all. I mean, I'm like everyone else. I'm going to be just go along with the crowd. Avon he's right up there with number 6, the Kirk Spot McCoy triumvirate, with my all-time favorite characters in television. Paul Darrow is absolutely brilliant. He is magnificent. Watching the evolution of that character over 4 years is astonishing to me. But you can't. Avon doesn't work without someone to bounce off of, because he's an anti-hero, and he is such a powerful force. And that's why Gareth Thomas is so terrific as Blake. Blake is not your traditional quote-unquote hero. He's the title character. He has a heroic streak, but he's actually a political fanatic. Ooh. Blake is a fanatic and a revolutionary. Blake, as Avon once said about describing him, because he becomes so popular with rebels and rabbles, he says they will follow him, and he will fight to the last drop of their blood. Blake really is obsessed with destroying the Federation. He gets a tool that he thinks he can do that with, and therein lies the conflict. Avon believes, because he lives in a time that is different from ours, he knows what a fascist dictatorship the Federation is. So he thinks, look, just go get rich and go buy your own planet, because that's the only, as he says in Spacefall, his first time, he says, wealth is the only reality. The only way to obtain wealth is to take it away from someone else. That's his philosophy. He's a computer genius. Ooh. He talks with that snarl. God, I love Paul Darrow. Paul Darrow once said to a friend of mine at a con, about the contrast between Star Trek and Blake 7 in terms of budget. As I've said this before, he's the one that said the entire season budget in Blake 7 wouldn't pay for the coffee breaks on Star Trek. And he's talking about the original.
I've heard you say that before.
Yes, and he's talking about the original. So yeah, it's
that's saying something.
That's the kind of budget they had in the set. But I actually love that Liberator. The Liberator flight deck set's beautiful. You can say what you want about the cutout shots of the ship. Liberator's a beautiful ship, by the way.
Can I share my screen, Mike, for something?
No,
for a second?
I'm just kidding. Yes, you can.
Certainly, Mark.
Also, guys, what you may not realize is that when a series like that, I mean, you would say that if something was on for 4 years, that it had proven itself to be successful. And you think that when something is successful, they reward success with maybe more money and all that, more budget, higher profile. Right. That is absolutely beautiful.
I want that. Damn it.
I just found that on Thingiverse, so one might fly over to your direction.
Well, let Dan complete his thought, and then we'll have a geekasm. Dan, please complete your thought.
Well, what it is that over in Britain, specifically on the BBC, how they reward success is they actually cut the budget of shows, and the theory behind that being that, look, if this show is really, really successful in its own right, we don't need to put any more money into it make it a hit. It's already a hit. And so whilst when they start bringing out, say this was on for 4 years, so over that 4 years, other shows, new shows, sci-fi or not, other shows would come out, and they'd also be allocated budget, but because inflation was going up at the time, they would get more money. Whereas Blake 7, it would be a case of they'd go to the producer and said, okay, you've proved you could deliver this last year for X amount. We're going to continue giving you X amount. Whereas everybody else would get Y amount. And sometimes they would even cut the money. Well, that happened on Doctor Who. They would even cut the money and say, well, if you're doing this on X, then you can do it. You can deliver it for less as well, because you don't have to build any new sets. You've got enough weapons. You don't need any more costumes and things like that.
Recycle.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow.
Troy put up one of my favorite lines. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So in Blake 7, you will see regularly the same props
Yes.
being
Yeah,
used
of
and
course.
painted different colors and turned upside down or used as hats when they've been a gun 5 weeks earlier and things like that.
Yeah, Dan, I see that quite a lot in TOS because I'm a TOS chronic. I'm a big, gigantic TOS nerd. So yeah, that is a familiar theme in my IP as well. But you are certainly painting this IP as very, very intriguing. I'm super interested, and I would love to watch it. Now hearing it through your fandom and Clobby's fandom. Certainly, Clobby absolutely loves this show.
Oh my God, I'm obsessed with it. I watch it every year over and over again, and I can jump to episode. Troy puts up one of my favorite exchanges between Avon and Blake ever. I'm finished, Blake. Staying with you requires a degree of stupidity of which I no longer feel capable. And Blake says, "Now you're just being modest."
Oh my!
The report,
Lots of snark in this show.
Oh my God, the banter between Avon and all of them, Avon Villa, Avon Blake. Robert Holmes, the greatest Doctor Who writer ever, wrote a couple of great episodes of Blake 7 that were a couple that were Avon Villa episodes. Villa, another great character, and that were just. I'm sorry, you get me on Blake 7, I can't stop. Look at that. I'm gonna Mark D. What are you trying to do to me?
He's terrible. Mark
like
D.
fun.
Awful. He's an awful person.
Oh my
He
God,
will
I must
empty
have
your
this.
wallet.
Hey,
I know you have one of these,
I
Dan.
kind of got something.
I haven't. I'd love one, but no, I haven't. I think if I had one, I'd be. What size do you think that is? I've seen some that are. Absolutely huge. That are the same size, if not bigger, than the on-screen prop.
Really?
But no, I haven't got any of them. I have gone to buy a teleport bracelet a few times.
Oh, nice.
There. That's what you see in the middle.
So
And
now
I would
we're
love
seeing
the silver
paraphernalia?
gun. Oh yeah, the silver gun on the left, the clip gun. I'd love one of those.
Season 4, season D gun.
We're going to
Hey, guys.
need a little bit more of that, please, Dan and Clobby. As we scroll through these things, gentlemen, please be aware that there are a lot of people in the chat who would like to know what these things are called and would like to become familiar with this paraphernalia because now they're all excited about watching the show. So as we scan through, Dan, Clobby, please let us know what these things are called and what they're used for.
This is from season 4 or D, as they say. That was on the Scorpio. Dorian's guns that, of course, Dana augmented because Dana was a weapons expert. Beautiful. Wow.
Aren't some people clever? I mean, I see you can buy these as kits that 3D printed or that people have actually made out of metal and assemble them at home. And I intend on buying some at some point, but I never have.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, Dan, but our illustrious co-panelist, Mark D with a C, is a maker, and he has a 3D printer. I would also like to turn everyone's attention to RD, Retro Dicky, our very own Retro Dicky, at 9 minutes past the hour. He says, "Oh my God, the teleport bracelet.
I love it.
Give me it now."
Yeah.
So grammar notwithstanding, I wanted to see what the bracelet looked like, and so Mark read my mind. There it is.
Yeah.
You know, when Brian Blessed is destroying these in Cygnus Alpha, Dan, I'm crying. Like, what?
There's a charm to this show, as I think you can probably see. It is homespun and the simplest of ideas in many respects, but the design, particularly of the spacecraft, the Liberator, that design is absolutely beautiful and kind of. I don't like banding words like iconic around because it's not the Enterprise. You know, most people would still not be able to name the Liberator, but it's an astonishing piece of design. And whenever it's on screen, no matter how ropey, how beaten up the prop ends up looking as the series goes on, it takes your breath away every time you watch it.
Yeah.
RM, I've got something for you real quick.
What you got, man?
All right. Well,
earlier
RM was talking about how actors actually, the characters are not just suits that people put on. You know, there's actual creations built by the actors.
Right.
Yeah.
Specifically in the case of Leonard Nimoy's Spock.
Yes.
Okay. there's a lot of elements to that character that Nimoy brought to that character that were from his own particular life passions and everything. The the Vulcan salute was the Shekinah that he witnessed in his own Jewish temple, and his own vegetarianism is something that he brought to the culture of the Vulcans. Yes,
okay.
Yes. Sorry, my brain. But and then this kind of I'm dovetailing this in with Blake Seven, Doctor Who, and all the British productions. You know, as they were saying earlier, you know, the production money on these things was nothing compared to what American productions had. But as we have noted, my friends and I have noted, even though the British sci-fi special effects, props, sets, and everything like that may have looked kind of like, you know, naff.
Well, sure.
But the acting, the stories, the scripts were so awesome. But then we've noticed the shift as we shift into modern times. It's like, okay, like take Doctor Who, for example. Old Doctor Who, everything looks kind of cheesy. Maybe it's kind of like, you know, repurposed from another set that they were using earlier in the week in the BBC. But the acting was top-notch. The writing was top-notch. You know, everything about the old shows was really, really good, and it really sucked you in, regardless of how cheesy everything looked. However, as they got bigger budgets and more CGI was being used, and Doctor Who got bigger and bigger productions, we've noticed the story quality dropping off little by little by little. You still had some great actors, but you know, it's like they were not being given as much to work with. And it's
I think that's about revisiting things too, because you know, I use the word socio-historical context, and you know, that's just a literary term for understanding the space and time in which an IP has occurred. So, you know, I think it's really easy to look over your shoulder at something and say, oh, you know, that's super cheesy. But when we were all very young and sitting in front of these grand television sets that were the size of a Yugo, and they were black and white and had very poor resolution, these were compelling models. These were believable props. These were the stuff of dreams. These were this is where we went to go and dream of a remarkable future, and certainly some of those things have come to pass, and were the inspiration for many of the things that exist in our digital reality.
Right. I mean, it's like you know, you look at Star Wars. You know, the original ships, like, you know, the Death Star surface, the Star Destroyers, everything else. You know, a lot of the surface area of those ships was made from repurposed battleship model kits and things like that. And you know, only it would take like a really, really careful, trained eye to look at these things and say, oh, hey, I can pick that piece out that came off of this, or this came off of that. But you know, it's there. You know, the original TIE fighter sound came from like a busted air conditioning unit that George had. But that's the thing, is like, you know, people took all these things that, you know, people might regard as trash, and they turned them into dreams. And that's the thing. It's like, it seemed like you did more with less, and you did better because you had more passion, you had more creativity, you had more heart and soul in what you were putting together. Whereas now, they have everything available. And they have super duper high budget special effects. You know, anybody can make some really awesome CG from their own computer. I do that stuff all the time here in my own lab. And the thing is, even though you have this stuff at your fingertips now, it just seems like the imagination has gone, you know, and I don't know what's happening.
I agree. I think that, you know, that when we were looking at the modeling, and we were looking at these production teams coming together, you could see that because they were creating a universe out of nothing, that there suddenly came this passion where prodigiously gifted people, all with their own type of artisanship, came together to move the furniture of the mind, to tell these wonderful stories that would inspire people and make people think. And I think, you know, we look back on that and people mistake that for nostalgia, and some of it is nostalgia, but at the same time there is a level of craftsmanship, an artisanship that has been lost, and I think people crave it. It's the same as when you read a book and you have to do all of the making in your mind. It is the very same thing when I'm watching Space 1999. People are rather incredulous when I talk about how moving I find Space 1999 because they call it cheesy. But at
if
the
you
same
enjoy
time,
that show, Rock, you will enjoy Blake Seven. I
yeah,
can confidently say.
and I can tell that I will because of that. Because when I look at the eagle and I see the strings, that's not the point. For me, the point is this raw and honest coming together of this artisanship to create an entire universe. And that can happen in a book, but it can also happen on TV. And I think people do want to see models again. They do want to see that artisanship, that creativity, that craftsmanship or craftspersonship, if you will. And because it is a great and wondrous thing that people can create this stuff with their minds. Actors, directors, storytellers, model makers, production people who can move water on a mirror and a piece of glass to create a nebula, painters who make these gorgeous backdrops for us. I think people are craving that again, the way that we crave making the story making in our mind when we're reading.
There's a shot of the crew there, Dan, that you sent. You know what? You can.
I love that
One of the things, when people, and you can certainly have fun with a lot of the sets. I always thought the set of the Liberator flight deck was beautiful, and there's nothing to be ashamed of on that. They did for that kind of budget. I mean, that's not a great look. I can't see all of it. You can see it. In other words, it's not a big look at it. I mean, it's a great look at it. It's amazing, actually. It's still to this day. That's one of the best things they did, I think. And obviously, the design of the Liberator is wonderful, but that flight deck always impressed me. I mean, it just still looks good to me, and you've got a little luxurious little couch there that always they would sit around and talk on.
For all the show that the show did sort of borrow and make do with, the design of it is like nothing else. I mean, particularly the weaponry. And as you say, the sets, there is a teleport system, obviously, which is the transporter from Star Trek. You know, it's blatantly the transporter.
Except you have to have a bracelet, though. Yeah.
Yeah. But visually, in every way in which that is realized, it couldn't be more different.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And one of the things is, like Doctor Who, they had to find places to film. When they needed a futuristic type planet, they would find nuclear plants, power plants to film at all the time. Of course, all those rock quarries and things like that.
Yeah,
didn't care because it was the story and the characters that mattered the most.
Yeah,
like there was a little action here and there. And the thing is, for those who are thinking about starting this show, you got to watch the first 3-4 episodes. The first 4 are very set up, and that first episode really sets the tone. And it's it is crazy. It's pretty brutal.
I'd say the first 4 episodes are kind of a mini series in their own right. It's got its own narrative that takes you through the assembly, not just of a main crew, but of the philosophy behind the show. I think that comes together over the first 4.
Absolutely. First episode, the way back. Then there's Spacefall, Cygnus Alpha. And then you move beyond that. I guess there was Time Squad, Seek, Locate, Destroy, do all those. And then when you're really not complete till you get to Servalan, who is one of the most magnificent female characters of anything I've ever seen in my life, played by the unbelievable Jacqueline Pierce. Mm-hmm. Good God, is she fantastic. I mean, she truly is. She's a wonderful character, wonderful evil. There's a little shot of her. I'm trying to find a better shot of her here. It's funny. She dresses like a fashion queen.
Yeah.
And you look at her, she is actually, at this point, Supreme Commander of the Federation. And she's military, but look how she dresses, because again, there's this elitism amongst the people who think they're better than everybody else who run the Federation.
Uh-huh.
She is Everyone who's met her says she's such the sweetest, nicest lady. And you see interviews. My God, that character, Servalan, you better not turn your back on her. And I'm usually not into short-haired ladies, but she's gorgeous either way. Yeah, I like the long hair kind of, but she is magnificent. A great villain. One of the greatest villains I've ever seen in anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah, she's really. I mean, when you ask people who their favorite character is on the show, I think the only serious competitor for the title with Avon is probably Servalan, the villain.
Yeah.
And you don't get that with many shows.
She's terrific, dude. Oh my God. And, Travis is great too. I'm a big more fan of a Stephen Greif guy, but Brian Croucher's a good dude, the second Travis. But they have great villains. They have great characters. A buddy of mine used to sit around back in the is Eric K here? He's going to get on to me. I'm going to mention the comic shop. At my comic shop, buddy, back when I was really watching the show, when I was first getting into the show, or not too long after, I had a buddy of mine that was a Blake 7 fan. We would sit around for hours, and he was a history major, and he loved Shakespeare and different things like that. He would talk about how Shakespearean the show is. He would talk we would talk about the characters for hours. J. Michael Straczynski, who created Babylon 5, has often cited this show as one of his biggest influences.
I did not know that. Wow, wow.
Yeah, and it fits. And it's just, he loved Blake 7. And so many people have actually talked about how it's influenced so much in terms of, and obviously it's not the same. It's not a space station or anything like that. But he means, I think, character-wise, characterization. Blake, again, he's not Kirk.
No,
this is a guy that is pretty much obsessed with destroying the Federation. He'll just do anything. And again, he's a good person, but he's obsessive. Avon, at least on the surface, acts like shoot you just as soon as look at you, but that's not the case either. There's so much depth to him. And does he really hate Blake? Well, it's complicated. You got to see it. You got to see it unfold.
And can we just talk about the artwork surrounding this IP? How did this not take off and become a sensation? Look at that label, Blake 7. You guys are geeks. I'm a nerd, and even I am feeling lots of feels for that as a T-shirt.
Yeah,
wow,
you can get them on T-shirts now, but you couldn't back in the day. You could.
Had one.
That absurd, Dan. Isn't that absurd?
I had one in the 80s. I found a picture of myself from 1980 something or other with a Blake 7 shirt that I forgot I had. Of course,
in fact, I'd even go so far as to say that when Blake 7 did get picked up by PBS channels in the States, the popularity that it achieved over there would probably account for the shirt that you managed to get hold of. The popularity that it had over there would have been considerably more than its residual affection here. Within a year or two of it broadcasting in Britain, it became forgotten, and more so over a period of, by the mainstream I'm talking about, not by geeks, we never forget, but by the mainstream. Yeah. And it also, I'd say within 10 years, as sci-fi in particular moved on, it also became a bit of a byline for everything that was cheap and awful and flimsy and insubstantial, which was desperately unfair. It took until the rise of geek culture that the show got its due credit. And it's not. If you showed somebody a picture of the cast of Blake 7 to just a general person in the street in Great Britain now, most people wouldn't know what it was, which is a sad reality. But the people who do value it, treasure it even, they are fiercely protective of it, loyal, stimulated by the material, very creative people, as is often the case with most sci-fi shows. And dedicated and protective, and of its reputation. Not just the fact that it may get remade by somebody awful, but more of its reputation, because now I think it's considered. I think people view it in a more kindly way than they did for a while, because you mentioned The Prisoner earlier on, and although the prisoner is the prisoner, and whilst it's not perfect, it's lightning in a bottle. It's incredibly incredibly culturally significant.
Yes.
You know, this is more of a saga, but it's got the integrity at its center that The Prisoner had.
Well, The Prisoner is very cerebral. It has almost a poetry. It's almost like poetry. For me, it reminds me of Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and so it's that would be high praise for Blake Seven to put it in the same league as The Prisoner. I actually just watched The Prisoner because Dan, I don't know if I've mentioned this or not, but I'm actually Canadian, and so in Canada we have CanCon, Canadian content laws, and so a lot of this stuff doesn't make it over the border, as it were. And so I had never even heard of Blake Seven, and I would have to put it to the chat, but I don't think it ever aired here in any way, shape, or form. So for me, this is brand new stuff, and I find it quite inspiring. Certainly, the watching The Prisoner in the order in which CLOBBY recommended. Like I said, for me, it was like reading poetry. It was surreal. It was nightmarish. There was simile, metaphor, allusion, and it was just all coming together as this commentary on the human condition and society.
It's very demanding while being entertaining at the same time, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Like I say, I can't make any huge claims for Blake Seven like that, but there's a definite lineage there. There's a leg,
Yeah, I see what you're saying, where there was this sort of overwhelming sense of shame because the budget wasn't there, and now in retrospect, you're realizing that this was a nice little gold piece of theater, and that's what happens when there's a low budget. People become very committed to creating the imaginary space, and when you have a little bit of distance, that's when you sort of give yourself a little bit of a slap and you say, "What was I thinking? How did I overlook this beautiful little creation of imaginary space?"
And even now, we mentioned the prospects for it on DVD in North America, and there are people out there, dedicated people working in the industry who would dearly love. I know because I've interviewed them. There are people who are working on DVD and Blu-ray lines for other shows that would dearly love to turn their attention towards Blake Seven, but it's just not viewed as financially viable.
Yeah.
We've got on screen at the moment, if you look at all these wonderful pictures we've got, on the second full row down, there's a picture of that Blu-ray DVD box set.
Okay.
That's the German edition. That's the one. So if people do want to get, that's the one. So if people are looking for the best quality to view these episodes in, I hate to admit it, it's not the British edition, it's this German edition.
So what are we playing this on, though, Dan? Because it's my understanding that they can't play on our DVD players or on our PS3s or whatever.
The good news is that if you've got a Blu-ray player, most of them, wherever you are in the world, will play any DVD.
Really?
So I'm led to believe. I mean, I've certainly got North American DVDs that play in my Blu-ray player, no problem at all. But obviously, multi-region devices are available, aren't they?
Well, and you can always convert it on your PC too if you have one.
I have some old Region 2 DVD Blake Sevens. So maybe I need to try them on my Blu-ray player, see if they'll play, even though I have good copies ripped already.
And certainly, Mark, if you have a reliable tutorial in which one could accomplish the conversion via their PC, that would be most appreciated by the chat. I don't
know the legal. I don't want to get into trouble, but I don't know the.
Okay, so that's not something you're allowed to do.
Okay. I don't know what. I mean, I guess if you own it, can you? I mean, is it fair use? Can you copy it to your computer to? That's one of those murky, copyright.
I would. That's actually so far into comm and tech law that I would actually have to look it up. And everyone here can appreciate that Canada has very different laws than the United States. So I don't want to make any recommendations.
Yeah, and you can also, set Retro had mentioned too in the chat. You can set your Blu-ray player, your DVD player. You can change the region. You've got a limited number of regions. There's also software that can get around that too, I think. But that's what drives me crazy. It's like I still have to watch Blake Seven. I got to get to it because I keep hearing how fantastic it is. I might have seen a few episodes, here and there on Channel 13 or PBS years ago. But that's what infuriates people. It's like there's an IP out there, just make it available. And what does it cost to have it available on streaming, even for people to
Yeah, let me buy it.
take my money, right? I mean, even if it's not like, now in the old days where you had, I could see where you had to print CDs or DVDs.
Yeah.
And make all the packaging, and, you could end up losing money. But if you just, there must be some, like you were saying, someone was saying before, there must be some crazy rights issue. Why is it not on BritBox USA? I mean, that doesn't make
well, Dan was speaking to that. Yeah, it's just nuts.
Yeah.
The meme, shut up and take my money. It's rather rude, but it's exactly how I feel. Just shut up. I might even throw an F-bomb in there and take my money. I want to watch. It's the same with this whole idea behind Babylon 5, not being able to watch Babylon 5.
I want to hear you drop an F-bomb.
Give us access to this, to these wonderful IPs.
Yeah.
We'll pay you, handsomely for it. We're thirsty for this stuff. People want to return to this type of IP. So allow us. We've had enough of your visual orgasm that amounts to nothing. They're just blurring images and lights. We want to feel again. And so I just give us access. We'll pay you. I just don't understand how you can own something and not want to be paid for it. I want to watch it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, and streaming, it can't cost much to have something on the streaming service. So
yeah,
that's what's really strange. So.
Somebody say F-bomb.
Bomb. Raymond, I did not know that, what Dan was telling us. Dan, I did not know that. I don't think Dan's back. I did not know that about Blu-rays being able to play in Region 2. I'm going to have to test that out. That's great. That's amazing. So, because I have some Region 2 stuff.
And basically, if you want this, you can get this. You can find this anywhere.
Well, you can get Region 2 players as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Which I've had. I had one a while back and didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't messed up, but you can. But if you can do that with a Blu-ray, then that's fantastic.
Because like Wild Geese, I love the movie Wild Geese with my friend and friends. And for years, you couldn't get it in the States. You had to, get the British version and, convert it to Americanize it, as they say. They finally came out with it, but you had to do things like that. But it's just crazy.
Yeah.
Well,
you can change it on your Xbox too, whatever region you want too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's good.
Thing.
I mean, that's good to know. So yeah,
that's
I don't
lovely.
I don't have an Xbox, but I mean, for those who do, you can. Maybe it's true of new PlayStation. I don't know, but that's pretty cool.
Not on a PlayStation.
No,
they have their butts so far up, So
just the thing is that Clobby and I have sort of been suspicious of that for various reasons, because you're on the hook once you open it up. That's number one, and number two, that there is a large price difference. So. Imagine you want to buy Roddenberry Vault, and so you go on Amazon.com. Two things will populate. You'll get the German region, and you'll get the North American region. And the North American region, let's say for a Canadian, would be $54.99 American, and then $30 worth of import fees. Or you can buy the German one, and it's $27 and $5 import fees.
But you have to learn German though.
Exactly. So this is why it's imperative that we don't lead our viewership and our community astray, because folks will be on the hook for the difference in price and for having a particular physical media that won't play, or it would have ramifications that would not be fully understood by the consumer. So it's just I hate to bring it up. I'm a bit of a spoil sport, or however you want to refer to it, but people need to go in cognizant of the fact that not everything will run smoothly, and there's a great deal to gain and lose in leaving your region.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. Well, let's see. I forgot what I was going to ask you. By the way, did you get your Roddenberry Vault yet? Raquel?
No, I have not. I suspect that it is being held up at the border, in which case, unfortunately, I know what's coming. Everyone at home knows what's coming because, you've been friends with me now for over a year and the other shoe is going to drop. So someone's going to materialize at my front door and ask for $40 worth of import fees before they'll give me my it does. It hurts. You know what I mean? It's a bit of a punch.
Wow. Well,
it was better.
I got mine. Apparently they only sent me the one, even though I thought I doubled on it. But still, now that I know I can get it, if something happens that you can't, I'll get it for you.
Thank you, Clobby. I appreciate that so much. And isn't it insane that I ordered before you? So we ordered on the same night, and then you got the notice that you wouldn't be able to receive that particular one, so you reordered. Okay, so this means that I'm still working on that original order date that night that you and I were up talking. So I've actually been waiting 3 days longer.
Mine took 2 days. Mine took 2 days. Came in. Yeah, it's crazy.
Ridiculous.
So yeah, it's a shame there.
Canada. Canada.
Matthew Pounder. Oh, thanks for the heads up. I love Kolchak the Night Stalker. I must have that Blu-ray.
Yeah, that is.
I have to own that.
Love it. What a great show.
Underrated too.
Absolutely, and of course didn't last long enough. And now I wonder if that set has the movies, the first 2 movies or 2 TV movies before the series. But I'd love to get that, so that'd be great. So because I have it, but I mean to get it on Blu-ray.
2 movies have been available for around 18 months. They did a beautiful remaster on those. You can only get those in your region, though. Yeah.
Oh man. Okay,
so
good.
Retro Dickie, he lots of people call him a geek, but he's a bona fide nerd. I've checked his credentials, so I would highly recommend listening to Retro Dickie at 37 minutes past the hour. My computer nerd friend said, look for region-free DVD player handset codes. So that's something to pay attention to because Retro Dickie is a bona fide computer nerd.
There you go. Retro, hope you're feeling better, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Well, I'll tell you what, that was fun talking some Blake 7.
I'm all pumped.
I hope you will enjoy it if you do get a chance to see it. And like I say, it's on everyone, as Mark D was talking about. It is on Daily Motion. Not so much on YouTube. They keep putting it back up and getting taken down, so up and down on that. But so hopefully you can find it there if you want to watch it. I mean, they're great comment. It's watchable, on there. Yeah. If you can't get the DVDs or whatever.
Yeah, once you've watched it, you can go and find Teleporter Blake 7 podcast on the Spacebook YouTube channel.
Absolutely. My favorite.
Well, definitely be following you after today, Dan.
Because, Dan, like I said, when we talked a couple of weeks ago, both times, I just can't find anyone to talk Blake 7 that knows it in depth and all that stuff. And I crave being able to talk that. Like, for example, it is so fantastic to be able to talk about Star Trek, with Raquel, and then others who love it. But the Star Trek, something that a lot of people love. Doctor Who, something that a lot of people love. Comics, or The Prisoner, a little bit, even to an extent, you can find someone to talk about that. Blake 7 for years. It's been tough to find someone to just talk about Blake 7 who's watched it all a bazillion times, like me and stuff like that. And it's one of my favorite subjects, obviously. So.
He was very much looking forward to your arrival today because exactly what has transpired is exactly what he wanted. But to draw people near to this IP that he loves so much, because when something is really high quality and Clobby really loves it, he wants to share it with everyone because there's such a joy in celebrating an IP when you're surrounded by your fellow nerds and geeks. So Dan. Wow, he was looking forward, and you delivered.
But isn't that why we do this, though, everybody? That's why we congregate here on YouTube. I mean, obviously, there's good people who are happy enough to listen and interact with us, but genuinely to share our memories, to share our affections and our leanings and our takes on things, and to sort of pool resources, what we do know or don't know about region coding and things like that.
Yeah.
It's all there. It's all there in the mix, and as the world, as we're able to do this across continents and compare notes, we'll win in the end. The nerds and the geeks, we'll win in the end. never mind whoever owns the rights. Everybody, never mind all that stuff. I've just sent Mike another picture. Yes, I mean, I talk about this stuff constantly, and I've been boring my friends and family with it for so long, and so finding the microphone and finding people like your good selves, it's liberating, as Clobby was saying. I don't know how, if you all feel the same way. How depends on how much YouTubing and podcasting you do, but I just love doing it all, and I'm delighted to have been. To have had this sprung on me, this topic, which I love so much.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, guys.
Oh, somebody's puppy is in distress.
That's Jed's puppy.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Nice logo there. The Liberate. Yeah, I love the Liberator. I can't even say it normally now, like in America. I have to say it like even the Liberator. When for example, when Avon is informing Blake of these conditions of the planet in Project Avalon, and and Blake says to him, "Does it contain any intelligent life?" And Avon says, "Does the Liberator?"
Oh.
But the dog didn't appreciate that apparently too. Mute when the dog's darkened.
Yeah, so this is quite this is quite a nice visual. My hat's off to you, Dan. This looks great.
Yes, we've this a whole first season of 4 are on my YouTube channel to watch, or they're available on the Spacebooks podcast feed too, just in audio form. There's an enhanced video version on the channel too. So yeah, it's more for people who've already seen Blake 7 rather than an introduction to the show. But it's a blast recording those, and we're making some more now, because originally I was only going to make 5 or 6 of them because of the. You think, well, how many people are there out there who want to come and talk about it? The show's been out of production for 40 years. How much more is there to say? But it turns out that a lot of people do like talking about it and hearing about it. So yeah, we're making some more, and I'm happy to say that Clobby is a guest on the first of our series 2.
Wow. Well, you guys are such a dynamic duo when it comes to this IP, so that's quite exciting. So, so I'm going to need to watch first, Dan, and then I will get my keister over there and watch you guys. This sounds just.
You'll get your what over there?
My butt. I will get my butt over there. And watch this, because I think that you two together discussing this, it's going to be informative and certain to be a riot. So it's just
I just feel sorry for the people on the panel who might not have heard of it and think, what are they going on about? I just apologise to the people who don't know about this. I'm all ears for whatever else you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, we have Raymond here, everyone, and Raymond, how you doing, man? Welcome. I know you kind of came in the middle of something there, so we didn't get a chance to say hi to you that much. How you doing, buddy?
Hey,
doing all right, man?
Good to see you guys. Yes.
Hey, Raymond.
Got off early from work. Have a holiday tomorrow.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, excellent.
Unexpected.
Great,
holiday.
Oh. Excellent.
Congratulations. Okay, so LT just walked back in the door. He's obviously at work and he's coming in and out, perhaps when he's on his break. And of course, he's being cheeky as all heck by saying, "Hey, everyone, what did I miss?" You cheeky bugger.
Oh, Lord. I didn't know you call him LT then.
Yeah, I call him LT all the time. Sorry about that.
Rolls off the tongue a little more. Lord Thoth has been a big supporter of everything we've done on my channel, and particularly as Type 40, my Doctor Who podcast, which is the main thing that I'm sort of known for, the Doctor Who stuff, 80 episodes, and he's been a big supporter of everything that we've been doing over there on Type 40 and Type 40 Live. So again, I'm going to say publicly, thank you so much, LT, for everything that you've done in spreading the word with us.
Yeah, he's a great guy, isn't he? He's he's knowledgeable.
Several people.
He's so fun to be around, and I love being on a panel with him. And certainly, he is a great supporter of his friends, and such a great guy. So yeah, I'm going to echo and amplify that, Dan.
Dark Shadow, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. And that's Mark. You put that thing about what's that Blu-ray? When is that Blu-ray coming out of?
They said October. So
okay, I must have it.
Really? I've got to get this. Love the Night Stalker. Absolutely love it.
Great show.
You think about it.
Yeah, that is a good release.
It's an awesome show. I love.
Oh yeah. too short-lived, but at least the two films. I mean, both TV movies are great. Then the show is great. Darren McGavin. That's another one of those things. The actor's so perfect. Darren McGavin is so great on that show.
Yeah,
it's just, and Simon Oakland's great too, of course. But yeah,
that show scared me so much as a kid. I think I caught it when I was like 8
scary.
years old or something.
Oh, I loved it when I was a
That was
kid.
scary. Yeah.
It was scary in a good way. I don't even like horror stuff, but I love this.
Yeah.
I was like, give me more. I was like,
it's
come on.
It should have lasted so much longer, and it was the inspiration for the X-Files and a lot of other stuff. So yeah, love me some Kolchak. So yeah, must have that when it comes out. It probably won't have the two movies, but like you say, Dan, they just put those out independently, right?
Yes, they've given them. Series. I think it's to keep the bit rates high on them all because the label is Kino Lorber, isn't it? And they're kind of a boutique label, aren't they? They value the presentation of their material above all else. Really,
I love Kino Lorber. I've acquired a lot of really good old '80s titles from them.
Oh, cool!
They're great.
Nice. Ash, what's up, buddy? How you been, man?
Not much. Been doing okay.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, you guys too.
Playing some video games. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so much has been happening over the last few days. I mean, today we did have like an extended. Yeah. I completely lost my shit when announced Breath of the Wild 2. Like, if you watch the stream that I was on, I was like, getting more and more deflated as the stream went on. And like the last 4 things that were announced were Zelda things, and with each Zelda thing that was being announced, I was like, and then when Breath of the Wild Part 2 came out, I completely lost it. So
really?
that was
in a good way, man. In a good way or a bad way?
Oh, good way. Yeah.
Good.
Because we've all been waiting for Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 when it was first teased.
I got you.
The last year or the year before, because the first one was just so good, and we've been waiting ages for the next one. So yeah, and
are
also
you going to do a review video? And want you to do a review video. Please do, because when you're doing those structured reviews, you really shine. You have a very ordered mind, and I like the way that you put your research down like rhetoric, and you sort of compel people to see things from your point of view. And I think that you will really shine. And so I'm going to call you to the carpet publicly and ask you to please do a review video, because you are more than talented enough to do something like that. And I know people are pretty eager to hear what you have to say. These games so well, you know them in depth, stuff about their production and the quality of their rendering and how people are feeling about them. So get it down, Esh, because we want to help promote that. We want to help promote you, and I think it'll be a great outlet for you, and I think it would be a great service to nerddom and geekdom to have your reviews out there.
Definitely, yeah. Well, Breath of the Wild 2 will come out in 2022 at some point, so it will be at least a year for that. But I could probably play a few other games and work up a review for them.
Do it, honey. I'm standing here right beside you, and I just cannot wait to hear what you have to say and what you think. And you really help people. I mean, the games are very expensive. I'm not a gamer, but when God of War came out and I saw those reviews, I had to go and get it, and I had to play it because of the narrative filament and just the whole setup of it. And so there are a lot of people out there like me who aren't into that sort of thing because it's just too expensive, and you just don't know if you're going to like it or not. And so when I hear a reliable voice like yours vetting it for me, that can really change the shape of Earth. So do it.
Yeah, buddy, go for it, man.
Oh,
here.
has walked into the room. Welcome.
I never could pronounce that.
And would like us to go off and do a little riff on Star Cops.
I haven't seen Star Cops, but I bet Dan has. I've had a chance to see it a couple of times, and I know Retro's seen it. Dan, you familiar with it at all?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Don't get me started. Get me started on that, or you lose another hour, everybody.
Oh, no.
But
No,
It's
please,
okay.
please.
if you like Blake 7, you will almost certainly like Star Cops. It was, you see, because during the process of Blake 7, the guy who created it and wrote a lot of the earlier episodes, he departed the production, and the script editor sort of took over and became effectively the showrunner of the whole thing, staying to the end, writing the final episodes. And he developed another sci-fi show. It took a few years to get to the screen, but eventually it did. Concepts very, very different, but the production values are similar. And it's cast. Again, it's a show that brings together a group of sort of disparate people, but they're all working for the right side of the law in Star Cops, as you can probably guess by the title. And it's very short-lived. They only made 9 episodes of this show.
Oh,
but
my.
it's a bit of an. That came on in 1987, so it was 6 years after Blake 7 finished. You think, how can that be a footnote to Blake 7? But it sort of is. So yeah, I would always say do Blake 7 first. The two shows aren't connected in any way other than creatively behind the scenes. Maybe if you're not used to British sci-fi of this nature and you want to start with something small rather than committing to a 50-episode show, then maybe Star Cops could be a good entry-level thing. I don't know, but that is available. Actually, no, it's not available on DVD anymore.
Could we, I'm just going to interject here and then give Dan back the floor immediately. But could I please ask someone on the panel to produce a reliable image of this wonderful IP called Star Cops, so that those who are listening beyond the podcast and are in the live chat can put a visual to
I'm on that.
What Dan is referring to.
It's so sort of... so obscure that there isn't a huge amount to see.
But it is Chris Boucher, though, wrote a lot of Blake 7.
Okay.
I think it's actually on Amazon Prime too.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Let me double check.
If it is, then it's happy days for you all then, because it's a great.
Ooh,
let me double
this
check.
looks good.
Well, the thing is, that would be the Blake 7, isn't? We barely got it. It barely ran over here back then in the 80s, Dan. And I mean, I think once maybe for like a short time in one of our, because and I never got a chance to pay much attention to it.
Yeah.
This was on the BBC. Not to be
on BBC.
It's been on
public black.
Yeah, they have
BBC,
shown it on there in some of.
I saw that. I saw it on there.
Could we scroll down a little bit so that I can see this creature beside this helmeted human, and perhaps this extraterrestrial vehicle? What is this? Star Cops moon rover. Ooh.
So it's not quite. It's not in the far future, but it's 100 years in the future. And there's a picture there of the lead actor again on the third row down. That's David Calder, who plays. On the third row down, on the right on the left there. That's the mood of that shot. Is pretty accurate to what the entire show is like. So a lot of it is filmed in 3-wall sets, as a lot of classic Doctor Who was. It's a more modest show than Blake 7. But it's got some great actors in it, and the stories. It takes a while to find its footing, and of course, there's only 9 of them. But it's a curiosity, and I definitely gets a big thumbs up from me.
Oh, it looks so good, and I love this idea of these military jumpers. I always love that sort of. We just got to outer space type of costuming because it's sort of they're coming from a place where they don't really know much about the universe. So I like the look and feel of it already. And once again,
now you mention it, sorry to interrupt you there, Rock, but I know you're big fans of Star Trek Enterprise. I'd say that the lead character Nathan Spring reminds me a lot of Jonathan Archer from Enterprise.
That's what I was getting to. How did you know that's what I was getting to, Dan?
Wow,
Dan, get out of my head. Lovely.
Well, Chris Boucher was one of the best writers on. He wrote, a lot of Blake 7, a little bit of Doctor Who. So, I always wanted to watch this. I don't know what, we didn't get it very often, I guess, or did get a lot of available that much, I suppose. So. Yeah, I would like to watch it. If it's on Amazon, I'll definitely watch it.
May I please see the image in the far left-hand corner, Clobby? It's a front back of a DVD, I think. It's down a little bit further, boss man.
Oh, that's a VHS right on the
Is it?
bottom.
Yeah, right on the bottom in the far left. Oop.
Scroll down again.
Scroll down
say
again.
when. Oh, there we go.
Right there.
That's
Cassette, it says. Oh,
Could be a VHS.
That's when they came out on VHS in 1991. I've still got these. I've still got all 3 of these tapes.
oh wow.
How nerdy is that?
No,
I
I love it. I think that's terrific.
I do want to point out something really, really quick.
What?
Okay, I have not. So far, I haven't found Star Cops. Unfortunately, I know I saw it on Amazon Prime before.
Right.
I know I have.
Brilliant.
But I did run across something else that you probably want to know about. Is you ever see the Australian film Turbo Kid?
I've heard of it.
Yes, I love Turbo Kid.
I love Turbo Kid. Yeah, and it does star one of your fellow Canadians, Michael Ironside, as the bad guy.
Wow,
Michael
love him.
Ironside.
I love that dude. Love that dude. I'll keep looking.
Okay,
Michael
well, thank
Irons,
you so much.
Michael Ironside was in Nobody, which was great, but I didn't recognize him. He's not recognizable anymore.
Oh wow.
Nobody was a great film.
I need to see that still.
I couldn't even tell it was him until I saw it. I heard that he was in it that I forgot, and I watched the film. And later, when I looked back in the credit, wait a minute, who was Michael Ironside? Holy crap! Unrecognizable to me.
If any of you have ever, well, anybody who's been on my channel, you'll know that one of my familiars on the Spacebook is a guy called Ian David Dears, who's a writer, director, and producer. He had the privilege of directing Michael Ironside in one of his films.
Really?
He'll tell you, if you ask him about that,
Right.
he'll tell you a few stories about working with Michael Ironside. What a legend! What a legend!
That's Ian the Mega Geek, right?
Ian the Mega Geek.
I've
Just
been on
the Scanner's performance. The Scanner's performance. Sorry to interrupt, Clobby, but whenever you guys say his name, all I think about is that Scanner's
Think about his
scene.
head exploding.
Yeah.
Personally, my favorite is him as Ham Tyler in V the Final Battle and the V the series. I love that.
Oh yeah,
He
that's
is
a good
the
one,
best
too.
character. I love
Yeah,
him in that.
yeah,
He's
true.
fantastic.
True.
Bloody hell, Mark D with the C's on the case. He's got a link to the first episode of Star Cops on YouTube. Well done.
There you
pal.
go. Yep.
Bloody hellfire.
Everyone, don't start watching now.
This is a well-oiled machine you've got here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we come together and we
got a bunch.
all bring our expertise and we try to help geekdom and nerddom.
Team Clobby.
Yeah, Mark's on the ball. That's the reason why.
Yeah.
That's the reason why
He's the
Mark's
man.
our producer. So for the channel,
That's
he's
why
the
we pay him.
producer and does it.
That's
Yeah.
why we pay him the
That's why I
big
make the big
compliments.
bucks. Yep.
We pay him a lot of compliments.
Don't scroll down because somebody's about to mention another show of a similar nature, and you'll lose me. Then into something else.
This is all
I
great.
pay him in Star Trek bucks and all this other stuff. So.
Dadman walking 55 at 57 minutes past the hour. Gift Raquel. Yeah, talking about creepy images. Dadman walking, since you've broached that topic, I would just like to remind everyone that if you would like to celebrate Mark D with a C's birthday, please visit his Twitter because he has asked everyone to give donations to the Purple Stride, which is Trek Against Pancreatic Cancer. So if you really love Mark D with a C, he goes around this whole community silently, quietly, very privately, doing all these different things for different people. And he's just such a generous and loving and caring person. If you feel like giving him a present, he has officially asked that you give a donation in his father's name to Trek Against Pancreatic Cancer, also known as the Purple Stride. So I should mention that while we're talking about gifts.
That link is pinned at the top of the chat there.
Thank you so much, Clobby.
Thank you.
I have good news and I have bad news.
Oh no.
The bad news is I can't find it on Amazon Prime. I'm sorry. I know I saw it there before, in a year ago or so. I don't know where it is now. But I did manage to locate a single VHS copy of one of the of 3 of the episodes on eBay for $6.99 GBP.
Wow.
Well,
So you British guys get after that.
well, Mark? Didn't you say it's on YouTube though?
Yeah, it's on. Looks
All
like
of
it's on
them?
YouTube. There's actually a Star Cops channel on
Okay.
YouTube, and it
There
looks
you
like
go.
they're all
I think that would be the way to go. I mean, imagine navigating Dan's VHS tapes. Imagine going back to, what is just, basically quite rawly rust on a piece of tape. I can't imagine having to wrangle with tracking again. I mean, obviously, it's glorious. They're gorgeous. I mean, you have to take them off the shelf and look at them, Dan. But at the same time, it would be scary to play them, because remember what the VHS was like. I mean, remember what beta was like. At any moment, you could have a little gremlin who would just, sort of munch your tape. And I don't know. I think
you have to actually get off the couch. Oh, there's my Star Trek Enterprise phone going. Sorry. You have to actually get off the couch and find the tape and put it in the machine, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Yo, Paulie, the great Paulie from Latino Slant. What's up, brother? Good to see you, buddy. What you doing, man? What you doing? What?
Hey, Paulie.
Indeed, good to see you, bro. Well, Dan, let's see here. Obviously, it was so much fun talking Blake 7. You do a lot of other things on the Space Book as well, too. I mean, obviously, Doctor Who, that goes without saying. When you're not doing Blake 7 or Doctor Who, what do you guys do? I mean, you talk about other stuff other than British stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's specifically on the channel. Yeah, I mean, we speak... Well, lately we had a bit of a tech disaster on the Spacebooks channel. So it meant that I couldn't actually make much content for a little while, but now we're back to live streaming. So have my hard drive died. Although I had got a backup, in the middle of lockdown over here. I mean, lockdown in Great Britain, as I'm sure that Esh will tell you, it's only recently started to ease, and so getting my IT guy to repair my machine, I had to wait and wait. It was really, really difficult. But yes, we're back to a more regular schedule now. So we've got my bread and butter is the Type 40 Doctor Who podcast. That's a traditional podcast that I produce and host for the Fandom Podcast Network. And they're a brilliant fandom. They're a brilliant podcast network that put out shows about lots of different fandoms, like Highlander, Star Trek, all manner of things.
Oh wow!
So that's there, but we do a live streamed spin-off show every Tuesday afternoon UK time, that is, called Type 40 Live, where it is literally live Doctor Who-y entertainment with arguments, discussions, news, fan art, and whatever we fancy talking about. And we have some really good guests on that show. I'm trying to think who we've had. We've had people from the show, people involved in spin-offs from the show, like the man who created the robot dog K9, the writer Bob Baker. He came on with Paul Tams, who's a really great guy who sort of does a lot creatively with K9 now too. So we've had him on. We've had guests from across various other things, like Ian Kubiak, who runs both Blake 7 and Doctor Who conventions. He's been a guest. Another couple of people who work at Big Finish have been on. Gary from Nerdrotic, he's been on. Various people like that. So yeah, it's a lively segment of the Type 40 Live.
Nice.
We do that. And I don't know if any of you are aware of, I was telling you about Mega Geek earlier on, who I know that Clobby knows, but there's also a guy called the Rabbi from Another Planet, who's a...
Love
everyone knows the Rabbi. Yeah, the Rabbi is a really good friend of mine. So I do a sci-fi podcast/vodcast where the Rabbi, he's my co-host on that show called Hard Drive. And so we do that. Again, we had to take a little bit of a break in that when my hard drive was out. But on Hard Drive, we're reviewing the Orville from the beginning until season 3 kicks off. So we're doing 2 episodes of the Orville on that show. We also look at... The reason why we created Hard Drive was in despair, really, at the way that Star Wars, Star Trek, and Doctor Who have gone. We were that disappointed in these biggest IPs that we thought, okay, these shows, they don't want to make content for us anymore, for the dedicated fans. They're going after an audience that doesn't really exist. But fair enough, let them go off and do their thing. Let's concentrate on finding good shows to fill up our hard drives with. We started with the Orville because in my view and in the Rabbi's view, I think that's the most entertaining and spiritually nourishing sci-fi show on TV at present. So we thought we'd start with that, and gradually we'd get together on hard drive, the four of us. There's myself, the Rabbi, with Keith Isles, who's a big home media guy, and Ian, who of course has directed and wrote sci-fi movies himself. We'd all get together and we find the good stuff. So we talk about shows like Superman and Lois and Barry and Resident Alien. So all these other shows, when we find them, we bring them to hard drive and we talk about them there. And we're also live streaming every Saturday as well on the Spacebook YouTube channel, just as the Spacebook Live, where we've just started reviewing Loki. But we did The Mandalorian last year and did a few other things earlier this year, but now we're doing Loki week by week. So the idea is we talk about one brand new sci-fi show or sci-fi fantasy show on there, and then we talk about whatever's in the news for that week. And again, Clobby was a guest on that a few weeks ago too. So that's something we've just started back up again. Something for everybody if you're a little bit geeky. That's the plan. And there's more on the way too. We're constantly thinking of other things to do, both as a live show and as podcasts. So we do try and do lots of different creative things over there. Thanks for asking about that.
Yeah.
Well, no, because dude, I love Doctor Who, and by the way, I don't know Rabbi personally, but I really like his channel. He's a great dude, and I'm a fan of his. And I love the Orville so much. It is, as Retro says, it is today's stand-in for Star Trek. It's Trek, and I adore it, and I'm so agitated this taking so long to get season 3. I mean, these
imagine how long. Well, I was on Orville Nation when it first came out.
PJ. Imagine PJ, because PJ's frustrated as hell right now.
We've been waiting quite a while, right?
Late last year, I got to interview the special effects supervisor on the Orville on the channel. That was for a live stream. We did a live stream. I did 2 Star Trek live streams last year on the channel. The first one was about Star Trek, because I do love Star Trek too. So we've got a Star Trek show called Warp Drive, which I'm taking a rest from at the moment because I really don't enjoy current Star Trek. But we did a Warp Drive special, Warp Drive Live, where my guests were the mighty Doomcock and Robert Meyer Burnett. So we all got together. We got together and talked about Star Trek 3 because myself and Doomcock, we love it. Rob wasn't so keen, so we thought we'd all get together and talk about it. And we'd also did a Star Trek 4 stream as well, where my guest was Brandon, who works on the Orville, and Kirk Thatcher, who was in Star Trek 4, played the punk on the bus.
Yeah.
So I got those guys in on that show. Yeah, so that was my 2 Star Trek.
Breaking news. Snortopoopas is here, and I know someone needs to say that name out loud.
Come on, Raquel.
Snortopoopas!
I love that. Hey, Nicholas,
Raquel, how many years of your life do you lose when you say that?
I grew up in a band, and so I come from the loud people, and then I was in radio for a while, and just that kind of thing is my regular everyday. Unfortunately, Raymond, I might not live long.
Me,
company.
Yeah, me like Raquel, I come from a loud people too, so.
Well, good to see you. Ironcaster, welcome, buddy, and good to see you, Nicholas.
Yeah, good to see you. I'm sorry things took a while. I've had a busy day at the home, and some things are getting fixed, and the things took longer because that's just how home works, But all's good and done, and I'm here on the mic chatting with you fine humans. Sounds like Dan Headley, I'm assuming I said his name right, has got a lot of interesting stuff to say. So
he's an honored guest. He's a great guest.
Exactly.
Hey, Nick, you got to do something for us. Do it. Come on, do it. Do the hat. Do the hat. You got to go over the top and do it the hat. Come on.
Lincoln Hawk.
I have a question for
Lincoln Hawk. I'm Lincoln Hawk now.
I have a question.
I
have a question for Nick.
All right.
Be honest now, buddy.
All right.
Are you recovered yet from all that stuff Raquel made you eat on the air? Are you okay? Did you get a stomachache?
I thought you were going to have to go to the doctor. I thought you were going to be diagnosed with diabetes. I thought you were going to have to get an insulin shot. So, Dan, as you know, my friend, I live in Canada, and Nick does these food reviews, and he really has a penchant for junk food, and so he's always reflecting on this horrible stomach churning stuff. I mean, he even knows the various forms of Mountain Dew. So as a Canadian, I'm thinking to myself, wouldn't it be hilarious if I sent him a care package of all of the different internationally recognized Canadian products? So this is Canadian junk food that international tourists talk about. It appears on a lot of hiker blogs and so on and so forth. So basically, international tourists saying, when in Canada, especially in the mountains, if you're a little bit peckish, this is what you get. You can only get this in Canada. So my husband and I went about the business of getting all of this list of these coveted Canadian junk food items, and we threw it in a box and we shipped it to Nick. And Nick ate everything from the box and did a live review of them. And I thought he was going to have like some sort of diabetic shock, and yet he continued then as if nothing were wrong. And
nothing was wrong. Everything was
matter you get loud power.
Yeah, he's just so full of preservatives that he's immune to it all now.
Yeah.
I am the preservative.
Did you send him some muktuk?
Dan, I want to send him like some sort of cleansing regime now. You know, like I want to box him up, sort of. This is how you clean out your body.
What are they trying to do to you? They fill you.
I asked for it, and her and Andy, they delivered in spades, and boy was I happy, because especially like on that coffee bar and the caramel, and there's just so much amazing stuff coming out of Canada. Like I've already expected like the landmarks, the people who I've talked to, the music, and now I've got to have these treats. I feel like I'm inching closer towards like becoming an actual Canadian at the rate I'm going, and I felt like those treats brought me like 5 steps closer. So
it wasn't all good, Nick, because of course Dan and Esh understand, and certainly LT understands.
I was there too.
That we have different, like we don't have candy bars in Canada. If they're a candy bar, they have to be candy. And in Canada, it has to be a chocolate bar, the same as it is in the UK. So Dan, it was quite amusing to watch him eat some of these chocolate bars, because he's not accustomed to this more a bitter take. And so I think I sent him at least 3 or 4 of what would qualify as an adult tasting chocolate bar. And he was like, oh, I don't know about this one, Raquel. I don't know about this one. It's good.
One of them was decent, though. One of them was decent. Remember, I actually gave it a higher score over. It was that one with the peanuts in it.
Yeah, you thought he was going to give it a lower score.
Everyone, even the Canadians in the chat did not like that, and I gave it an optimistic score. People are like, "What?"
And this
it's
good. This is all on your channel, Nick. I've got to see this. This sounds like a really good laugh.
Man, I'm gonna have to get on Fat Steven. He never sends me anything.
Actually,
Dan, you need to watch the chat too.
Today, per Raquel and a few other requests, I've had people ask me to try the McDonald's chicken sandwich, and since I've already done the Culver's chicken sandwich and the KFC chicken sandwich, I know I'm going to do the McDonald's. I should do it later today, and I'll have that out tomorrow. So the chicken sandwich regime continues as I march to all these places and their franchises of chicken sandwiches to see who is the best.
You have to
I made my opinion on that.
You have to do Chick-fil-A, and I do have to tell everyone at home, one of the reasons that I really liked Nick's food reviews is because he has impeccable table manners. It is so nice when someone is doing a live food review that you don't actually see the food after he's ingested it. So I can say that I have vetted his channel, and this gentleman does have very good table manners. So you're able to focus on the food review and not, perhaps things flying out of his mouth or things being chewed.
Well, you've just got yourself 1 extra sub from me then.
Oh, well, thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
And I was going nuts in chat because I've ate most of that stuff too. And seeing Nick do it for the first time, I remember when I ate all that stuff for the first time, my reaction was the same as Nick. And I was going off the jet. I was like, oh my God, ketchup chips. I wish I had some of those. Oh my God. That I was like, because you can only get it. You can't get it here. You got to import it from over there, and you can get it, but it costs a little bit more. Or you can go to more of the states that are closer to Canada, and they actually have that. And that's how I got to try all that stuff. Is because the states that are closer to Canada and stuff, they actually sell in places over there. So that's how I got to try all that stuff. So it's really good. I love it. I just can't get it all that often. Yeah. So Nick knows what we're talking about now. So I was like, yeah.
So Raquel, you can't get shows up in Canada, but you do have great junk food. It sounds like
somehow.
The thing is that we have CanCon laws, so which is just Canadian content and maple laws and so on and so forth. And what it is it is the maintenance of Canadian heritage. So because Canadians have a unique history with the British and the French, and we are a very multicultural society. We of course have many First Nations here, over 657, I believe, different bands of First Nations. We have a lot of heritage laws here. So the CBC, for instance, I believe their quota is 62% Canadian content. And so as you can see this shaping up in the real world in an applied sense, what ends up happening is you nudge out other IP. So it's not so much that somebody has decided arbitrarily or through whatever means that we're going to shun this IP. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's just it just becomes a matter of what fits in CanCon. How can we shape up the traffic on this particular channel? And that's of course what it's called, traffic. How can we shape up the traffic on this channel while maintaining this Canadian percentage that is required by law? And so as that begins to take shape, they choose IPs that are cheap, that are in syndication. Certain things find themselves out of reach, and so there are many times where you hear a lot of Canadians talking about being big Babylon 5 fans, for instance. That's sort of a dubious claim, because it's very difficult to watch here legally and so on and so forth. So that's what happens here in Canada, where we have 1 foot in the United States and 1 foot in France and 1 foot in Britain and 1 foot in our First Nations. And so because of that, that's a lot of feet. And those feet get tangled, and so that's the state of it. And sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's bad.
Yeah, I never looked at it quite like that, but I can imagine.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm looking at Dead Man Walking. Did you see? Okay, read that code. Did you see that picture of the dessert I posted into? I did not see a photo of that dessert. Can you tag me to that real quick, Dead Man? Because I would love to see this dessert and where they serve it. Because if it's at some place I can get to, I would gladly do a video on it. I gladly will. So please tag me to that, sir. I would love to see it. I love that people are now like, you need to see this food. Like, I'm gonna do one at this place called Kuma's Corner. Some of you may know it, some of you may not. And it's an infamous burger joint in Chicago, and they specialize in having their burgers named after metal bands.
Ooh.
And yeah. Oh yeah. And they're high-end gourmet burgers too. Like we're talking $18 top of the line burgers. And they're like really, really good. And they've had the Slayer burger, they've had the Cannibal Corpse burger, the Pig Destroyer, the Plague Bringer. Like, there's been a lot of good ones over the years I tried, but this month they got this one called the Havoc burger, named after said band Havoc. And boy, like I'll tell you, like you want to have a burger challenge, you want to go to Kuma's. They are some of the greatest burgers I've ever had in the history of ever. Like, of ever. Like, where there's other evers, there's this ever. And these burgers just do it. Like, I'll tell you,
there
like,
one called Megadeth yet? Have they done that?
I bet there is. I'll bet there is. Is there?
You know, I think there was one for a burger
yeah.
of the month, but never like a permanent menu item. Of course, they got the Metallica burger, which is a monthly thing. They've had a Pantera and an Iron Maiden burger. I would love a Megadeth burger because I have the greatest conflict of relationship with Megadeth, being one of my favorite bands, but also like Dave Mustaine driving me crazy the longer I live. And it sucks because, like I said, a lot of those albums are so essential to like my upbringing, and of course Mustaine is also equally responsible for my great upbringing as well. So like for every bad decision he makes, he shreds on guitar and has some memorable vocal line that I love so much more. But at the end of the day, like I'm hoping for a Megadeth burger. Like when I was in high school, I had a lot of friends call me Megadeth. That was like my name for a lot of people. I was called Megadeth because a lot of the I guess you could say cooler kids were always talking about Metallica. You know, I was like, yeah, no, they're cool, but Megadeth is just better. And so, like, I always stirred up the people at school talking Megadeth. So I was kind of like, I'm vegan, but with Megadeth.
Is Dave still doing his camp? And if he is still doing his camp, I would absolutely love to see you do a fundraiser where you would attend his camp. And I heard that the camp is it's quite a lot of fun. So you buy tickets to it. You go to his ranch. Everybody sits out and they camp in tents. I would never be caught dead camping in a tent. I would glamp, but I would not camp. And basically, he does a lot of firesides.
Yes.
You know, once he gets his camp rolling again, maybe you should do a little fundraiser and you should attend the Dave Mustaine camp. I think, what is it? Is it 5 days?
It's like 4 or 5 days. I know I looked into it at the time when it was happening, and my money situation wasn't as good. But if it happened like today, or they at least announced it today, it's definitely something I would consider because I would love to have a good picking apart our brains conversation with him. I would love to have that challenging conversation. And you hear all these people who've had like these crazy relationships with him, whether it was Kerry King from Slayer or Mike Muir from Suicidal Tendencies, or just a lot of the revolving door of his ex-bandmates. I think just a lot of people just don't have what it takes to just say, look, Dave, I can't speak up to you. So I just feel like a lot of his ex-bandmates might be wusses. So I'm like, I think if you just actually stand up and like, listen, Dave, this is what we got to do to work together.
Would you do that at his camp though? I wouldn't suggest that. Do you know what I mean? You wouldn't actually do that if you were sitting across a fire pit.
Well, fire pit, it would be different. But if it was one-on-one, him and I get the drinks out and we can have a discussion.
Okay. So I think if he is to open up his camp, we should all get the funds together so that you can go and confront your hero on his sometimes annoying and wonderful behavior in your mind.
Yes, like I said, I love the guy. I really do. But even though someone's your hero, you gotta also you can't be blind to one's faults either. You can't just blindly say every single thing they do is great. And I feel like that's the thing that almost everyone does is when they like someone or something. Almost everyone, because I'm not gonna say everyone, that's not fair. Everyone just kind of more blindly accepts what they do, and because it's that person who they have that emotional investment in, they just accept it. Or sometimes they lower their standards or their brain thoughts because it's who they are emotionally invested in. Whereas someone else who they're not as into, they'll say, oh, well, it's why are they doing that? I'm like, well,
we're permissive when we're starstruck. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes,
we're highly permissive.
We turn off our brains in favor of our emotions towards who we're invested in.
Yeah, sure. Well, I tell you what, we will finish up with a little show and tell. Who's ready for some show and tell? You wouldn't be a global geek gang without a little bit of that, right?
Yeah, I know. Let's show and tell.
Ironcaster, what you got? I believe has something for us.
Oh, I guess I had my microphone off. Sorry about that.
Iron.
So last week I teased a vintage shop.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I went on a little reconnaissance. Let me get the proper camera set up because I now have a second camera.
Oh, do you? I'm afraid of what you're going to
a
show.
roaming camera. Oh my!
Hey.
Turn off the green screen.
Hey.
So I happened to take a picture of this. I guess we're just getting right into it.
Love those giant legions.
Yep.
Those old
I
DC
teased
giants. That's Adventure Comics number. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
403.
Right.
Sorry.
Reprint of great stuff, by the way.
It was like I saw it up there. It was Legion. I'm like, I thought of Clobby, and I might as well pick one up and give him a read. And also because it's such a great cover.
I love that Lightning Lad saga there, but I won't spoil it for you. I love that Swan cover. That's one I use all the time. My God,
That is a great
my
cover,
era. I love it, man. Well, you always love some Legion around here. Long live the Legion, buddy.
Long live the Legion.
So I also did
Nice.
pick up some new comics. So one of the ones that
We'll hold that against you, both. No, it's good.
this is a really cool, based off from a really cool like late 70s, early 80s anime.
Leiji
Pirate-
Matsumoto. Captain Harlock. Yes. Good stuff.
Yes. Oh, the cover was beautiful. It was one of the ones that I just happened to have found out about it like Tuesday, and I was like, yes, I have to get this. Because it's just a really cool, he's a cool looking figure.
Yes,
It's a great character. It's a great story.
At one point, Lando dresses up as him in the Star Wars comics.
What?
That's true. That is true. That is
Down to the little sash, and he had a saber.
Oh wow.
He just did-
Lord Thoth, LT, our own beloved LT, is speaking in all caps. This is unprecedented.
Love some Harlock.
Response from LT. LT is
LT.
speaking in all caps. I love Captain Harlock. So LT is yelling in the chat. This has never happened before. Ironcaster, my hat's off to you. I doff my cap to you, sir.
It's a
Before we continue, Iron, Dan says he needs to run, so I want to.
I'm gonna have to watch the rest of this tomorrow because I really,
That's cool.
this looks fascinating. The comics, but I'm gonna thank you all for being just so welcoming and so interested in what I got to say. Well, at least pretending to be.
Oh boy!
and indulging my rambles through Blake 7 and various other things. But yeah, it's been a great show. Thanks to everybody in the chat and to everybody else on the panel. I've really enjoyed myself. Please have me back, and I'll talk quite so much next time.
Have you back, dude? You are now a member of the Global Geek Gang. I hate to tell you that, break it to you, my friend. You are now a member, and you have an open invite. Again, obviously, I know you're busy some nights, but days, anytime you want to pop in, man, I'll shoot you the link, and we would love to have you. So same time every Thursday.
Because
Dan,
comic
I
books,
will send you the
seriously.
link too. So
Cheers, Jed.
By the way, Dan, are you a Fantastic Four fan at all? I don't know if you're a fan of if you read FF much.
Isn't everybody?
Well, when we do our Fantastic Four celebration, I'll remember you. And it'll be on a Sunday in April. Listen to me. August 8th.
April.
August 8th. So, all right, man.
Yes,
I will remember you, but if you want to
thanks
pop
again,
in and say
everybody. I've
Nice to
loved
meet you,
meeting
Dan.
you all.
Great talking to you.
Send me some. Connect with me on Twitter. I'm the Spacebook Dan Hadley over on Twitter, and
All right.
I'm talking about whatever.
Looking you up
catches
right
my
now.
eye. Yeah.
there we go.
And
There's a link
please,
right there, everyone.
I know lots of you are content makers too. Yeah, I'll subscribe to your channels and follow you and all the rest of it. But yeah, again, thanks for your company, everybody. And maybe Esh will get together when the lockdown stops too. And
there you go.
A couple of West Midlands geeks get together on that. But cheers again, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your stream.
Dan.
Night.
Bye, Dan.
thank you, Dan.
Bye. Lovely
Take
to
care.
meet you all.
Later, buddy.
Indeed, man. The great Dan Hadley, everyone. Great fellow, and he has a great channel there. Thank you, Mark, for putting that up there, brother. How'd I get singled? Oh, that's because he got it.
Yeah, it goes back to you.
All right. Sorry about that, Iron Man. We really appreciate Dan being here, and we appreciate you being here too, Ironcaster. So continue, buddy.
Oh, it's fine. I was listening to it a little bit earlier, and it was some good conversations. I don't know much about Blake 7, but I definitely need to get into it more. So it is on my list. I just gotta finish Babylon 5, and by the way, there might be a little bit coming up in here.
You got a surprise for us. Go for it, buddy.
So going from new comic to new comic, issue 3 of Berserker came out this week.
Nice.
And I still need to get to this. It's just I literally haven't had a chance to really go through this list and sort everything away. So, from the great Keanu Reeves, we're heading into a recommendation I got from Nick. Ultra Mega number 4.
I recommend a comic that we're seeing a piece of a comic down there that I recommend, that I recognize. Sorry, go ahead. Ultra Mega. Gotcha.
This story is good. Ultra Mega. That story's good. It's a great monster story. It's not anything that's trying to make you think. It's just simple, fun, and a whole lot of brutality.
There you go.
It's simple. It's fun. It's got a whole lot of brutality.
I still need to get to reading through the Ultra Mega, but I've been picking them up, and I'll be able to just marathon those here in a couple days.
Ooh, good. You're right on time because that's the last issue of the first volume because they're all bigger books since they're all like 50 to 60 pages. That's right there the first collection of issues. So I'm sure Heron will need time to write and draw the next set of issues whenever that comes out sometime between now and forever.
Yeah.
So this was a bundle I managed to pick up because not only do I have 11.
Nice. Oh, man. Oh, dude, you got the whole
run.
There are only 11 issues, so.
Oh.
Wow. Dude. Nice. That's a cool cover, sir.
Yeah, they were I guess at one point they were trying to sell them for about $10, $5 to $10 a piece for some of them.
How much?
The bundle altogether was about $35.
Oh, that's a great price.
That's cheap. You got that for a steal, dude.
Yeah, there'll never be trades on it or anything like that because of rights issues and stuff. So the only way you can read those comics is to get the individual staple backs. So,
yeah.
Get myself a little
cleared
away here.
Dude, that's fantastic, man.
I was definitely happy with this find. It was just pure luck that I happened to show up there at the time.
Yeah, great stuff
too. And of course, they look like they're in pretty good condition for what I was able to gather.
Oh yeah, look at that.
At one point, I guess they wanted to sell it for 15.
Yeah, well, it's issue 1, and it was again. The thing is, it was high. That was back when they had high print runs and stuff. But it was. A lot of people didn't buy it off the racks then, and now a lot of people started getting more and more interested in the show as time goes on. So, yeah. ElfQuest, that's, of course, a reprint of the older comics from the old ElfQuest independent books by Wendy Pini and stuff when Epic started doing it.
The original was Warp Graphics.
Of it. It looks like there's some water damage along here, which you can kind of tell.
Yeah. That's okay. It's a reprint anyway. But the thing is, they did that because they went with the Epic line, which was a subset of Marvel, and they did that, I guess, mid-'80s or whatever, because ElfQuest was really popular in the direct sales market, but it wasn't mass marketed that much, so it had a smaller audience. That was their way of getting it out to a bigger audience and stuff, and it had a huge fan following in the '80s. ElfQuest did.
Yep, I know. Chris Claremont was definitely a big fan of it.
He was.
You could keep seeing Kitty Pryde always wearing ElfQuest shirts in the Uncanny X-Men.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Absolutely. There you go. Nice. Well, there you go, man. And then I know what's under there. I can see something already. Oh my God, man.
Oh.
Also because
old Jim Aparo cover.
How can you not
Brave and the Bold
fighting mid-century German scuba divers?
Dude, that's fantastic.
Batman.
But not only that.
What year is that?
Bonus issue.
Yeah, I love that one. What happened? Oh, sorry. Coming back to you. Hang on a second. It does that one. Well, I love Brave and Bold. Of course, I adore, and I love that those Jim Aparo. Well, he did the interiors as well, but love the covers. One of my favorite Batman artists of them all. One of the favorite artists of this Bronze Age period. So, look, it's on the cover. You're right. Oops.
Right.
That's problematic. Yahtzees.
I just got it in the mail.
My copy Florida Man. All right.
Florida Man.
Yeah, Mike Barron.
Yes.
Mike Barron. Cool dude.
That's an awesome cover.
I know.
And then finally,
one comic.
Oh.
There you go. I've got that issue.
Savage Sword of Conan.
I've got that one.
Savage Sword of Conan was wait a minute. That's the comic size?
No, that's the magazine size.
It just
That's
looks
the
different.
magazine
Looks
size.
weird.
Yeah.
No, I know it's a magazine size, but it looks small because you had it with a bunch of comics. I thought that's what you had there. Yeah, now there you go.
Yeah.
I'm having a brain flu.
So the little boutique shop in the little vintage shop, the booth, I should say, had a whole rack of these, $3 a piece for the Savage Swords.
We used to jokingly, lovingly call it same old Sword of Conan. But I loved it. Don't get me wrong.
So there were a few in the stack.
Was there any Red Sonja there?
Did you buy them all?
Nice.
I did not get them all because there were so many available. I will be going back next week.
This is toward the end of the run right here. That was it lasted a good long while though. So
yeah.
Hey, Iron, was there any Red Sonja there?
No, but I did see some of the early magazine-sized Vampirella.
Oh, you need to get those.
Warren magazines, the old Warren issues, love it. Nice.
Oh, this one I don't have.
Love it.
Yeah.
More of those beauties.
I don't buy Savage Sword all that often.
This I
Once
have.
in a while I pick it up, but
I tried to get almost a complete run of Savage Sword, but I've got holes in it.
nice. Well, that's good. I mean, it went for a good while. I think Claude now just went ahead and got all the omnibuses, or most of them. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
My Greatest Adventure. You know, that's crazy because that predates the first appearance of the Doom Patrol, which is where they started.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In My Greatest Adventure. Oh God, I can't remember it was 86. I can't remember the actual number. I'm bad with issue numbers.
What number is that?
Number 72.
That's right.
Hey,
somewhere before
just a
Doom
second.
Patrol.
Mark's gonna look it up in a database right now.
There he is. He's on it.
That's
Right.
Yeah, Mark's already on it. I know what he's doing.
80 something
so
or
that's-
whatever it was.
That's worth $84.
Hey, that's a Vampirella under there, isn't it?
Yeah, so
Oh yeah,
It's got to
it
be.
is. That's an old Warren magazine, Vampirella too. An old Warren.
Yeah.
issue.
You would think that, but it's actually not.
Oh, that's the new one. Oh, it's a
Emperor's
replica
cover?
thingy or something, or like they're just trying to make it look like with an old Boris cover, or Boris looking cover, or whatever.
It's
Boris
really
looking cover.
Frazetta-esque.
It's more like Frazetta.
No, well, Boris ripped Frazetta.
Yeah, he did.
That was what sort of drew me into it, and I just had to pick that up. But ultimately, yeah, that was my hauls this week.
I say Boris looking, by the way, because it's not Boris.
I heard Frazetta actually chewed his ass out for that.
Issue number 66.
He wasn't happy with Boris.
Nope.
So was that?
I was gonna say that goes for about $50.
Nice.
And that
Which
was
one?
what number? That
72?
number 66 is $50, and that one is number 72 is on the rise now, and that's $84.
Oh,
Wow.
How much? Hey, Iron, how much did you pay for that?
about $3.
Nice.
Wow.
Well, anytime that's what I always tell people. They always ask me, "I got a number one. It's worth a lot of money." Like, well, what's the cover on the price? $5.99. I says probably not worth much.
Nope, it ain't worth
If
jack
but
shit.
if it says 12 cents, something,
That's,
automatically
That's
you know
different.
that you're going back. So that came out 10/1/1962. That issue.
And it's you might be able to get it slabbed. I mean, depending on the condition, but yeah. Phil, yeah, you did well on it, buddy. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I'd have to see.
There's
if
a
they
little
rate it,
bit of corner
yeah,
bending,
It's an old
but
comic.
that's to be expected.
Sure.
That's Will Eli, or ELY is the cover artist.
Will Ely, yeah.
Ely. Thank you.
So,
Who, by the way, did not
also-
work for DC for very long. What's that now?
oh, I took some pictures while I was there too. So,
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, okay.
so there's so much stuff I couldn't just leave with it all. I have a screen share up.
Are you pulling them up?
Yep, I've got
Okay.
the screen up.
Oh, hang on.
My vacation photos, but for our community.
Vintage shop time, Raquel.
There you go.
There we go.
Nice.
That's what I wanted to start with.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Where's this at?
In the middle of Michigan.
In the middle of Michigan. Oh man.
I said,
look at all. Is that
$3
the store where you got all those comics?
Yeah, everything that wasn't new. Yes.
Oh, look at all
those.
They got Turok over there too.
There was some Turok. Yes.
Can I see the
Place has
Tarzan
everything.
one?
That's an old Del Tarzan covers. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how are those like $3?
Some Mads.
That's a good prices though.
Yeah,
$3
for those
Love the dolphin.
10-cent
Wow.
Tarzans. Hell yeah. $3.50?
Yeah, I'd buy it for that.
Oh, dude, I would snap all those up like right inspection at Torah. I would
Old
snap
Turok
those
there.
up like, yeah. I'd be like, I'll pay you. Walk out of the store laughing and giggling, jumping up and down. Like
You don't own all of those already, Jed? That's shocking.
No, I don't. There's some stuff that I don't have, but you know. But I would walk out of the store jumping up and down. Like,
Oh, an old Prince Valiant. Nice.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's
Still.
There was just so much stuff there. Like it was like this crammed in this little corner, about a little like 10 by 10 square booth that just had everything I could have wanted.
Nice.
Eric K, we're always talking about you. You're a part
Eric
of our
K.
family. We love you.
Eric K.
What's up, buddy?
Eric K.
And he had
Deep Martin, back in time for Nerdgasm.
he had like 2 or 3 of these set up with various comics on. There was a whole one of just like Bronze Age or like the late 80s, early 90s Marvel stuff. So Thor and Spider-Man and X-Men.
That's nice.
Sweet.
They had like whole runs of some of the trading cards.
Oh, wow.
Alienation.
Trading cards.
You get spoiled.
Love some trading cards. Damn.
Dude.
You okay, Nick?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Oh, dude.
I'm gonna have to put you guys in a
Just bear
timeout.
with me here.
Batman Saga of the Dark Knight 100 card set complete. $5.
Woo!
The box probably costs $3. I mean, just
Yeah,
that
little box,
plastic
yeah.
box. I mean,
Plastic box costs about that.
so get the cards for
Look at
free.
the Alienation set right there too.
Mhm.
Nick, I got to get you to do the old Road Warriors and oh, what a rush!
What a rush.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
my.
good old hawk and animal.
Yeah, I missed
Ah,
That's a classic issue.
Oh yeah, that is, and that's how where Flash's brain's all big and
$4.
brainy.
Wait,
Yeah.
$4?
No, wait a minute. I'll tell you how much that's in the guide.
Oh, I know that's
$4 whole dollars.
a lot of those
Yeah.
100 pagers are reprints and stuff. Well, but still,
Yeah.
it's great. Yeah.
but they're still some of them you still
No,
can
yeah,
get,
they're still up there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's reprints. Yeah, it's reprints. It's $8.50 mint. So,
Yeah.
but it's a great. I mean, it's just a great issue.
I love it,
and it's cool
Comic
to just
Journal.
have them too.
I have that in my collection. Yeah, I remember those some great stories to read.
Comics
It's- you know,
Journal.
it's
I was
yeah,
just
well-
talking about the Comics Journal. Good.
No, as I said,
Yeah,
as a
so
kid too. Oh, sorry. It's fun to get those, even though they're not. Maybe it's not worth a gazillion bucks, but like my grandfather got me that probably, and brought it home. And then you read all the old reprints, all the stories, and you get to know the characters. It's just so much fun to get those 100 pages. Those are great.
Indeed. Yeah. Comics Journal. There you go. I missed
So
that.
yeah, I definitely had you guys on my mind when I was going through the shop and taking pictures of things. Like so I saw Comics Journal. I just remembered that you just did a cover on it, or you just did a video on it.
Mhm.
Well, yeah,
Talk
on
about the-
comics journalism. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That was one. That was, of course, a later issue, but I had them all throughout the 70s and 80s. But yeah, loved Comics Journal. So yeah,
And behind it, of course,
there's a
is
Star
one
Trek
of the Star Trek magazines.
6 mag.
Nice.
Guidebooks for the episodes and
Nice.
Mark Altman. Oh, Mark Altman. There you go. The innocent days of Star Trek when there was no filth to pollute it.
yeah,
Hey,
it was
Pablo,
pure.
welcome, buddy.
Oh man, I'm seeing something beautiful.
Pabloncito!
Yeah.
Oh God.
Like,
Hola a todos.
Let's put it this way: if I bought everything in the vintage shop, I would have had to open a booth to sell stuff.
You would have been rich.
Yeah, you
Oh, I'd
would've.
love to have that.
I mean, you'd
card
had to
set.
be rich
Wow,
to
that's
buy it.
awesome.
I mean,
That's the whole set complete. That's like, you know.
I would have had to like pick up a binder just to put all those cards into. Like, I gotta get the Alienation, gotta get the Batman, gotta get the Star Trek.
Yes, Matthew, I believe that was the Cardi cover. Love Nick Cardi.
Oh, we can.
No big deal. I mean, for the one I'm thinking of, he's talking about. Yeah, no big deal. You keep going forward, it's fine.
That was the Vampirella.
Vampirella.
Oh, getting toxic.
Bill Warren Mags.
Yeah.
Problematic covers.
Keep it in control, dudes. Keep it in control. Oh, here we go. He just wasted
very
your
helpful
time.
that they.
I just love that cover.
Here on these.
I like how
I
they
bet
put
you
the big
do.
tags with all the info on it. That's what I used to do.
Okay, if Snortopopus is in the chat, can we
is that a
get
cover?
an awoo?
Awoo.
Awoo!
Werewolf iron.
We all love dinosaurs, right? Let's just
Love
stare at the
Rosetta.
dinosaur minutes.
That
I just love dinosaurs. That
Yeah,
the face
dinosaurs.
on it, he's just like looking at the dinosaur, and the dinosaur's like, "Hey, I'm gonna come after you," and then Cullen's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go over here," but and
Love Frazetta.
Got the best view.
Yeah, that dinosaur is like,
the dinosaur's face is just. Do you see the expression on the dinosaur's face right there?
You're projecting.
Our dear pal Mark C. loved Frazetta as well. He was a huge Frazetta fan.
I have bought vinyl records just because they had Frazetta on the cover.
Molly Hatchet.
Dark Shadow Logan. Dark Shadow Logan. That is a properly worn loincloth.
Covers the essentials.
Yeah.
No, I believe that he means properly worn, as in it's given way
Yeah.
to age and abuse, and that's what he's referring to. So it's in tatters, and not much of it remains. I believe is his point, and it's hysterical.
Indeedishness. We have some
Conan.
more.
Oh,
I'm
beautiful.
Retro Dicky. I must avert thine eyes.
Retro, don't be bullshit me, brother. Like,
We've got a t-shirt. After you get done with this t-shirt, has some show stuff, and Mark D has some stuff to show as well. We have some show and
A
tell.
couple birthday gifts to show.
Oh, cool.
So here's
Nice.
a fuller picture of the shop itself. Like, as you can see, here's that whole rack. There was a second one over behind this shelf that was just a bunch of the classic Marvel.
You heard that right, folks at home. We've gone from racks to racks.
racks are always much better.
I like this place. I would be in there for a while.
Yeah,
Even behind the shelf, there are just more shelves.
Double
Look
rack.
at the old Slurpee 7-Eleven cups from when I was
Wait,
little.
Can't even find those anymore.
I don't see
You
it.
can't find them anymore. It's
I don't see
right
them.
there on
Where,
the
where?
shelf.
Oh my, is that one? Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
I love
On
them.
that one.
Marvel.
It looks like a Marvel one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't tell which one that is.
That's
It is
Marvel.
Marvel.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how much
Dude,
money are
I-
you sending Ironcaster to go in there, buy us stuff, and send it back?
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, oh, dude, I saw the Slurpee cup right there.
What's your
Yeah,
Venmo,
listen, girl.
Ironcaster? Yeah.
Right there.
I've got to go back in there. I don't know what to take pictures of. I got to take pictures of everything. Every single cup.
the
Quick,
Islington
get the Barney
girl
cup.
is here.
Hey,
You've never been here
Islington.
before. I'm
Yeah,
so
there's
happy that you're
Islington.
here.
Great to see you. Hey, Retro Blasting, my great
Mwah.
friend Retro Blasting. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Retro Preston, what's up?
Briggs's streaming image is 1,000% more Star Trek than anything in the past 12 years. Can we get a Star Trek series?
Hell yeah.
here in the cast
Yeah.
and on the writing team? Retro Blasting, I love you. What an amazing comment. What a huge compliment. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you, sir. And that's quite the way to introduce yourself. It's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you so
Well.
much for that wonderful compliment.
One of my greatest friends, both of them, Michael and Melinda. Love you guys. I don't know which one of you. I think it's Michael, probably. Michael, love you, brother. Appreciate you, man. He is the Retro Blasting, of course, is a link in the channel below. They're the greatest, and of course, we've got a Iconicon coming up soon, which is a virtual con that Retro Blasting is putting out, and I'm proud that I will be a part of that. And we'll have some announcements about that soon. So I'm cannot wait for that. Good to see you, brother, man. Always honored to have you pop in, bud.
I just retweeted Retro Blasting. I don't know if it was his wife's post or his post, but what a wonderful affinity for books. And yeah, just really, really nice post on Twitter. And I really enjoyed it.
Great to see you, brother. Well, I like that box.
Oh,
I want that box.
Yeah.
I want that box too. Like, dude.
Oh man.
I gotta ask, how many of the covers can you recognize?
A few. All of them, in fact, as far as they all look familiar.
Yeah.
I mean, all the numbers.
I mean, yeah, I've seen every one of them at some point, but I mean, as having them, not so much. I mean, I had the Superboy there, I know that much. And, but no, those are just a lot of Silver Age stuff right there.
I need to read The Curse of the Superboy Mummy.
I'll see what I can do.
Mummy. There he is.
Yep. See what I can do.
Right, the Islington girl. It's all downhill from here. I'm just wondering if that book, if that box, if that's that Mod Podge. If it is, I'd like to slap the person who cut up all of those comics and put them on that box.
I think one of two things happened. One of two things happened with this. Either they just did they took some photos and copied it, but see, back then, comic books were brought to the stores and returnable. So in order to get their money back with the comics that didn't sell, the retailers would have to tear the covers off and send the covers back and so that way lots of covers were separated from comics, and that could be where they got them. You never know.
I did not know that. But yeah, it also makes sense too that perhaps somebody had scanned some images and cut those images up, because if those were real covers and I did not know about that, I would want to slap that person really hard.
I agree with you, Raquel.
Something that it could be, they could have mutilated, or they could have found really, really bad copies that are really horrible and torn up, ratted, because that's also the case. Remember, print runs back then were in the millions usually, or closer to it. So there were a lot more expendable copies that they would come out with, and you're not always in the greatest of shape. You could have done it with a lot of old reader copies that were banged up. You never know. I hope so, at least.
I get you, boss. Okay, so yeah, when you add a lot of context in there, it doesn't seem like quite the tragedy, does it?
I hope. No, if he did it to, I don't think no one would do it to any of those issues there if they were nice enough, even decent, very fine, good defined shape, or as the grading system goes, very good to good, even fair, which is a condition grading as well. They would, if it's fairly intact, they wouldn't do that. Or they would.
Logan's true.
It would be executed.
What Logan said. They still make retailers remove covers from some books, depending on the supplier. Because when I was working at the comic book store a few years ago, we still tore the covers off of some of them.
Why? Why? Yeah. Can we please have Yeah. That's nice and everything, but explain the rationale, folks.
Well, they don't want you turning it over and selling it whole.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, so you have to destroy it in order to get it returned?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, we would go into barbershops and stuff, and they would have stacks of coverless comics.
Yeah.
Because the drugstores would keep them, and they would give them out and throw them and give them to kids somewhere in different places like that and stuff like that. So that was very common back then.
That's how I got a bunch of my comics when I was a kid, and that's how I got into comics. But then I was just like, I have a bunch of comics that the covers are all gone, but then I actually, when I liked them so much, I went back and got the ones the covers. So I have coverless comics that I got for free.
Yeah.
There were a few comics in this box that didn't have the covers on them, so
forget
they still found their way out.
How about Nana's salt and pepper shakers to the right?
Oh yeah,
Ash, you're such a bad boy.
Hey, there you go.
Oh, so I want to point out this was from I checked the copyright on it. It's 1996, so this was before the prequels. This Vader stand.
Yeah, that's even before the stupid special editions.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
If I saw it there, I'm like, I had to take a picture.
Nice.
Oh, and LT says that the stores used to get credit for unsold comics. Okay, so now the whole rationale is starting to fully take shape. Thank you, LT.
Indeed.
Was it one of the big collections? Was it Mile High Comics, or one of the big collections was comics that were supposed to be returned but never were? Or I'm trying to remember.
Mile High Comics. That sounds positively pornographic. What happened at Mile High Comics?
That's in Denver.
Been there.
That's in Denver.
Oh,
And,
okay, that makes
yeah.
sense. I was like,
Mile High.
It was.
Come on,
I don't
Mikkel.
know. I
It's
don't
a
know
comic
if they.
book show.
I don't know if
pictures
they
of
have
it
a.
from Eunice inside.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a big store, but it used to be a huge store.
Dude, I was just there last year. It's massive. I
Oh,
have
is it
lots of
still
photos of the
there?
place.
Okay, I
Hell
didn't.
yeah,
I
I
it's
just wanted
still
to go there.
Okay.
They're pricey,
massive.
but I've
Yeah,
always
they
wanted
are.
just to go there
Isn't
because
it a
there's so much
collection?
stuff.
He started with a collection he was able to find, or huge.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the story.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
buys out collections. That's
And
mostly what
he's
he does.
I was about to say something about him, but I'm not going to do it. I just went on the air.
I was about to say, don't
the
say
place
it.
is nice. The
So
place is fun.
I took this picture
Look
just
like-
to kind of show just how large this building is. This used to be a Harley Davidson store, which is a bit of a big
Ah.
warehouse.
Nice.
And this is the back room where they would have stored a lot of motorcycles and that. Yeah. So it's all been basically cleared out, and now people are in here selling tables and knickknacks and comics, obviously.
Looks like a Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yep. And I found plenty of toys in package.
The green woman.
Oh,
The Animal
Yeah.
Woman.
oh,
$10.
Oh,
That's a good.
oh
price.
wow, that's
Nice.
Playmates. So that's from the 1990s.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh my God.
Green
Christopher
Dreams.
Pike. He's been opened though, but still, that's Christopher Pike.
Yeah.
You know, I will not buy a toy this old on package because I will open it. I will not be able to control myself.
Well, it's also possible like the glue that held the packaging together just came undone over the
That's
years.
true. That is true.
Because-
There's that's a part of what happens, right? But the wow, that's
It's-
something.
it's
But
because
that
they
is- that-
used.
What's
Sorry,
going
Raquel.
on with the Orion slave girl? What's going on with Vina? So this is from the cage. I would like to know why Vina has why her outfit is so large. What's
think I
going
know
on
why.
there?
I think I know why.
Yeah.
Puritanical Americans.
It's for kids.
Yeah, come on.
And the glue that they used on these back in the day were
this
bad.
would be for kids.
Yeah.
The cage wasn't even released until 1988, 1989, depending upon where you lived. So this was not for kids. It wasn't like kids were sitting around in 1966 wanting a Vina and Christopher Pike. These are
I don't know,
beautiful.
Clobby. You were about that old, right?
Hey, never
I'm old,
mind.
yeah.
Also, I
Yeah, buddy.
want to note, have you seen what kids do to Barbies?
Yes.
Yeah, kids.
Yeah.
But that's the whole part of Barbies.
Yeah.
It's about discovering yourself. But all that said, this is really nice, and I can't believe it's only $20. I would definitely buy this. This is why I need to just go to the United States. Yeah, Snorta Poopus. Vina, I'm sorry, is overdressed.
Yep.
But like, I can't believe that Americans just get to walk by this stuff. And this is the whole reason why Ironcaster did this. Ironcaster was inspired by the fact that Clobby and I are always talking about how I'm going to go nuts when I go down there because, you know, you guys have all of this stuff at the ready. And of course we don't. And Ironcaster just, you know, proof positive right here of exactly what I'm talking about. I would never, ever, 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 ever be able to get this in Canada, and certainly not for $10 a pop. That's Christopher Pike and Vina. What's to the right of Christopher Pike and Vina, Ironcaster? Please tell me, sir.
I'm glad you asked. Because
Yeah, I have that Kirk.
Ooh.
Oh
I do
my
have that Kirk.
God.
I do have that one, Raquel. That Kirk one with that in the.
And he has Koloth.
That's an awesome one. Yeah, that's an awesome figure.
I don't have the Kolot though. That's nice.
Oh my God.
Like
Did you
you
buy
have
this
them
stuff,
Koloth.
Ironcaster?
I did not. I was running short on money. In fact,
I'm
I
gonna
have about
punch you.
I'm down to
How do you buy this?
I needed food, and I'm
Yeah.
down to 70 cents in my account right now.
Okay, well that's perfectly understandable,
Food or
but I had
figures?
to admonish you for that. I mean, couldn't you like exchange favors with the store owner?
I would have bought that Kirk, man.
Hey, haven't you ever heard of shoplifting?
Yeah, Mike has that.
I
Mike, does
You
that
know,
Kirk have a helmet?
I
It
know
does behind the card.
Okay.
I know what you had to do once I had to skip going to see Ozzy Osbourne to buy food. I should have starved. But
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Ramen's cheap, man.
Brave man.
Notice
you
on
could get it
call
for
offs.
cheaper. What do you mean you could get it for cheaper? Monkey Jeebus, where are you from? Like where are you from? Where are you from where you could get it cheaper than this? Not only that it would be there, like exist,
Actually,
but be cheaper.
$10. What? How much is that? $100 or $10?
They are $10 each.
Oh, somebody.
That's cheap. That's
the cops
super
are on
cheap
to
for that.
us. Look,
Yeah.
no talk of shopping.
Notice the Defiant is on call off's package.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is kind of. Is that the Defiant though? I guess
That's the Defiant.
Yeah.
I guess
he's
it is.
right,
It's kind of a weirdly shaped Defiant though, isn't it?
Can we
The
zoom
side
in on
view, I
that,
think,
please?
Yes.
Blow
I
that
guess
up.
because he was in the trials and tribulations, I suppose. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, and he
Triples.
has 3 triples in there too.
What?
Yes.
Where?
Yeah.
Let's see. Where?
So
It's in the
they are hidden
package,
behind this
supposedly.
card.
Oh my god!
Can you see them shaking?
Yeah.
They're going crazy from being so close to that.
Raquel's about to blow a fuse.
We certainly didn't do a great job drawing the Defiant though. It doesn't really.
I will
I
say
actually right
this.
now I don't even feel nerdgasm. You know what I feel? I feel anger. Like I feel angry right now. Like I'm actually pissed off. Like
Oh man.
$10 is actually cheaper
Whoa.
than what the price was when it
you
came
guys
out.
are so spoiled. You guys are so spoiled.
Agreed.
I should
Actually,
kick
I
all of
agree.
you Americans. I should kick you all in the shin like you're like a little bratty kid. I'd kick you all in the shin.
I
Right
don't
to left.
disagree.
The
We are
announcement
spoiled.
yesterday of the TOS Enterprise from Playbill that's going to be 48 inches long, 18
Yep.
inches wide,
I heard about that.
come with the entire crew full. Whoa, dude!
Yeah, I heard about it.
Oh,
I actually heard about that retro blasting. I actually heard about that through Mark D with a C.
dude.
Oh, it's so sad. I feel I'm really angry right now. I don't know what to do with my anger.
Well,
How do
you
I get
said-
that in the house if I buy that? How's Mrs. D not going to?
Oh, she gonna kill you, Mark. She gonna kill you, brother.
I know where it can go though. It can go directly beside the phone. And you better dust it or I'm coming down.
Hey, Raquel, when we were on stream this last week, he was over there dusted in case you saw it on the stream. Literally, I was like, Mark, I see some dust over there. If Raquel comes on the stream while we're on, she gonna bust your ass. And he started dusting live on the stream.
Literally, if I lived in the United States, I would be like one of Barker's beauties. I would constantly be picking these things up, holding them close to my face, stroking them, showing them on camera. They would not be dusty. I would be, smooching them and look at my baby, my precious.
Hey guys, I'm not trying
This
to
is
be
why we need you on here.
Yeah.
Raquel, seriously.
What, Jed?
I think Lorena's thing's starting.
Oh, it did. But
totally did.
it's pre-recorded. I mean, if you want to
Okay.
go over there to the chat, you can. Man, we're going to close up as soon as we get through the show, and I'll let our show and tell us
Okay.
out there.
I'm not
I'll hurry up
leaving
a
this
little bit.
yet. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just reminding people.
Michigan Beer Club. Oh yeah.
Look
Michigan
at
Beer Club. No,
Ironcaster.
but I hear you, bro. If you want to go over there and see in the chat, we'll be there when we can. I mean, I know it's,
No,
it's
I'm here,
pre-recorded.
brother.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I was just,
Yeah, I
Okay,
got you.
Ironcaster, get back to work. I want to see this.
Come on, show us.
I think I
You're
wanted
a
to go
club.
from here. It was like I found out someone built a little neon room in the back, and I had to just like
Cool.
bask in it for a moment.
Yep, cool. Very cool.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Do you know what that looks like? That looks like the
Nice.
room from Mallrats.
Somebody went to Hobby Lobby.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
nice.
dude, look at that Superman.
Oh, look at the old Pepsi
Oh,
sign.
I had that Flash one. I had that Flash
Yeah.
one. I got that at the Wisconsin Dells. In the
You can
Dells, there's a restaurant called Paul Bunyan's,
Yeah.
and they sold that there. And I knew right then and there, I'm like, I have to have that. So of course I bought it right off their wall. And then they did have the Superman one, the Hulk ones, which were two I came close to getting, but I still went Flash because I'm like, I love that look of the Flash. So
Oh,
it was-
please do not feed the Sasquatch. Come on, man.
You can get
But don't worry.
a lot of those signs at Hobby Lobby now.
Yeah,
Oh.
Don't worry. It doesn't say anything about
Lobby.
polar bears.
You never been to Hobby Lobby? Oh, they don't have a Hobby Lobby.
Lobby.
Uh-oh.
She do it.
It's
They
gigantic.
don't have.
Lobby of Hobby.
It's a chain. It's a chain of really big arts and crafts stores.
Oh,
Yep.
And you can
Yep.
buy
It's
Star
gigantic.
Trek models and everything there.
Yep.
Yeah.
now you guys are just showing off.
There's so much
Everything.
cool stuff in the US. I'm gonna need to bring an extra 3 suitcases just to
Right?
buy loads of stuff.
Have it shipped back.
Yes, sir. Come on
Right,
over there.
honey?
We'd love
like
to have
when
you.
we go to ClobbyCon, what are we going to do with these insufferable, spoiled brats? We're just
I
going to
know.
collect.
Yep.
Yeah, hurry up,
That's
you guys. I
how
didn't go
Gorbachev
to
knew
Hobby
that-
Lobby today.
That's how they knew they could never beat the U.S. when Gorbachev went and he went to just a Walmart or a grocery store on the corner, and he said, "You guys have so much stuff, because the party bosses had their special
Hey guys,
communist stores."
You running? Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry,
I've got to
you
go.
running?
I've got a short notice appointment that just came up. So
Oh, bro, that's
No
okay,
worries,
bro.
buddy.
Thanks for
We'll
hanging
see you,
with us,
man.
buddy.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
yeah, if you guys are still on, I want to get back, but I doubt it. You guys
Well, you
don't
take
do-
care, bro.
Tell Sandra we
Appreciate
said
you.
hello.
Yep.
Later, buddy.
Take care.
Saturday night.
Take care, buddy.
Eric, I'm thinking about driving down so that not only can I bring my dog who has congestive heart failure, so I don't need to hire anybody to babysit her, but also because I was thinking exactly that. Isn't that a sickness that I'm going to need? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
That's
don't
a
need to see their
long
studio
trip.
basement.
No.
You don't
Look,
want to see the.
just stop showing off retro blasting. Just stop showing
Yeah,
off.
dude,
Oh,
your
his-
guys'
hey.
studio basement is awesome.
Oh,
I've
the
seen
retro
it.
blasting
I gotta
basement?
see
Oh my
it.
god, you gotta see it. Well, he does a video on it.
Yeah.
He does?
Yeah,
Oh
he
my
does.
God. Okay, I gotta go over there and look at that.
I'll
later.
help. I'll find it and send it to you because he did one
Okay.
a while back. I
This
think
is
you
what
still have. I think Mike, you still have that video up over there for that. I believe.
Ooh.
Oh, well, look at it, Veronica the Hulkbuster.
I want to point out that's labeled as a Transformer figure.
Why? Oh crap! What the hell?
What it is?
Why would they
What the
do?
hell? Don't they know better?
No, they don't. I guess.
Scrapyard Transformer figurine? What the hell?
That's
This
messed
is
up
just
there.
Pablo's bootleg toy segment.
Yep.
Oh,
this
gross!
is-
I saw this one. You
Call
showed
the
this
Geek
one to
Cops.
me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Geek
it's
Cops.
Stuff
gross.
of
That
nightmares.
scares me.
Creepy.
It makes
Like Twilight Zone
Ironcaster's like,
episode.
Hello, my
That was me
name is
playing with
Charlie.
it.
How are you
Oh
doing?
my god! Yep, you even
Do the
dude.
eyes move as well?
And that's not even him moving the lips; it's doing it on its own. Everybody.
Yeah, Ironcaster private messages me and he's like, "Hey, Rock, should I buy this to be like my sidekick on my screen?" I'm like, "Hell no!" He's like, "I think I'm gonna."
So
Hey, my name's Charlie. How you doing?
Yeah,
Just to
Eric,
point it out.
you're damn right. We might go. I might go all the way, like almost all the way in like an econo car, and then we'll switch into a
With
suburban.
plenty of trunk space. Yeah.
this on
Rick
Saturdays. it
Raquel
was
be
played.
crossing the border back. And what's in the trailer, ma'am?
Everything.
I have nothing to declare.
I have nothing to declare. These are my things.
So
You need to just
parking
drive a
lot
van
here
down
on
there.
Saturdays. On Saturdays, in the parking lot, they just open it up and people just come in and there's yard sales, like right basically in your
Oh,
in the
cool.
back of your car, trunk sales,
Nice.
suit
I
sales.
can't believe that. I can't believe, I just can't believe that in the
Yeah.
United States,
Florida
you
man.
can walk away from a flea market where Vina and Pike are hanging out. They're just
Oh, yeah.
hanging out.
Love
Yeah.
it.
People,
I love those
little
places.
booths selling just nothing but vinyl records.
Yeah, it's fun. These places are
That's
great.
it.
Love them.
Oh,
Right,
dude,
I'm all
I
right.
love
There's
that
someone
place.
selling guitars, so it's all kinds of stuff here.
Snorta Poopus.
Poopus.
Raquel's gonna buy an 18-wheeler.
Dude, she's Raquel's
Oh,
gonna
God.
drive a U-Haul down there.
I totally am, Jen.
Take it easy,
That's
badass.
a great idea.
Voyager.
What's that?
No, that lunchbox would fall apart on my hands in like seconds.
Those look
Well,
like back when
what was
CBS
in the-
Video. Those Voyagers look like when they were selling like their subscription. They were
Bypass.
like-
Cassettes
they had a-
is a
Columbia
pretty-
House.
Yeah, that's Columbia House used to do those. Like they'd send you 2 episodes
okay,
per
it's not
box.
toys. Okay.
Probably
Man.
VHSs.
Those
They were
morphs used
VHS?
to be so big around here.
Great Escape. That was on my list last night.
Great
One of the
movie,
greatest
yeah.
movies ever
but
made.
Monkey Jeebus, that's Jeffrey Hunter. So that's my Jeffrey Hunter. That's my Jeffrey Hunter.
Yeah, STD is not Star Trek.
So we don't care about the filth, but I hear you. You know what I mean? We don't mention the filth around here because it's filth. But that's my Jeffrey Hunter, and he's on a shelf with Vina, and I don't get to take it home. And I have rage. I have the rage of Achilles right now. I need a body to drag around. You know what I mean?
Rachel, I called you Rachel. I'm just kidding. Raquel is traumatized.
I'm traumatized.
So almost every single one of these little booths had just a stack of sheets like this, saying they were like the top seller for this month, that month, and they were just like an inch thick on some of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man.
Nice.
More of
There you go.
I think I was stopped there yesterday.
Love it, man.
Cool.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
They changed out a couple of those.
Oh my
of course-
God, Ripley's Believe It or Not. There was a Ripley's Believe It or Not comic.
Yeah, there
I'm going
was.
to drop an
There was.
F-bomb.
That was
Ah!
That's Gold Key. That's Gold Key.
Oh, look at Super Pro.
Dark Shadows. Yeah, NFL Super Pro,
Nice.
dude.
Dude,
Gold Key comics are the best comics in the whole wide wee world.
Look at
I
those-
love
Wow.
it.
Was that Elmer
I love those
Fudd?
Nice covers.
Believe it or not.
Some Charlton. More Gold Key. Some Dell. Which later kind of morphed into Gold Key in a sense. Not really. But
Conga.
kind of like a.
I love Gold Key comics. Gold Key comics are gorgeous.
There you go. There you go, Jed. There's your NFL Super Pro.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I got a bunch. I got a bunch of those issues. Like I do.
I didn't buy it.
Super Pro.
And I loved NFL.
I
but thought it
got
was
somebody.
ridiculous
I was at
comics.
my friend's comic book shop, and he's like, "Dude, I know you like football." He gave me like 5 issues of it, and I was just like, "Okay."
Yes,
Yes,
Snorta
indeed.
Poopus,
With
the
those
only
boxes.
Pike, the real Pike, because
Real
this
deal.
is the 735, 66 to 05, suckers. No filth here.
No, let's see here.
I had to spend some time in here looking around just because I could just find in random little booths just short boxes.
Yep.
Bet you it smelled
Nice.
awesome in there.
Oh yeah.
Dude, $20.99. Oh,
That's rare.
I know, right, Nick? Dude, you gotta love some $20.99, right, Nick?
It was so ridiculously over the top, and there were some parts that are so bad I was still entertained by it. I'm like,
Oh,
I
yeah,
can't
I
help
know.
but love it. But I will say though, I genuinely did enjoy Spider-Man 2099. Miguel O'Hara truly felt like his own character, not just a Peter Parker reskin. Like Miguel really was his own character. He wasn't the same, because that's basically what Miles Morales says. He's just a Peter Parker paint job.
Yeah.
No,
But
Miguel is not.
Miguel
is
Miguel-
not.
Miguel is completely different. Even his power set is.
Yep.
Yeah, he's amazing, actually. I love the cartoon.
So I have one last picture, and I thought this one was special. So I wanted to, get everyone ready. So I'm ready for what I think is the best picture of the lot.
All right. Let's go.
Oh,
Well, yeah.
of course, you gotta have a little toxic masculinity in there somewhere.
Of
Divorce
course.
I love it.
They need to add now. Get me a sandwich too. Give me a sandwich on the bottom.
Now we have 2 more. I think we have 2 more presentations.
Thank
I
you,
got
everyone.
some stuff. Mine can be done in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, mine's pretty short too.
Okay, well, t-shirt. I told t-shirt, and then Nick, and
All
then
right,
we'll
perfect.
finish up with the birthday boy. Or what? Unless
All
you got to
right.
go, Mark.
No,
What's
no,
your-
I'm here. Yep, I'm taking the day off of work now.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. The
right.
t-shirt,
I
our
gotta
new,
Get my free donut at Dunkin' Donuts.
Let me see if this
Oh,
the
yeah.
camera's gonna work here. Okay. So yeah, I picked up hard code here from Craig Patton. Really sweet. It's from the Kickstarter.
Oh,
Real
I
nice.
like that.
Yeah,
Nice.
like that.
What's that story about? What's that about, or roughly? You know, I never heard of it.
This is basically his art book. He actually does some other comic books, which I can't remember the name of right now because my brain doesn't work. Yeah, but this is just his art book.
Okay.
But here's the real ones. Right here.
That's old.
Yeah, it's an oldie. This is from Comics
I remember
Interview.
that.
That's sexy, man.
Yeah, doesn't exist anymore. Yeah,
Been a
$1.75
long time,
back
dude.
then. That was a lot of money.
Mind controlled.
80s.
Yep, I got the whole run too. That's beautiful covers, and the interior artwork is just sweet, man.
Yep.
This is back when
I
people
remember
like
it, but I
loved
don't know if I
comics and
bought
they
it.
cared about them.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. It's 86. So, and apologize for the
That's all right. Let me see the top part.
top part.
The very top title part up the top there. Oh, no, okay, we'll just give. Yep.
Comics Interview.
Well,
Doesn't exist
David,
anymore.
David Anthony Kraft, who just passed away, who created a Comics Interview, and they got into the publishing field a little bit in terms of some comics there. So yeah.
You can actually see the airbrushing on this and everything. It's really nice. Yeah. Back when people loved comics. Back when people loved
there was a
comics and
comic
loved
book
stories.
industry. Yep, there was a thriving
back when
comic
there-
industry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then I even managed to score the big graphic album, which collects like 3 or 4 of the issues all together. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, other than my collection of anime and stuff. Gotta plug my Fist of the North Star.
Yeah.
Fist of the North Star.
Always the best.
There you go. Excellent.
All right.
Well, cool, man. Like I say,
Good stuff.
anytime you got something to show, that's what the Global Geek Gang is for, brother.
All right.
Who we have now? We got Nick. Did you say you had something, buddy?
I got some stuff. It's nice and quick and spazzy. It'll be good.
Don't have to be
y'all.
quick, man. Do what you gotta do.
Okay,
hang
well-
on, let me get you solo here, bro. Let's see. As long as it's not pizza, because we're already hungry enough.
Well, I'm gonna order that after this panel, but I also
Yeah.
gotta get my chicken sandwich too. So doing both is gonna be a challenge, but I'll figure it out. So, anyways, even though it's the first time me and my girlfriend lived together, we're already looking at ornaments for a tree because we want it to be the most ridiculous tree. So we scored this badass ornament. right
Nice.
here. Yeah.
Oh man. Dude,
Yeah.
I have the DC Direct big one, that and the invisible version, but man, I never
Yeah.
saw that one before.
Dude.
I am now jealous.
It's an ornament.
Yeah, right. So
Space Ghost.
Oh, so good. And
Love it.
we've been adding to our shelves our little Lego figurine collections. Of course, we got Stay Puft Marshmallow
It's
Man.
Stay Puft Marshmallow
Nice.
Man.
Yes.
A very slender, a very svelte.
Yeah, right.
Stay Puft
He went on
Marshmallow
a diet.
It's
and it
Weight
worked.
Watcher Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
And of
That's
course,
Nick.
my favorite Simpsons character of all time,
What?
Apu.
Hey.
Nice.
Canceled.
Thank you. Come again. So. Yeah,
Thank you,
and
come
look, he's got a squishy here too. He's got a little squishy here to the side.
Would you
He's
lick a
Oh,
squishy?
there you go.
Okay, Ash.
Yeah, Ash, come on, you gotta say the Apu line.
It's your cue.
Would you like a squishy? No? Okay, thank you. Come again.
And
Fantastic.
of course,
Well done, Ash.
Thank you.
Godzilla as well.
I can't do it.
Godzilla.
And
Well, that's
then,
Fatzilla. Yeah.
yeah, right. And then, of course, gotta have the alien as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
But my camera's a little blurry on this figurine for some reason, so it's just like
Good, man.
hopefully it's hard for the details to shine on
Does
it.
that one jump up and sing "Hello, my honey"? Hello,
I wish.
my ragtime."
I wish. I wish. And one of my favorite Spider-Man villains
Kraven.
ever, Kraven the Hunter. I love Kraven. This is one of my favorite villains ever. So I was getting close. Shot, come on. But of course, I love Sergei Kravinoff. He's a great villain and very. To me, his story ended way back when. We'll just say
The
that.
last hunt. Man?
Yeah.
Last time.
It
That was great.
ended with him just eating spiders.
And then, of course, I'm a big Toy Story
Pizza
fan.
Planet.
The
I love
Alien is my favorite Toy Story character of all time. So
I love
gotta
Toy Story.
support my Alien. And I got I'm just gonna show it the packaging, but I'm gonna unpackage it tomorrow for Friday Night Comic Talk. About last summer when I was discovering the whole Indiegogo alternative stuff, I remember watching an EVS stream, and I think it was Keith Gleason who was on. He was promoting Mighty Mascots.
Keith, hey, he's a buddy of mine. Used to be on the show a lot. I like Keith. He's a great dude.
We should see if we can get him on maybe for next week's edition. We'll do
Keith's
it for next week's edition because that way I can review it. We can talk it over with him. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be the unpackaging of it, and then we can definitely. I'd be glad to talk to them about it.
Tell him I said hi, man. I haven't talked to him in a while.
I see. I've never met him before, but I'd love to have him on so we could, pick his brain apart in this story. It'd be fun just to have a small talk conversation.
Well,
but
I haven't been in person either. He used to come on my old show.
Hot
dude.
dog, yeah.
And we correspond live. Great guy.
So yeah. Like I said, it's
it.
basically a bunch of it's based off a bunch of like cereal characters, and anyone who knows me knows I love cereal for breakfast. So like this is right up my alley. So tomorrow will be the unpackaging of that. Go ahead.
One time he and when he was doing the SWATcast, he and John Cimino had me on to talk about cereals.
Oh, what? No.
When he used to do an old YouTube show. Yeah, he loves the cereal. Again, he's a good dude. And yeah. So Alterna, by the way, I really respect Alterna. It's good that they Pete Cimetti and all those guys.
Yeah,
Peter Cimetti.
Yeah, they do put some good stuff out, and they're not trying to do all that woke crap either. So
yeah, man. I tell you what, let's see here. Now you got anything else for Nicholas or what?
No, that'll be it, sir. Thank you.
Well, finally, everyone, our birthday boy.
Oh, great.
Marty with a C. Spidey's shaking for him.
Who was only 39. Oh. He's 39 today, folks.
I'm 39.
Oh, and he's doing 21. Here he goes.
What happened to the box? Huh?
Oh,
what
you got
There she goes.
So the story behind this is
look, if you can't take care of your things, you just
I
send them to
told
Canada, okay? If you
Raquel,
cannot take
I
responsibility for your stuff, send it to me.
He has that duster right next to him all the time now.
Literally.
Whenever we're doing a stream, he's like, Raquel's gonna come. He's paranoid. You're lurking around the corner. You're gonna pop in to a stream. Like when we do night streams, he's not expecting you, but he has the duster on hand.
That's good. He should put the feather duster directly beside restless leg syndrome Spidey.
Oh my god!
So the story behind this was my son is playing in a tournament this weekend for Captain Archer's favorite sport up in Utah. So my wife and he and my daughter went, and so we celebrated my birthday early on Tuesday, which I don't mind because that means I can have cake tonight too, and I had cake Tuesday night. So she's like, we're opening some presents. You can never have too much cake. So we're opening presents. She's like, you're gonna love this one. I'm like, wow, this is a big bag here. What the heck could this be? So she got this on Raquel's gonna go crazy. So there's a Facebook group like pay it forward, tags it, but free stuff like. No one wants this anymore. If you don't want it anymore, and we donate a lot of stuff.
What?
So Mrs.
It's not over yet. He's got a good story here.
She got this for free on Facebook, and picked it up, and I couldn't believe it. And then I was teasing her. I said, "Well, I think this is actually worth something." So I googled it on eBay. Right on your phone there, you can Google it. I said. Sorry, Mrs. D, but this is worth about $150. She's like, well, give me that back. I'm going to sell it. Joking, of course. But so this is a special edition, which is cool. So it's got from 1991, and it's got, with lights and sounds. I'm going to have to build this and do a build video on this. So,
man.
So that's these are the complete kits that I love. Mark, would you please flip it over for me, boss man? Just give it a little flip, but be gentle with the box, please.
Raquel, no, I give you the reason,
Be gentle.
In my country, we have to stab each other for a piece of bread, and in the US, they give away this kind of stuff for free. Raquel, you're completely right.
Yeah. I know they're so spoiled, but just give me a second, Pablo. I have to read the box. Okay.
Hey, Waketown, what's up, brother?
Oh, that's so
Wake
sad and
Wow.
so sad and beautiful. Would you mind? May I please ask if you would be so generous with your time and consideration? Would you squeak that box open just so I can have a look inside, please?
Let me show you the side.
Okay.
Side first, so you get to
Oh, lovely.
get to see that. So that's the English description.
Be
Yep.
gentle. Kiss me
Yeah,
on my
well, you
neck.
don't want to mess the box up, Jed. Look,
I know.
I'll kick
Got
your
a
butt,
point.
Jed. I will
I
totally kick your
know.
butt.
I'm just joking.
And she'll
I
fly
would-
out and see it through too.
Yeah,
I hope
like-
I
Yeah.
believe it.
When I saw the box last night, I was like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, "Just be gentle with the box. Don't hurt it."
Yeah, so there it is, right? Made in USA, electronic manufacturer in Hong Kong. Yeah. Boy, that's really, really nice. Okay. Can
Here's the,
yeah.
I'm showing the whole box. So yeah, I know.
wait. What's the number? What's the number?
6957.
7, yeah.
Well, yeah, this was from 91, I think you said. So this is the 30th or the 25th anniversary.
Mrs. D, if
Yeah.
you hear this with this podcast, which I know you won't because you have a life and you're not into this sort of thing, but I wish you were my wife, Mrs. D.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Your husband
Thank
object to
you.
that?
She's a saint.
Yeah, well, Mrs. D's she's a pretty darn good wife. It's a very, very nice person.
Yes, indeed. Nice, man. Love it. Yep.
It's beautiful. Now open it up for crying out loud. I'm gonna die.
Even if it is no bloody A, B, C, or D.
Oh,
There you go. Got lights and all kind of stuff, man. That's gonna be fun. But you got a film putting that together, like we were saying, man. You got to make a video about that, bud.
You have to make an entire video of it, and I want to watch. Oh yeah, see, look, it's got the old cement glue. Oh my
Oh,
god,
boy.
this is exactly what I used to put together when I was like a kid. These were the
Yeah.
types of kits we used to get when we were kids. This is
Can't
fab.
believe somebody gave this away. I just
The old
believe it.
cement
Yeah.
glue that would get you super high when you're putting it together.
I can understand
Nice.
selling something. I can't understand giving it away like that. I mean, or
Yeah.
giving it to a close friend, maybe like or something.
So
Yeah.
does it have a sticker
But-
kit and a paint kit, Mark? Can I see that, honey?
I did find that. Actually, I was worried that
Can't hear you, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, brother.
Let me turn my mic is. Let me turn the gain up a little bit. So
Yes,
my
please,
mic is
sir.
on the other side of the deck. Yep.
Yep.
So there's the sticker
Nice.
kit.
There's the sticker
You
kit.
could you could cut the A off and it could be the original. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Yep. No one know. Yeah. So I was worried. It didn't have the sticker kit. So I was glad that it.
Yeah.
I was glad
Well,
that it
that's
had that.
usually the first thing to go because it went on people's lunch boxes if their parents didn't help them put
Yep.
the kit together. And does it have the old paint kit with it?
Let's see. I haven't even taken the box out. So of course
Are
we
you
got
telling me you didn't open the box prior to
opened
me
it up to
asking?
look, but I didn't check.
Mark, I'm gonna
the
kick
paint
your
kit.
butt.
No, I did open it. I didn't want to get cake on it.
Yeah, he's like,
So there's the saucer.
If Mrs. D were my husband and my husband would have given this to me for my birthday, I would have been like, take the cake out of here. I don't need your cake on my stuff. Everybody leave. I have something to do.
Yeah, but it's
Goodbye.
It's a cake, though. Have you seen how big I am? But of course, something like this, I don't want to mess up too. I want to, get all the parts.
So there's the lighting kit there over to your right.
Yeah,
Can I
here's
see
the
that
lighting
one
kit.
there?
Oh yeah.
There you go. Yep. So here's the lighting
Yep.
kit. Yep.
That's
I did open her up to look at.
How
it.
do the wires look in that? I hope they don't look too crispy crunchy there.
Let's see. Well, I can always redo the
those
wires.
ketchup and mustard wires.
I are an engineer, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
you are an engineer.
Oh,
Man.
yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Let me
So
know
let's-
if it's all.
Yeah, the
Let's see, let me-
Islington girl, the cake is a lie. You know what my daughter gets me? She gets me Star Trek Delta cake pops. She has a person who actually
What?
custom makes cake pops that look
Oh,
like
nice.
Delta badges, and she gets them in the engineering and science and operations. And everybody has a cake pop. It's great because my daughter is the best human I've ever met.
Judging by the looks
awesome.
of that right there, you need to be an engineer to put that model together.
It's nice.
well, good. He is one, so. You
But it's in
know.
good shape. Look
Looks
at
like
like
it's
it
in good
still
shape,
looks
yes.
juicy, hey?
Yeah, it looks
the
like it's
the
a good
wires
cake.
still look juicy. That's very, very good because keeping it
Yeah.
OG is so important. And so juicy wires definitely a plus.
The
I don't wanna see
capacitors
that-
look like in good shape.
I want to
yeah.
see that A on there, dude. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It is a Portal reference, and this was a triumph.
Nice.
That was the only one that didn't get. I got that.
25th anniversary sticker. So,
Man,
yeah,
that game is so amazing.
What
Paul
what
Games
is
is
retro
cool.
blasting saying?
my
Clobby.
goodness. He says, tell Raquel.
Oh,
and
Raquel.
if we can work out the sometimes loony Canadian shipping costs, I have a sealed one of these. I'll send it for free.
Oh my
She
god.
can have a taste of the U.S.
Oh,
pop culture. Oh, you are too kind, my buddy. You're the best,
Oh,
man.
that is the most generous and wondrous and such a kind thing. I will pay the shipping. I will pay the shipping. I don't care what it is. And by the way,
thank you so much.
Yeah, Michael,
You're
you're
kind,
awesome, brother.
You guys,
You're the best.
what an insanely generous thing to say and do. I don't even know what to say. You're going to make me cry. You're going to make a grown nerd girl cry. Oh my God.
It's working.
By we, I mean Melinda and I, not Raquel. So, oh man, dude,
That'd
you
be
are
awesome,
too kind,
yeah.
brother. You're the man, buddy. I really
Yeah.
appreciate you, bro.
Wow.
Wow,
What
look
an
at this.
incredible person.
Damn it. Look at that. I love it.
So my kids got me that. I love it when
Flying
your
cat
kids get you.
helicopter.
Guys,
That is cool.
I gotta fly that tonight. Yep.
Oh, wait, are you gonna fly it on the stream tonight?
You know, I'm sure you know there's an Enterprise one that flies around. I
Yeah.
have a friend that had it.
And then my mom, God bless my mom, she found this in Marshall's.
So,
Which is a store. So
what
she
a
got,
birthday, man. What a birthday.
Yeah, so it's I'm the easiest person ever to buy for my birthday. So it's,
wow.
let's say how much did she get? I think she got it for $5 or on clearance. I don't know if the price is still.
Did
the
you
price on
see
there.
what?
But
Michael
she finds
said
these
too?
things. So.
Wow.
He said, no, I don't want you to pay shipping. I just want you to stay communicating with me. So if there is a customs fee, you're able to snag it.
I would, that is, I don't even know what to say. Like, who are you? Are you
Thanks,
even
bro.
a real person? Like, you're just, everybody, all over the world, you hear all these people saying all this nasty stuff about Americans. I love Americans. I have such great American friends. You guys are so generous and kind, and you are such wonderful people. And Retro Blasting, it would be my pleasure to stay in contact with you. And you're just, what can I say? I can't even believe you're a real person. You're just so kind and incredibly thoughtful and wonderful. And I thank you and your wife immensely.
Michael and Melinda are two of my dearest friends for the longest time now. I love them so much, and it does not surprise me at all because he's the most generous guy I know. Love you, bro. I appreciate that, man, so much.
Yeah.
Michael's. Hey, did you
Great
get
channel.
new lobby cards?
Everyone's sub to everyone's
Yeah,
sub to Retro
please,
Blasting.
everyone.
Some amazing
Yeah.
content.
Oh,
Yeah.
So it's just someday I'd love to see that basement too, but keep your security camera on and check my pockets before I leave it.
Michael,
Mark and I are coming over.
I'll have to find that video, or if you can find me the video, Michael, where you did the tour of the basement way back when you first got it up and running.
You're gonna
I
have to
think
pat
you
a
did
few of us down on the way out just to make sure.
So getting ready for Saturday night. These are a few of my, as Jed said, some of my lobby cards. Which, if you read the fine print, they're supposed to be destroyed. And
Yeah.
No way.
Dude, I have like one or two of these, and they were supposed to. But the guy that I knew at the movie theater, he gave me two of them. So.
Man.
Okay,
Yeah.
Can I please have this explained to me? Because when I watched Wrath of Khan, I was a fully formed person. I wasn't a very young child. And I don't remember anything like this. So in Canadian theaters, we just had the giant oversized poster in the hallway. Please, may I please have this explained to me? What's going on, and what should the folks at home make of these cards? What are these cards, fellas?
Well, Mark, you go ahead.
Okay,
and
yeah.
then
So
I'll say
basically,
something,
so the theaters would send out to the studios would send out to the movie theaters things you could called lobby cards, and you could put those up. When obviously when you walked in the lobby, they'd have like bulletin board, or not really a bulletin, like glass cases. Normally, I remember seeing them in glass cases when they had they just put these up all over when you walked in to get you in the in the mood for seeing the movie. So it was just really cool stuff. But then they were supposed to supposed to destroy them. So if I can, pull this
you used to be able to get them from Lincoln Enterprises. I used to sell them actually.
Yeah,
these don't even look like they've ever been framed, though. They don't even have like a knife mark for framing them. Like I don't see even a dent.
Raquel, they didn't put knife marks on. They put it, like he said, there was a big glass case because I got lobby cards from Fantasia. I got lobby cards from Star Trek The Motion Picture. I got lobby cards from Wrath of Khan and I got lobby cards for Indiana Jones. Because my friend, like I said, when I was in another show about a few weeks back, I had a friend that owned a theater and they were supposed to be destroyed, and he knew I was like even when I was little, I was a super geek to like all this shit. He goes, dude, when they get taken out of the case, you can have them. Just pick which ones. And then he gave the rest to his wife because she was a big Trekkie. I was like, I want a couple of these. So I got to have.
LT is saying that we don't have this here, and Chris is saying they don't have it in Australia either. Like all of us.
Wow.
The rest, us folks in the Commonwealth, we don't get this fun stuff.
They were usually next to the movie poster too. You had a glass case. You would show pictures posters. Of all. You would have the poster, and then the lobby cards were in the case, so nobody could take them.
That's amazing. The Islington girl is one of my fellow Canadians, and she is such a cool cat and a beautiful lady. She just treated me like gold when I was on Nick's stream doing the junk food. The Islington girl, she's everybody, awesome. Please warmly welcome her to our community because
love you.
She's Canadian. She's out east, and she's one heck of a nice lady.
And great supporter of the channel. She's anytime she can come on and be in the chat, she always is. And anytime she provides comments, she's always providing something that's funny or worth a look and read. Always.
Yeah, and Lord Thoth, absolutely. The actual real posters were usually dinged up because, sorry, it's jumping all over, because they only got 1 or 2 per theater. That's true, Lord Thoth. And remember how they always used to have one outside that was like in the big, thick case? And like our old original gangsta theaters. And so a lot of times what would happen is you would walk by the big poster that was outside on the theater building, and water had actually crept inside. So a lot of those posters, even the full size ones, were ruined here in Canada, especially if the movie came out in the winter.
Yeah, the ones out here, because out here in Phoenix, the ones outside got sun damage because a lot of these movies came out in the summer. So, and like you said, some of the things leaked because we had the monsoons out here, and then all the posters were all facing the sun. So they had water damage and they had sun damage. The only posters that survived were the ones that were inside. So a
lot of them did get damaged.
They all got sun damage and all this other stuff on them.
Oh my, dude! Oh yes, that was what's the lady's name?
Islington girl.
So that's signed by Laura Banks. So
right, Laura Banks. Right.
I'll tell the story quickly, but I was doing some website work for her, and she said, "Well, let's meet, and I could stop by your house." And she's like, "And I used to be an actress. You probably never heard of me. I mean, it was in this movie Wrath of Khan. You probably don't remember that." I'm like, Laura, I don't know if you want to take this the wrong way, but I've got your picture up on a couple of spots on my wall in Wrath of Khan stuff. So she came over and was very nice. And, we did, talked about the website. And then, all right, I said, we're off the clock now. We're going to talk Wrath of Khan. So, I got to get in touch with her. Maybe if she would come on one of the podcasts sometime. I don't know if she would, but if I could get her to talk Wrath of Khan. But, just all about Ricardo Montalban and the filming and Shatner and the crew. And, she ended up, she had some speaking lines that were cut from the movie, but of course she was there on the set. I mean, so it's just again, and she kept telling me how they kept, they were looking for actresses to take that role, and every day they'd send 4 or 5 home, and she's like, and I finally ended up, she made the cut, so she was had some great stories about that. So that's
when you ask her if she wants to come on the show, you have to do what we talked about earlier. You and I, we've talked about this before in the past. You have to tell her that I cosplay her. You have to tell her.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, if you could send me a photo of that, then I could pass that.
I'll arrange that. I don't have any photos of me doing that one.
Okay.
But I'll get it together and I'll pose for it and I'll get some pictures done. But you have to tell her that I've cosplayed her.
That'd be great. Yeah. So this
Monkey Jeebus, by the way, to answer your question, no, that's too rich for my blood, but I would love to.
Yeah.
What did he ask?
Those new Mezco Fantastic Four figures coming out there.
Oh,
ridiculous! $400 for the set. No,
wow.
Oh,
my wish.
Yeah.
But they're beautiful. I don't know if you've seen them, Mark. I'll show them to you later if you haven't.
Oh yeah.
But
Well,
go ahead, man.
I got him.
You don't want to see them.
This is we're staying. I got to do a stream with all my Wrath of Khan stuff, but just a primer
you
for
do.
Saturday night. So as I said, I've been collecting everything Wrath of Khan. So this is the press kit for the movie.
what? You told me about this. I haven't seen this before.
So this has this is the Paramount. This is the official.
Oh, that's the press docket. Yeah.
So Wrath of Khan.
Wow.
And then it has the description of the photo, and then of course it has the photo.
Okay, don't bend that too much.
Yeah.
That will come off. Stop laughing at me. Look, if you're not going to take care of this stuff,
I take care of it.
Send it to me, okay? Just send it to me.
So we can go through, and that Laura Banks picture was from that. So here's
Wow.
Yeah, Thought that's too, dude. That's some expensive stuff there. Thought they're beautiful, but man.
Yep.
Isn't it, girl? I have some of the alien lobby cards. I have like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, they had everything had lobby cards.
There's like 10 altogether, and I managed to get my hands on like 2 or 3 of them.
Careful, don't mess
every
up
movie
the
had
corners.
every movie had lobby cards back then. So yeah.
Oh, there's
wow, that is so cool.
Hi, Dee.
Just these are photographs. You might want to wear gloves.
Yeah, you're not touching them with your fingers, are you?
I'm not even looking at them.
Good.
You're gonna have to brush your fingers now.
Don't touch the photos now. You tell me.
Yeah.
DeForest when the walls fell.
I love being out here.
This is beautiful. Look at how beautiful this is.
These are amazing, dude.
Oh, thank you, Mark.
Yes, there's like lobby cards again. They were pretty common back then. Most of them, almost, just.
Wait! Where are you going? What are you doing? Wait.
Well, here's a
the
press
hooded
kit.
Villainous.
You're like me in the museum. My everyone goes crazy. Like, we want to leave now. You can't read everything on every exhibit.
Wow.
This is a
you
press
and I
kit.
really are so much alike. It actually frightens me. This is why we're friends. Okay, just wait 1 second, please.
Yeah. This is a press kit, isn't it, girl? But those other ones were lobby cards.
Yeah, I got to see if I can find my lobby cards, and I'll actually show them on stream if I can do it.
Dreams of universal conquest in Paramount Pictures Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan. Okay, perfection.
So I got to scan these all in and put them on my computer, as they call it. So yeah, these are nice.
It's that high-tech lingo thing they call a computer.
Yep.
Yeah.
We call it a Mic. My daughter used to call it a McPuter because a Mac computer. She'd say it's a McPuter.
Hello, computer.
You
read my computer?
William Shatner stars as Admiral James T. Kirk, the heroic commander of the starship USS Enterprise, on a perilous mission against the superhuman villain in Paramount Pictures Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan.
Notice
rated
no 2 in there.
PG-13.
Well, isn't it, girl? Some of the lobby cards are expensive, and some of you can get some of them.
Enterprise who embarks on a mission against a powerful and dangerous superhuman renegade in Paramount Pictures Star. Okay, so yeah, all right, okay. So I'm starting to see what how the. All right, okay, great.
That's what they call them, press kits.
So if I were old enough to actually be working in broadcasting at this time, this is what would have arrived to me in radio or television.
Probably
and
so, yeah.
I would be able to form my stories off of this without having to have any actual interviews. So this would answer all the questions, and it would also package the soft sale of the movie through these little snippets that were provided by the studio.
pretty much. Yep.
Retro said, "Put your damn gloves on."
Yeah. I doubt they have this kind of thing anymore.
Guys, I will share something on the private chat, something that they are selling in Ecuador. Tell me what you think.
Beautiful. But yeah, if Esh is correct and these are photographs, I will slap you when I see you if I see fingerprints on these.
They look like photographs from the.
Just ignore the
Amazon
cheetah
life.
fingerprints.
No, they are photographs. Yeah.
Wow.
So you showered before you touched this and said your prayers?
I actually haven't.
Sometimes the press kits that you get these, they would be the lobby cards too. So
hey, Pablo, is that a knockoff thingy or something?
I recognize those two.
Nope.
It's gorgeous.
That's an original. They are selling it in Ecuador.
Well, like now, or you mean like in the past or something?
The Islington girl, you got it, baby. I love having fellow Canadians here, especially ones from out east where I'm from. Love you.
Hey, Raquel, did you see what she said? She said she has a new thing to find now, a new addiction, because she wants to do lobby cards now.
Oh,
Well,
really? That's
there you
great.
They're great,
Yeah.
and I mean, I used to
Yeah,
watch them,
like in
they're
the
pretty cool.
Indiana Jones and all those other movies that came out. I got some lobby cards from the first Superman movie too.
Eric
So.
K, I
Nice.
totally agree
Those
with
are
you.
nice.
I would, and the thing is that I don't think it's all in his house. I think it's in his attic, and I think it's also at his business. And yeah, I would never leave. You know what I mean? I would go to Mrs. D and I would be like, look, I think we should put an addition on the house, and we're going to turn it into a museum. And you can go in there. Only if you're super careful and you don't touch anything, and we'll charge admission. Okay?
Yeah, I gotta fix
And then
this
you
one.
can
This
sleep
one
in the back. You can be your room
Yeah.
now.
100%. I'll be the museum curator. Be slapping your hands.
You have to dust your eyeballs before you're allowed to look at them.
Yes.
Yes.
Wash your eyes.
He's gonna have to do an eye scan, put in your like social security number and all this other stuff.
No, Wrath of Khan, retinal scan.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
Right.
dude.
Or in Shatner's case, toupee scan.
Oh yeah.
So these I found on eBay. I have no idea what I paid for them. Probably 15,
Let me see.
20 years ago.
You know, that's been a joke for the longest time. I've always wondered whether or not he really does have a toupee.
What are you talking about? Of course he has a toupee.
He had a hairpiece in Wrath of
He had a
Khan.
hair,
Yeah,
he
he
had a
had a
hairpiece.
hairpiece in Wrath of Khan, yeah.
Yeah, sweetheart.
I couldn't tell, to be honest.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
It's
he
a good
definitely had
hairpiece.
he's had a few different hair pieces, and he also wears a corset.
Yeah, he does.
Don't laugh. He
No,
likes,
he's worn. He's
How do
worn
you
the
act
corset.
wearing a corset?
Literally, he's worn the corset for a very long time.
Yeah.
I didn't know this.
So I know that.
Maybe not all the time, but he did. In
No,
season 3,
yeah,
right?
but I actually saw him take it off one time at the convention, so I know he
right
has
here,
when
I
I was
don't think he
younger.
was.
When I
think he
was
did in Wrath of
younger,
Khan.
when I was younger, yeah.
you little creeper. How are you even privy to that position? That's gross.
My
Anyway,
parent, no, he was really hot, and we were backstage, and he had to take his shirt off. He goes, I gotta get this corset off. It's so he took his shirt off, pulled it apart because my parents were security, so I could go basically wherever I wanted. So
Nice.
Yeah, okay. He wasn't wearing a corset 24 hours a day, but he
No,
did
no,
put on
not
a few
24.
pounds, and
Yeah.
he does wear a
Yeah.
corset when
Yeah.
because I mean obviously he likes beer and chicken like I do, but unfortunately the poor guy gets a little bit of a pooch. It's not like he's a monster fat guy or something
No.
like that. He wears a corset, and I like to say that because not only because it's something that not a lot of people know, but also because there are a lot of people who whine about their costumes and their costuming, and they whine about the expectations of women. But behind the scenes, when you pull back the curtain, the great Wizard of Oz curtain, you certainly find that men go through quite a lot of body hate as well, and self-loathing.
A lot of
and
guys
them
wear
corsets.
Yeah, a lot of guys wear corsets.
They do.
in Hollywood.
Jerry Ryan
Yeah.
isn't the only one who wore a corset, and everyone is under the gun to keep their weight down.
Yep.
So,
And it's not only being in shape and everything, it's also having a nice beard or being well trimmed. There's a lot of that. So yeah.
Yeah, in maintaining the character. So, would you please bring us up to speed on what we're looking at right now, Mark?
So we're going to be in for a few hours as Raquel reads this online. Just kidding. I promise
this is
I promise to scan this.
23rd.
I'm gonna scan this in, and I'll post it. But so this is the handbook of production information from Wrath of Khan from that press kit.
Now I can never come to your house ever again. Like or not again, but I can never come to your house ever. Okay? Because either I'm not going to leave or you and I are going to have a fight over some stuff.
Yeah.
So here's just the press kit with all the information. It's great looking at this because you can see it's the old
Raquel will be like that
old
cat.
types. It's the old typeset, where it's typeset, where it's not done in a word processor, word processor. So here's the information on the show, the main credits.
It's been typed.
So it's been typed. Yeah.
Clobby, can you see the private chat? I found this.
Background notes.
Oh my God, just so beautiful. And look at the double space after the colon. They put a double space after the colon. Look at the double space between every sentence.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so beautiful. Oh my God.
So as you
we don't do that anymore.
No, we don't do that
don't.
anymore because it kills trees.
Nice.
So it's just the but I'll scan.
Oh, and it's on Justified. It's not even on
it's a
Rights
typewriter.
Ragged. Yeah, this is incredible.
Typewriter. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Like full typewriter. I know, but my soul is adjusting to the reality mark. Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
Unreal.
So it's the whole story of the production. Yep. So then they it's great to read. Yep.
Yeah, of course, because you can read it. And I can't, Mark.
Star Trek torture. Wait, you're gonna put I gotta put my agonizer on. Yeah.
Hey, can you scan that for me?
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
The whole thing.
And she's like, can you scan
I
that?
definitely will scan. No, I'm planning on scanning on my route.
Yeah,
I
can you
have
just
a
go
lot of
ahead
stuff.
and send that to my PO box?
Yeah. So
If you are going to
there's
scan it,
background.
please use your phone camera. Don't use the scanner because it will get squished and.
Yeah, I'm actually a photographer too, so I have a copy scanner.
Good,
I do that, and I also have a high-end copy machine at work,
Nice.
which so we can see
Can you put that on 96 DPI for me, please?
I just scanned 300 DPI.
Okay, well that's good. I just want significant DPI so that I can print it off and maybe put it together myself.
Look, it says after marrying actress Sandy Zober in 1954, Nimoy and his bride spent 18 months in Georgia.
Yeah.
He wrote and narrated GI show, so it's like that great, just it's for the press kits.
You're killing me here, man. You're just killing me.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
Killing me, man.
Yeah.
D. Kelly's background. Okay, Corral.
You're damn right. I'm going to make a booklet. The Islington girl. This is my Canadian girl. This is my buddy.
So I'm just flipping through George Takei, Nichelle Nichols.
Yeah, I'm going to send
Talking
this
about
to
her
my
career.
local publishing center, and I want to reprint this book.
I'm gonna scan all the photos in with
Yes,
the
please.
text photos, and then we'll make like a booklet of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or file,
I will.
everything together. Yeah.
I'll get it all printed off and get it put together, and that's going to go on the shelf in the pretty place.
Yeah, she's talking about NASA here and how she got the American Society of Aerospace Education's
I can't even believe you have this. You're such a spoiled, rotten brat.
Mrs. D's like, she's like, what is this? Actually, oh god, I got to keep going. I found I have actually like flags from Wrath of Khan that you would put up in the movie theater. I found like with every character. That and this I found last night. I couldn't remember which file cabinet it was in, so I'm like, oh, cool, I found it.
How do you not know where this is?
Because I have. You've never. You know, do you know how much stuff I have?
Raquel's
This should be in a shadow box, like in $1,000 shadow box in the living room.
Well,
next he's going to tell us he happens to have some of the extras from the movie just in a filing cabinet somewhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have the tiniest little bump in the corners. Look at, there isn't even a bump. There isn't even a crease. It's just beautiful.
I stole Spock's ears.
Oh, God. Those ones are old. How's the rubber on those? I bet you those are crispy.
Yeah. Mr. Spock Vulcan ears. I don't know. They seem pretty soft. I don't want to really touch them too much.
Yeah, don't do that.
So here's the
touch it.
Careful there.
Touch it.
There's a bit of a glare on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn the light down. See if you can.
This is probably a bad time to tell Raquel that I've got the Resican flute, but
that's expensive.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I just want to watch your head explode.
Well, here, I don't know if you can read that description. And let me grab one other fun thing just to grab here.
Yep. Nice.
So I have, of course, I mean, you got to keep getting everything Wrath of Khan if you're a Wrath of Khan collector. So, of course, I found like a
Oh my God.
Wrath of
Oh
Khan.
my God. Oh
Yeah,
my
mouse-
God.
mouse
oh my. Gee.
That's beautiful.
I'm gonna use an F-bomb. This is unbelievable.
Wait. Mark, do you have the plate series that came out for Wrath of Khan too? My
Yeah,
dad
she was about to drop an F-bomb. Come on, man. You interrupted her.
I was ready.
I'll be back in 30 seconds. Just look at that.
You're just gonna leave us here with restless legs Spider-Man while you go get more treasures?
I'll be back. Hold on.
I need a Pentium 1 with Windows 95 just to use that mousepad.
He's running off to the base.
Islington girl, right? This isn't that the truth? Like now it's just a throwaway society where everything is digital and everything that isn't digital is a pain in the butt. And back then, tactile things that smelt beautiful and looked beautiful, like the smell of a library, and just taking care of things, not breaking the spine on a book because you have to have it in pristine condition because it's not even a book. When you open that cover, it's a place you go. And the reverence is totally gone, and it's absolutely terrible. And this isn't get off my lawn. I'm old now, so now it's my turn to yell, get off my lawn. This is really like a change in society where everything is digital, and we're losing that magic that we have, that physical relationship we have with the tactile.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, look, and the spoiled brat is back. Do you want to unmute yourself there?
Let's go! Let's go! Oh, he does have it. I knew he had this because my
Collector's
dad has
plate.
Ooh. Yeah, my dad has these.
He had to go to the dishwasher to pull it out.
Yeah.
You're the dishwasher, I would break your arms.
Now imagine this. Now we watch Raquel's head explode as he tells her, I eat fish sticks and chicken tenders off of it.
Oh, that would be a tragedy. That would be so sinful. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
Man.
So that's in my hallway. You guys have never seen my side entrance hallway. So I have all the movies, pictures from Star Trek posters, the big ones, and covering my side entrance. So I've got every movie poster. I have to take a picture. It's tough to get a picture of, but I'll show you.
Yeah,
I've got the whole hallway.
The older Hamilton plates are worth a lot of money. My dad has those. So.
The holders are rubber, I hope, right? You're not using those metal ones?
I have a plate holder on the wall.
Yeah, make sure they're not the metal ones.
Yeah.
So, put Ricardo back here.
Look, if you chip the plate, you're going to have the biscuit, bud. Oh my God.
Eric said if Mark T would have seen Breaksack, he'd see Raquel putting a hit out on him.
She'll drop the second F-bomb.
Darn Nebula.
She'll just cuss in Klingon so we won't know, but Those of us who know it would know.
Wait, she speaks Klingon? Oh.
Actually, I just bought this actually a few weeks ago. Don't tell Mrs. D.
Okay, but, I won't.
We won't.
I can't. The light, I got to leave the light off. Yeah,
I just told her. I just sent her a message right now.
Yeah, exactly right. The Islington girl. Seriously, she says, "How much for Mark's filing cabinet?" I just want to pull magic things out of that.
Apparently, you could blackmail him by just threatening to tell him.
I should do that on my birthday stream tonight. Just pull up my Star Trek folder and see what's in there.
Oh my
of course,
God!
You guys are invited. You have to the birthday.
You can't do that. I'm doing show prep tonight. I'm doing
10 o'clock.
TMP tonight. Yeah, but I'm doing TMP show notes
come
tonight.
on for a few minutes.
No, I won't be able to do it for a few minutes. Well, how could you do this to me? What type of friend are you?
But blame my parents. My birthday's today. I can't handle that.
Just rotten. Just rotten. Okay, well, I'll have to watch on the rewatch, but I can't come because I have to do show prep. I have to do TMP, and then tomorrow I'm going to do the Wrath of Khan, and then TMP Director's Cut.
Indeed.
This is a fun one. Well, here, let me close this up so I don't mess up my photos.
Eric K, we would kill him if he did that. Like, I would yell at him personally.
I believe you would.
Yeah. Oh, I have this one in my office. Isn't it gorgeous? Actually, Leonard Nimoy was very upset by this poster. He was extremely upset by this poster. He actually came forward and said that he wanted the poster discontinued because he did not receive any rights for this poster. So in owning it, you actually sort of betray him. He was not asked his permission to have his image on this, and he was not paid a single cent for this. Although I still have it on my office door. I'm sorry, Leonard, I love you. Because, of course, I drink Heineken. I'm not a big drinker. I can only have 1 or 2 drinks, so it's not like I'm a big Heineken drinker, but I love Heineken, and I love Leonard Nimoy, so I needed to have it. Although I do, God rest his soul, even though I'm agnostic, hang my head in profound shame, Leonard. I'm sorry.
I think you'd forgive you.
He was everyone's grandpa.
Print of the sketch or is that a hand sketch?
Huh?
What?
Oh, that's
What is this? Voodoo doll? This is Voodoo doll? Who did this?
I'll zoom in on the name.
Johnson Holt.
1982.
Wow.
Whoa. Beautiful.
Oh, right. I hit
Okay, you have to
screen
fix
on.
that. Yeah.
I hit the screen on the touch screen. That's okay.
Yeah, don't do that. You're disrupting the show.
Get back to that poster. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look, and your model is casting a shadow in the background. I love that model, by the way.
Yep. So that's one of the classic posters that I love. Oh, and then I have this too. Also, we're on a roll here, so one as well. So this is the movie special. This is the fanzine that came out for Wrath of Khan.
Beautiful.
I actually bought. I bought a stack of 50 of these. So
what?
So one of these.
Okay, so it's not enough that you have one of them. You have 50 of them, you hog?
Yeah. It's almost on them on eBay.
Well, don't press down. Don't press down. Don't press down. Yeah, you're pressing
I have
too
50
hard.
of them.
Okay.
No, you have 49 now because Raquel's going to want one.
Yeah, this is going to you.
46.
Yeah, exactly.
This will be in the box headed to Canada. Yep.
Okay, the Islington girl, but come back. And if you don't come back, we just absolutely love you around here. Welcome to our community. You fit right in, you wonderful geeky nerd girl. When you come back, we're gone. I just wanted to send my love to Eastern Canada, and on behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for coming.
Might still have this. Greatness. Love it. I have to check, but
yeah,
love it.
The artwork is
beautiful.
Really nice.
Yep.
So beautiful. Look at this.
Kirstie Alley. And she never watched Star Trek. She was trying to say that she watched Star Trek. In interviews, she was never a Star Trek fan. I love this. I think this was used in a calendar. That photo was awesome.
Robin Curtis is Savick. Let's face it.
Yeah.
What you have to do is you have to project the mental image of Robin Curtis on Kirstie Alley's head.
I really thought Kirstie Alley was great looking as Savick.
Yeah, she's gorgeous, except for the fact that she bawled her eyes out. And so back when Con came out and I saw it in the theater, I was like, why is she crying? She's stupid. So it's like, it's not good. You know what I mean? It just wasn't good. I don't have anything against her personally. I think that she's a beautiful and talented actress, but your Vulcan, stop crying or I'm going to slap you.
I like what she did with her hair, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think she was half Romulan? Well, didn't Roddenberry kind of allude to that, maybe?
Well, the whole Savick thing is a rabbit hole, Clubby.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Hotly contested.
Yep.
But wasn't she supposed to mirror Spock? So I thought she was half.
Well, there's the thing. You know, I don't even look. They also did it with an almost exact copy with Valeris. They still made a Vulcan do something bad and emotional.
Yep.
And that's why she was supposed to be Savick, and Roddenberry didn't want it to be Savick or whatever.
That's right.
But then but they still had a Vulcan, you know, doing something that a Vulcan shouldn't do. So.
Yep.
Oh, I gotta. I'll show you. Just hold on. Let me grab something.
They had Cyborg, the brother on the
right. He was different though. Yeah, Lawrence Luckenbill, great performance. Yeah, but he had sworn off emotions though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead, he took emotions for himself, so he was extra emotional. Not only had emotions, but he was fully emotional. So
look at this. This is ridiculous.
But yeah, you're right, Pablo. He did, but then it was kind of that was his story arc. So yeah,
quite a few of those.
Man, I want one. I
would like to purchase 2 copies.
Dress stamped envelope too. But you know, guy had him on eBay, and I'm like, you know,
why? Who is this guy? This guy on eBay.
So what I do on eBay, I have the search Wrath of Khan, and also you've got to put in Wrath of Kahn. Because then you really win the good auctions when it's a Kahn. Because no one has.
Because no one knows how to spell Khan. That's sad.
No, but my search is you've always got to search the wrong spelling too.
You
sometimes.
do, of course.
You do sometimes.
So,
that's right.
so I have that in my in my alert for eBay, and every time every day I get a few emails. What's on Wrath of Khan, and normally I'm like got that.
Yeah, well, even if you do T-walk or walk. Something different will come up, right? And so you got to be careful.
Yeah, but I always just keep that's in my search, and that came up one day. I'm like, I wanted one of them, and then I had bought one years ago, and the guy had the whole package, and no one I guess wanted the whole package. So I'm like, oh, I'm buying it. It'll find a good home. Give it to friends, and so send yourself to
a burgeoning home.
Self-addressed envelope too, Mark B with a C.
Oh my God, so
but
beautiful.
That's the movie. Yeah, it's the movie special. I think that's Starlog, I guess, right? Is that Starlog? Let's see. Must be Starlog.
That's pretty.
Yeah, souvenir programs so you can buy. They have the whole list back in the day, and this is before the internet. This is how you got found out information about the stuff that
that's a souvenir
that
program.
You loved. Yep.
And it's got all of the information you need, and imagine even just getting this out of the theater without bending it. You know what I mean? So I'm terrible for that. When I go to the opera or when I go to the ballet, my program it looks like a dog chewed it by the time I left because I got my wine or my champagne, and it has to sit there with me for 3 hours, right? So
the only time I actually took care of even the tickets for a show was when I went to see Haruki Murakami. He's an amazing writer. I wanted to respect him, so I kept the tickets and everything pristine. But normally I destroy them.
What? Why do you destroy them, dude? I keep everything. Don't throw away physical tickets, Pablo.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, LT, we can talk about that a little bit on Saturday night if you want. But yeah, you have to understand that the Savick character is, which you already probably know because you're a super geek LT. But yeah, there is so much speculation and fan lore, as well as legit lore and facts and factoids around Savick, and around what happened with Robin Curtis, juxtaposition, Kirstie Alley, and we can get into that a little bit on Saturday night. But wow, that would completely redirect this stream, and it could be a podcast all on its own.
Raquel, have you watched the special features on the Star Trek DVDs? I'm assuming you have, or you have the DVDs, or
yes, of course, yes.
Yeah, okay, yes. Silly question, but yeah. So I was just watching those again last night. Those were
Well, it's actually a pretty good question, because Mark knows that I watch like Star Trek from beginning to end every single year. I didn't last year because I was extremely upset with the IP, like because of the filth. So I was like, I just need a rest from it. Yeah, because
you keep calling it that,
but that's what it is. So I was just overwhelmed by the filth. I knew I needed to take a break. My soul felt hurt, but yeah, Mark is good to ask that, because he knows I watch at least 657 hours of Star Trek every year. And we always watch the films at Easter, right? So yeah.
And then director's commentary, you've done those, I imagine, too, I'm sure.
No, actually, I have not. I have not, because I didn't want to open up a specific box. But now I'm going to have to open it. It's okay.
Yeah.
My husband did say he was going to shop it around and see, so that I didn't have to open the box, because you guys know I like to have 2 copies of something if I open something. So.
Man,
Raquel, I understand, because I was the same way with Doctor Who when the Timeless Child came out. I couldn't watch any Doctor Who for a bit, classic or I was just so furious. But then after a bit, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go watch the classic. But
everyone, before we get on to that, I'm the same way, Jed. I'm the same way. I hear you. Before we get on to that, let's. We have our buddy Nick says he has to run.
What?
We're about to get out of here anyway. Sir. But we're about after we show a couple more things.
Bye, Nick. We love you.
Anyway. But hang on a second, Nick. Let's wait till this. StreamYards is going really slow on me, dude. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just thankful to be on, and this was amazing as usual. And the geek porn, nerd porn, whatever you want to call it. This has been absolutely awesome. I'm in awe.
Right?
My attention was like really just of the greatness. But anyways, that all said, I'll do a very quick plug. Tomorrow night, Friday Night Comic Talk, I'll have whoever wants to come on. We're going to have a very hot button subject on how far should a character evolve and how much should a character stay the same. I'm sure it'll make for a great debate tomorrow. I can't wait to talk about this topic. Oh, yeah. So all my guests, I want us to bring our absolute best A-game arguments to the table for that. And, of course, next Tuesday, we'll be talking about the movie from Patrick Swayze's Roadhouse. And, of course, Xbox and Chill is tonight, along with a few chicken sandwich videos on the way. Anyways, that's it. I'm shutting up now and signing off. Thank you all. This has been great. You all have a magical evening. And, Mark D, I'll try to drop by later time before I hop on for Xflix, all right?
Awesome. Thanks.
Love you, Nick.
Take care.
Love you guys.
Thank you, brother. Please go to Nick's channel and support it and subscribe, everyone. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Take care, man.
Guys.
Appreciate you.
Roadhouse.
Take care, man.
Not far behind you. All right, let's see here. Okay, sorry about that, Pablo. Pablo, go for it, man.
So I did a quick search. Star Trek is not so popular here in Ecuador, but I found a couple of items that are actually quite interesting. First, the PlayStation game, and is full with manual and everything. I might be inclined to buy this one.
Activision owned the game license for Star Trek.
Yeah, at one point they did. I have that.
Bethesda now.
Yep. I just happen to have my copy within reach.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, you were showing it.
Mine's up in the
nerd.
cupboard, locked up, so I can't get to it right now.
One day I'll go through and show off a bunch of my PlayStation games. Just
Sure.
I collect
on
video
that.
games, so these I may buy actually. But other than that, I found the badge, but I don't know the quality, and also the store. So
Yeah, don't. I wouldn't get that badge. That Delta is not. That Delta is not good.
Yeah,
it's a
I
bad
found
badge.
this, and
there you go.
This actually is quite
Got the
interesting.
director's cut in there.
Just be careful. Just be careful though, because you know, a lot of these are actually just people who take the OG, they take a picture of it, and then they take some VHS tapes and they tape it, and then they send you the retaped tapes. So just be careful of who you buy from, because that is a notorious
That's a DVD
problem.
set there.
Yeah, this is the movie DVD set, but
DVD. Okay, good, but yeah, just be careful because I've heard of this happening when the prices are too good to be
me
true.
too.
So just be careful.
I bought stuff like that from the place
the
in
box is
East.
in good shape. I guess I can manage to get this because it's not in my city, so it will be on courier, and that might be too heavy for this. So I will have to actually go to Guayaquil to buy it. But man, for $30, I think
Not bad. That's a good price.
Not bad. That's
in good shape.
extremely cheap
I know,
for a Canadian.
There you go, Raquel. There's your, there's your girl there.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful. I thought maybe it's a bootleg or something. No, man. It's
Is that
actually.
No, I think is it a Playmates? Is there?
Yeah, is that
No,
Playmates?
it's a Funko Super 7.
I don't like Funko.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But it's not a Funko Pop though. It's by Funko that made when they made some of these retro figures.
Yeah, I don't like them because the faces look too manly. If you look up at her face really close to her face, I don't like it because you're talking about one of the most beautiful women in television. And if you look up really close there, she looks a bit like Bert. You know what I mean? Like she should be hanging around with Ernie. He's gonna pass on the Funko.
I won't be able to unsee that.
Yeah,
that image is
that image in his head
now.
The final one.
Oh, nice, very nice.
That's Phil.
Oh, but that's a new one. But yeah, it's still. They still did a nice job, Hot Wheels.
If you step on it and
recreating it, yeah,
beat it to death a couple times, it'll be perfect. And blow it up because George Abrams likes to blow
I could put it in the Doomsday Machine.
Yeah,
it deserves to be.
Oh no, it shouldn't go in the Doomsday Machine. That would poison the Doomsday Machine. Don't do that to the Doomsday Machine.
It would kill the Doomsday Machine.
Yeah, don't put the filth anywhere near the Doomsday Machine.
You get how difficult it is to get anything in Star Trek here in Ecuador.
I hear you, sweetheart. I hear you.
This is the search.
What's that Hot Wheels? Is that a? Oh, that's the Vengeance. Okay, all right, that's the new stuff. Okay.
I find a couple of the ships from the new movies. I find
that Delta is so bad.
Yeah,
you should private message that person and just put no.
The watch, the fob watch looks from here looks interesting.
That looks good,
yeah. A couple. Okay, this I will buy. I will actually own this.
Honey, there are Playmates underneath.
Yep.
Those are 93 Playmates.
I like that cap.
Yeah, it's a nice cap. So see, everyone's going to have a normal face in this one.
Yep, those are nice. Yep.
Yep.
Admiral McCoy.
The only issue I will find with this is the fact that they are next generation and not.
Yeah, not the real deal.
Yeah, but other than that,
that's from Unification.
Unity. Yep. Unification.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you have Uhura.
Ooh, the filth. Ooh, no filth.
Yeah, a couple of the new movies.
Filth.
And then everything turns into Star Wars and bikes. And I mean it is Star Wars.
So very,
and
very
bikes.
little, Pablo. Hey, very, very little.
Nothing.
Yeah, I guess.
Is that Rose Tico?
No.
Oh no, but I found a Rose Tico.
Go down.
Was it really Rose Tico?
I think it was. Go down a little.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Rose.
this is
And Star
the
Trek X-Men.
Rose
Tico, yeah, and she's
You
so
need to order,
Oh,
you need to order
She's-
that, Pablo.
she's so gorgeous in real life too, and they put her in
She
that
really is.
costume
Yeah.
and the makeup is
Yeah.
unbelievable. I mean,
Beautiful.
And
that's
just
how to
get
make a pretty
this.
woman ugly.
In a country where people actually buy this kind of toys for $20, she's 5. And
Yeah,
nobody
that's
buys them.
great. I just want to remind everyone at home that there are 3 Star Wars movies.
Yes.
Yep.
I
Well,
don't
and
feel
And
like
there's
the
only
prequels.
3 Indiana Jones movies too. So
There is only
Hey,
3
Come on,
Indiana
there was those
Jones
Ewok
films.
Yes.
movies.
I'm such a jerk. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
can't
dude.
help
Actually-
it. You know what I mean?
Actually,
Yeah.
only 2. But, Return of the Jedi doesn't count.
Um,
Just kidding.
If I dare to search Doctor Who, it's not even
Oh,
in
you scare
the.
me now. Oh,
W, yeah.
nothing now. Oh, well, there's something.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
that's the extent of what I can get in Ecuador on Doctor Who. So I
okay.
have not ever got the chance to own a toy. To own
Lord Thoth. There are 2 and a half
Star Wars.
Star Wars movies. I mean.
Oh, shoot.
I know as much as everybody likes to rag on Temple of Doom, it actually is.
I love
indie,
Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
It was okay.
I love it.
Those two Star Wars movies are The Caravan of Courage and Battle for Endor.
Yes, the Ewok movies. That's right. But I love Temple of Doom. Don't care.
Ironcaster, you make
Love
me
it.
sad.
Yeah, I know. He told me that like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, dude, really?
Monkey Jeebus?
Who are you?
What
No
is
way.
this toy Star
I
Trek
was just
toy?
like,
Because
really?
I said there are only 3 Star Wars movies.
Ewoks do not
Shame
exist.
on you, Monkey Jeebus.
What do you say? What?
Oh, nothing. Monkey Jeebus is just being funny, and we're having a good time.
He's like,
no.
Ewoks did not exist.
No, you know my
Thank
pain.
you.
That's the issue in Ecuador. You can. It's not that I will not buy. It's that I cannot. There's nothing to buy. There's a couple
No, I
of
got you.
things.
I get you. We get you.
No, I hear you,
Oh
man.
man.
Yeah, well, I hear you. At least it helps you save money, if nothing else, man.
Yeah.
Well, before we get out of here, got anything else to show, or we've been on for wow?
I know.
Or
I'm
Ken
starting
wants to
to
see
get
the
giddy.
basement.
Ash, didn't you have something, bud?
And I just put it in the private chat. We can show it if you want.
Sure,
I don't
sure.
mind.
Let's see here. There it is. I will find. Let me find it. I'll find it. Oh, gotta share it there. Let me find it.
Nope,
And
there's
we got
not 5 Indiana Jones movies. There's only 3.
It's only ever going to be 3.
Mm-hmm.
it. That is federal law, from what I hear.
That is.
Takes me a second there. Ash, this thing's really
No worries.
slow on me.
Well, we were talking about press kits
Whoever's-
earlier with the Wrath of Khan stuff, and when it comes to
Yes.
video game statues and figures,
Oh,
there's one figure above all else that I really want. Now, this
Whoa!
this character, she was the first one of the few cyberpunk people that we saw in the teaser trailer back in 2013, in January 2013.
yeah.
From the game, right?
Yeah.
From the game, yes.
2077, yeah.
Yeah, and then
Damn, I
in
want that too.
2018 for Gamescom, they gave these figures free to press and press alone, and that's why there's very few out there in the wild. So that's why the prices are so exorbitant. And these are one of the few
Pretty pricey.
statues that I really want to get my hands on, but
Me
they're
too.
so expensive.
Damn.
It
And
won't
there's
let me
other
click
listings
on
for
it
this
higher, but-
statue. There's other listings for the statue. Like one's at $1,500, one's at like
Oh,
$3,000.
Ridiculous!
Is this the statue
That's
right here?
because
The
they
picture
gave
of it?
out limited. I know I
There
have
you
a
go.
friend that got one.
Is that it right there? Is that it, Ash?
Yeah.
Yeah. This one that you're showing right now.
There's a Zelda one that is
Whoa.
also pricey. Yeah.
Goodness.
Yes.
Wow.
Meanwhile,
says
Star Trek has to
148
resort
US.
to photos of cats.
That one says, is that right? 148 US? Or?
I don't. Yeah, no. The please just call it the filth if you don't mind.
Yeah. It is true. Oh, I thought I had that enlarged. Let's see here. There we go. What is wrong with this? Well, StreamYard's slow today. But anyway, well,
It doesn't want to show filth. So
this is this is something so this is something you've been trying to get then, Ash. Now,
Yeah,
what about that
I've
price
been.
that I saw? No, go ahead.
This is what I've been keeping an eye on for quite some time because this character was in, like I said, the teaser trailer back in 2013, when like we first found out about the game from CD Projekt Red, and now we have the game out. We have the history of the current game, and so hopefully the price will go down a bit. But it's because they were only given to press at Gamescom in 2018.
Or
Hey,
you
Ed-
can.
Ed- I was
What
going
about
to
this
say
one here?
Go ahead.
You can trade it for weed. I got my Luke Skywalker that way.
Well, you know, if they do successfully fix the game, that price is going to go up even more.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to.
So, Ash, what about that price right there? It says US 148 approximately.
That must have been the US one because when I searched it on eBay, that listing wasn't there.
Okay. Yeah, so it's quite different over there then.
Yeah. So then when I bought it up, the only listings that were available to me were the ones around the prices and above that I showed you.
Okay, I got you. Because it is a different edition, probably different statue. That's what you're telling me.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It looks very similar, so I'll have to. Tell you what, send me the link to that, and I'll look into it.
Sure.
Because if that is, I might potentially buy it. If that is the right one.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that can actually happen once you log in and try and buy it from your country. Because when you log in and try and buy it from your country, they're like, "We're sorry, that doesn't exist. It's actually $7,842.03."
Let me know if I sent you the right link. I don't know if
Ash,
in the chat here.
You might be able to take advantage of this little fact. The companies that do this kind of status actually do a couple of times more status, and then they sell them as unbranded. They have everything, every single detail, but they are in a different box, and they are sold by AliExpress or sites like that. But you can actually get the same quality for half of the price, sometimes less.
That's exactly what this is. So if you scroll down to the description, it does actually say brand unbranded.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I already got off of it. But I sent you the link. That should work.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. Thanks.
Yeah, that happens a lot because when they make the contract with these companies, they actually made it for a perfect run of every single statue.
Yeah, this is an off-brand one because there's in the description it says accessory type mantle blades, whereas in the actual game they're called mantis blades.
Yeah.
So this would be the unbranded one, as you said. Oh my god, that halo is amazing!
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful, man.
Was that the collector's edition one?
Yes, this was.
I've been trying to get hold of that one as well.
That's the only collector's edition statue I've pre-ordered. So
okay,
that's back when she actually looked like a woman too, and she looked like a little fat boy.
Yeah, they didn't. This is before they decided to fatten her up for the sequel.
Yeah.
I'm not programming Clobberin.
Nice statue there. Wow.
There's two Elder Scrolls pre-collector's editions I want to get. This is the Skyrim one because I never got the Skyrim one, and the first Elder Scrolls Online expansion statue, which was in the Imperial edition. That was the first one where they added the what's it called? The Imperial Tower, and that was like the 3 lines PvP area and all that kind of stuff. If you're an ESO player, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah,
I got the Pip Boy from Fallout 4.
I've got that too. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I want the Link statue from Breath of the Wild. And there's a statue for the Skull Kid from Majora's Mask. I want that so bad, but it's impossible to get.
Well, does anyone have anything? Do you have one other thing?
I did. I just had one thing pop in.
We're about to run out of here.
Yeah.
But okay, T-shirt, and then Mark.
Real quick.
Then we'll run. Let's see.
All right. So yeah, while we were talking, I had a delivery show up, and
Nice.
It's always good to get deliveries.
Nice. Yes,
Wow.
this
There you go.
is the Viz
Hardcover.
deluxe edition comic, and man, this thing is nice.
Wow, dude.
And yeah, it's back to front.
Yeah.
Wear your
It's all
gloves.
the original.
Yeah.
Nice.
There you go, man.
Yeah, I pre-ordered all of these, man, because I was like, I got to get the set again. And I tell you what, I have the original Tankobon editions, the big nice ones from Japan.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is nicer. It's all hardback.
Oh.
You can actually read the whole original story. Now, I do have the original comics, and I did notice that they have changed some of the dialogue and stuff in this. But otherwise, it's still pretty accurate. I mean, they've added some color to it here and there, and there's more stuff in the back. Yeah, like all the gotta cut my nails. The all the backstory and everything else. It's like super nice. Just totally love it.
This seems to be coming out with a lot more hardback stuff for comics, because I went to my local comic shop recently. That's where I recently got some manga, and they had a new run of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and loads of, and they had all the different parts, and the parts were broken down further into different volumes, and they were all hardback, and they were really beautiful looking, and they were so cool. But it's like one of those things where you just want to get them all, but you don't have the enough funds to fund that.
Yeah, I love omnibuses and hardcovers and all those things and compilations. I just love them. So yeah, I hear you big time on that, Ash. They look so good on the bookshelf, but they're great stuff. Mark.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you the hallway real quic, but I'm gonna lose my mic doesn't reach, but I can hear you guys because I got the headphones on. So I'm gonna walk over to see if this works. I'm gonna walk over to the hallway and see if this.
Oh my goodness!
I'm already jealous.
Right?
Wow, it's got a ceiling and everything.
He's got a ceiling and everything.
Hey, you got a kitchen.
Lobby.
In the beginning, there was darkness.
There were lamps.
Then,
the
nerddom.
Darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Oh yeah. All right.
To see you again.
You know the rest of the lyrics?
No.
Me either. I know the song, but not the lyrics.
Nani?
UDL. There we go.
Hey!
This is which hallway? Whoa.
Nice.
They're out of order.
Yeah, why aren't they in order?
Yeah. Dude, you're all over the place. You're dyslexic. Nice.
I think that you should just give these to me.
Yeah,
I think you should too. I think we all want to vote. I think we all concur that these should all be sent to Raquel.
Yeah,
it's so kind of of you to show off her gifts to her Christmas gifts early.
I love Mark's house.
The screen is blacking out, so maybe the cord's not long enough.
Yeah, it could be it.
Let's all go to Mark's house.
I also love Dr. Pepper. Although I call it a dirty name when I'm not on radio.
Let's all go to Mark's house.
See, you need to come down here to Texas.
House to go get those posters.
Oh, look at it. But he's got them out of order. Why is he doing that?
Does he?
Just to annoy you.
Maybe.
He does, yeah. Well,
yeah.
They are. You are fired, sir.
That's it. You're just fired.
Fired.
Fire.
Why do I feel like I'm playing a horror game?
He does, yeah. He's playing whatever, I don't know the name of the horror game.
Yes.
I spy Mr. Fantastic.
And a doom.
Oh my, there we go. Nice. Commando.
Oh!
Ow.
He's got Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Well,
I love Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Headphones.
But does he have Unicron?
I love Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
There's the $1 million question.
Oh,
or
that's
the
beautiful.
$400 question, I suppose.
Yeah, $400. I saw a guy unboxing that thing the other day. Jeez.
Dadman Walking says, well, bailing out because kids want to play Apex. See you later at the birthday stream and tell Raquel what you call and tell us, Raquel, what you call Dr. Pepper just this once. I can't. It's actually really hard for me to say it correctly. I say it so much.
Dr. Pepper. Yep.
Raquel, see, you come here to Texas. Down here we had Dublin, Texas, which used to make the Dublin Dr. Pepper with the real pure cane sugar.
Yeah.
That was the
best.
That's
good stuff. That's
yeah,
good stuff.
But unfortunately, because Dr. Pepper are a bunch of jerks, they took that away from Dublin, Texas. So they can't make it anymore. However, Dublin started using their old bottling plants and stuff because, I mean, the town was built around the bottling plant.
Yeah.
And now they're making their own Dublin colas with all these different flavors that are old-timey. And they got one that's very close to the original Dr. Pepper flavor with the pure cane sugar.
Oh, I love the ones with the pure cane sugar. Oh, there's the block text. You got the block text. You got the brick. It's in the apartment.
Dude, I love your house.
There's the old A&E prisoner set. I have that one.
Yeah, I also love Cherry Coke. Cherry Coke.
Prisoner episode.
Cherry Pop.
Oh, yeah, I love Cherry Coke's my favorite.
Cherry Pop. I love Cherry Pop.
Cherry anything is good.
Look, Raquel, the prisoner. DVDs.
Yeah, I know.
Outrageous.
The last time Coca-Cola did a special flavor here in Ecuador, it was coffee Coca-Cola. It was terrible.
That wasn't too bad, actually. I tried it.
Really?
Is Snortapoopus leaving? What?
See you later, guys.
Snortapoopus left.
We're heading out.
See you soon, brother.
Maybe Dadman Walking is saying goodbye to Snortapoopus.
Oh.
Yeah, because Snortapoopus, he's in till the end. I love you. He's a good bear.
Yeah,
best bear.
But thank you for letting me share that. That was fun.
No,
thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Your little museum of a house. You're just so spoiled. I want to kick you square in the pants.
The hallway, when you walk through it someday, Raquel, you'll appreciate it more. It's tough to get on camera, but and the movies are out of order because I just kind of put them up randomly, and so you don't always have to be.
We forgive you.
Andrew and you and Mrs. D will just have to go into the backyard and have a lemonade, and I'll just be in the house
with the semi truck
and the duster.
And with the duster, and probably won't leave. I'll just be looking at stuff. It's going to be so sad, and it's going to happen very soon. As soon as I get that second job, I'm heading straight to CLOBBY, and I have to go see Mark.
She's going to set herself a cot there.
You'll be missing some thing figures because I wouldn't have her steal those for me. But oh man! Well, everyone, go ahead.
I was going to say, the sign too, right? Yeah, the things.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
Snortapoopus,
you are not a bad bear. You are a bear of the moment. You go with the flow.
Snort, you're a good bear. So
good bear.
Okay, guys, we've got 4.5 hours. Let's CLOBBY, bring us
it's
out.
going to take 3 hours to get out of here. So
yes, exactly. CLOBBY, get us out of here, Captain.
Hey! Thank you all for being here and joining us. I hope you all had as much fun as we did because it was really a blast. Everyone was just fantastic on the panel tonight, especially our first-time guests. We have a couple first-time guests. One, of course, he had to leave early, but Dan Hadley with the Space Book. It's Handley, right? Just kidding, Dan. Dan, if you're out there, brother, listening to this, we appreciate you, man. He has a great channel and a couple of great podcasts. He's got a Type 40 podcast, and he's got a Blake 7 one as well. And he is the man, and we appreciate you, Dan. And we hope you will come back anytime.
Dan,
the man. Yeah, definitely. We're gonna get to everybody there, Ash. So we're gonna get you on that for sure, brother. And let's see here. Also, joining us for the first time today is our buddy T-Shirt Historian.
Yay.
And T-Shirt, plug your channel, and I'll put a link up for it. And then thank you for being here, man. You there, T-Shirt?
He's muted.
Did you go potty?
You're muted, buddy.
He's washing the T-shirts.
Yeah, I think he went potty. Oh no!
I have to come back to him.
Well, yeah, we'll come back to him. Let's see here. He is muted. Oh well. All right, T-shirt. That's all right, man. That happens. Everyone has to cut out sometimes. Let's see here. Okay. Then we have, of course, our good buddy Ironcaster. Thank you for joining us, bud. Plug. What's going on with you, man?
Oh, not a whole lot going on here. Just got me thinking about so many possible topics to try and bring up on a show sometime, like all the giant robots I sometimes talk about. I'm Ironcaster. I sometimes talk about giant robots. I've got a show on Mondays where I am going through the original 1979 Mobile Suit Gundam with Brightest Day and Fenrir the Ice Wolf.
Nice.
And there are coming out on Netflix this week 3 movies that are condensing of the series that I'm watching. So if you have the if you have the Netflix in the US for sure, but I'm not sure about the rest of the world, you can watch that to kind of see what we're talking about with big robots and putting children into war. It was a World War II series, but I digress. I'm getting off track, and I'm starting to get into the Gundam stuff. Sorry.
No problem, buddy. You're good, man. You're good. You're good.
Sailor Moon also came out this week, too.
What was it?
Netflix. Sailor Moon also came out this week on
the original
Netflix.
series?
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yes, I need to watch that.
Yeah.
I'll have to watch that.
You mean like a new one or something?
Yeah. Which,
gotcha.
Okay. Bobby, I want to get your opinion sometime on Gundam.
I know
might not
nothing
be
about
something
it.
normally into, but
I would love to learn. I guess I know nothing about it, man. I'm just
Well,
that's my son.
I just so happen to have a show where I talk about these things with pictures and I get into it.
Excellent. Yes, indeed. And that is when? On Monday nights? Is that not right?
That'll be Monday nights at 6:00 Eastern on my channel.
Okay. There's a link
and
right
I
there.
am at,
everyone.
I believe, currently 97 subscribers. So if I can get 1 or 2 more, I'll hit that magic 100.
Well, everyone,
Nice.
please, if you have not already, please go to my good buddy. In my link below, but there's a link right there. Please go and subscribe to our good buddy Ironcaster's channel. Thank you for being here, bro. We appreciate you. Thank you for showing us all those cool pictures, man.
And also, maybe sometime talk about Ultraman.
Oh, Ultraman, of course. Love
Yes.
Ultraman. Love Ultraman. And we have our good buddy Pablo here. Pablo, man, thanks for being here, buddy. Tell us about what's going on with you.
Hey, I will be on Nick Weiser's tomorrow. That's going to be really, really fun. Well, other than that, Progressive Park this Saturday. It's going to be a roller coaster. We are talking about He-Man. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Since we were talking about manga, これは 完璧になりませんしたが、ちゃんと遊んでしまうよ。We are going to have some fun, and we need to do an introduction for manga with Clobberin times. What about that? How about that?
You said, well, my son's been trying to make me do it for way longer than any of you have. So good luck.
Damn it!
And then if I let you guys do it, I'll never learn it from him. But
Isn't that fun?
You'll have so many more series you can go dive into.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Gundam.
I'm working on it. I'm a work in progress, but I do appreciate it. And so also Midnight Says Espanol, of course, right?
Oh yeah, Midnight Says Espanol, but that's until next week. So
gotcha.
Yep. Yeah. But yeah, we just we just launched the video of me and Diego talking to Mr. Olmos, and yeah, that's.
Nice.
I hope that video does well because I really enjoy talking to someone that has been on Stargate and someone that has been on Blade Runner at the same time.
At the same exact time, he was on both of them.
No,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Olmos and Mr. Felix.
I know, man. I'm just messing with you.
Pablo,
sorry.
Do you have anything to open up Sunday?
Well, you know it's Father's Day, right? So a lot of people about doing stuff.
Oh,
yeah, that day I mostly are drunk.
What?
Dang, Pablo.
I have a son, you know.
It's a Sunday, man.
Can I just say, Clobby's reaction was my exact reaction, only it was way cooler. Dang, Pablo!
Pablo. Oh my goodness. Well, hey, have fun on a Sunday, bro. That's cool. That's cool. T-shirt, you there, bud?
Still out. Looks like.
Oh man.
He's still on mute. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope he's okay. Hope you're okay there, T-shirt.
Yep.
Whom do we have next? Of course. Well, we will go with the great Ash.
Yes.
And what you got going? I know you have a channel and you have where you're in part of another. So go for it.
So I've got my own personal channel, Ash Singh. Take a follow of that, and hopefully I should be doing some stuff on my channel very soon. I'm looking into trying to sort stuff out to stream games straight to YouTube. So stay tuned, guys. Every Saturday I am on Geek Tropology's channel with Pablo and Jed, and also T-shirted Historian's channel for A Week in Geek. On Sunday, I'm on Pop Culture Archivist with Jed and the gang. Every Thursday, I'm here with the guys for the Global Geek Gang. Also on Tuesdays, I wrench for T-shirted for his TTRPG streams.
Tuesday.
On Tuesdays. And those are actually really fun because I've never played tabletop role-playing games before, and I learn a lot, and those streams are awesome. I play Fortnite every now and then with Fat Steven on Fat Steven Seagal's channel, as well as Explorer the Multiverse channel. Also on Explorer's channel, we're looking to do a Minecraft series, so stay tuned for that if you're into Minecraft. And my main announcement is next Tuesday on Stone Loki's channel at 7 p.m. CST, I'll be joining the wonderful people for the Comic Book Roundtable.
Yay!
Stay tuned, guys.
Oh, yep.
Nice, man. I can't wait to see you there, buddy.
Never been
I'm so
invited to that.
excited.
Well, a lot of fun. There you are, T-shirt. What happened, dude?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had some stuff happening in the background. Had to go take care of it.
No problem, man. Well, we'll put you up now and let you. That's our. Don't apologize, dude. We have how that goes. We will let you. We're happy to have you here. Or your first time here. You're of course welcome anytime. And let me see if I can find that link. I had your link up in there. So plug your channel, man, because I know you're just getting started out there, and you've already had a lot of great guests. Man, I was honored, except for me. I'm not a great guest, but I was honored to be there anyway. But you had a really cool stuff. So go for it, man.
Well, thank you, man. I have my Week in Geek on Saturday nights at 6 p.m. CST. We talk about all the stuff that happened during the week. I try to stay positive about it, but man, it's really hard some days. It really is.
You got to be honest too, man. You can be. You have to be positive, but you don't have to always be positive because that means you're not using critical thought when you don't do that. So
that's true.
Be honest sometimes, buddy.
That's true. And a lot of your panelists are also either my guests or also my panelists. So including Ash. I love Ash. I'm going to have Ash on everything I can. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man. Every once in a while, I pop in on a Monday for some special events, like we had Glenn Baisley a few weeks ago. That was a good stream. Clobby, you were there.
Yeah, buddy.
And Tuesday mornings, I have the Dungeons and Discussions, which we talk about tabletop role-playing games, the state of tabletop role-playing games, all things associated with it. We don't necessarily talk about any particular ones, although we do hit the big ones. Of course, 5e is the big one. So yeah, we do talk about 5e, but we also talk Pathfinder. We talk Cyberpunk. We talk Shadowrun. We talk everything. Usually with my host Grim, who, if you haven't seen Grim yet, you won't forget him after you meet him.
He's fucking awesome.
Yeah, Grim's awesome. Yeah,
Grim makes my shows.
Cool.
But
I like that name.
He's like a Rob Zombie stunt double.
Yeah, he calls himself a dime store Rob Zombie. Yeah.
I like that name. There you go. Well, appreciate it, man. And I appreciate you being here, buddy.
Oh, hey, man. Thank you for having me on.
Everyone, please go to T-shirts. There's a link up there. Please go to his channel. He's just getting started out, and he's got, He needs subscribers and support, and I hope you get a bunch of it. Please, everyone, go there. There's that link. Let's see here. We have our great buddy, the great Marca D with a C.
Thank you. Yep,
You got a channel?
I got a channel. Yep, I'm gonna have a birthday stream tonight, so you guys are invited again. And no subject, just hanging out and having fun. And it's been great to be on today. I had a blast, and always love sharing the stuff. And maybe I'll get a pair. Raquel maybe is gonna send me a pair of white gloves, I guess, right, for my stuff. But yeah, look for me on. I don't know if we're going to do a stream this Sunday because it's Father's Day, but we'll see on Pop Culture with Pop Culture, and just love hanging out here. And I'll just post this again if anyone wants to. Instead of sending birthday presents, would love to have anyone who can. Obviously appreciate if you could donate to the pancreatic cancer. It's pinned at the top too, but appreciate that. I lost my dad. It's hard to believe. Almost 5 years ago to the day. And it's his birthday. There's a fundraiser on June 19th, which is his birthday. So in Connecticut here, and I know we've lost, a lot of great people, unfortunately, to cancer. Not to, end the show on a downer, but just anything you can do to help with that is much appreciated. So just thanks again for having me, and hopefully catch some of you guys tonight. And Raquel, maybe you could drop in for 5 minutes. We'll put a time limit on you.
Or you could be doing prep. Like I'm not gonna want to leave.
Yeah, well, maybe we could do a watch of some of the show prep stuff, right? Just kidding.
Like you're my real friend, so I can't miss your birthday. But at the same time, because you're my real friend, I won't be able to leave.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't mind.
Forgive you.
No,
say hi. Okay. Yeah. Then, okay. I promise I'll boot you after 5 minutes.
Okay.
No, you are. You're not gonna do that.
Hey, I just want to say that I really love you a lot. You've been a very, very good friend to me. You are so kind to so many people all over the internet for absolutely no reason. You do not benefit at all from the things you do for people, and you do it anyway because that's just who you are. And so I want to send my love to your family, and I just want to send my love to you and just tell you that I'm so very happy that you were born. I think you're a great dad. I think you're a really great person, and you're just fab. So happy birthday! And I think it's really cool that we have a day to celebrate you because you certainly deserve it. Happy birthday!
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Very
indeed,
much. It's making me blush over here. You can't see the screen, but I'm blushing. Yep.
Indeed. And a shout out to our good friend Raymond who had to run. Feliciano there, of course, is the link to his amazing works of fiction. Good.
Yeah, and can we also shout out Retro Blasting? You landed in this stream today, and you were just like a light, just like so like generous and kind and fun to be around. And just thank you so much for supporting our channel and for extending that offer to me. You're just really like such an amazing person. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Love my buddies at Retro Blast. Of course, there's a link right there. And of course, there's always a link in my chat, below my, in the description below for him and his wonderful channel and many others, of course, his and Melinda's wonderful channel. I was proud to have been a part of a video with them. And we got Iconicon coming up, which I'll start putting out some information on soon. Okay. I'll be doing some panels for Retro Blasting's virtual convention, Iconicon. And I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah. And now my wonderful first officer, who is, of course, an author, and there is a link to her science fiction works. And number one, thanks for being here. As always, you make it so much fun, and you make it great. We all love you.
Oh, I love you too. I love you so much. Thank you so much for putting up that URL. So that URL is to Amazon, where I'm selling some short stories, and I'm trying to sell enough short stories that I'll make enough money to be able to make a physical copy and sign it and send it off to everyone. So if you like the Twilight Zone, the old Twilight Zone, the old Outer Limits, Edgar Allan Poe, the story traditions of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, that type of thing, you'll like these stories. They're 74 cents each American, 99 cents in the rest of the world. And I would really appreciate your support, not so much for the monetary aspect of it, but really just for the feedback, because I want to get my stories out there and I want people reading them. I want to thank everybody who appeared on the panel today. You guys were all great company and brought your own magic to this stream, and you all make the Global Geek Gang so great. I want to thank CLOBBY for creating this space for nerds and geeks to come together to talk about the stuff that we just love. We're just so passionate about it, and it's just such great fun. But I also want to thank everybody in the chat, because you're just as important as every single person on this panel. Each one of you has been a great friend to us. We thank you for your support. Thank you for your input, for all your crazy ideas, your great jokes, your just all the information and greatness that you share. And because of you, we have a community here, and I am quite grateful for it. So my hat's off to this great community, great panel, and of course my captain, the best damn captain in the whole fleet, CLOBBY.
You're too kind. I love you. Love you. Thank you so much for being here. As always, you bring so much to it. We appreciate you. Let's see here. And where are we? Okay. And finally, we have I forget his name now. What is his name? Something to do with frog. No, Jed.
Jeremiah, the bullfrog.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Jed,
the frog activist.
Toad.
Is that Cyberfrog?
Yes, he of course has a wonderful channel called Pop Culture Archivist, which he does with Esh, the great Retro, who's not here today. Retro, we hope you're doing well. We love you, buddy. And of course Esh and Mark as well. So go for it, man.
And Pablo too. So.
Oh, Pablo! I'm sorry.
Pablo just joined. Like, he's, cool. Pablo's part now too. So.
Indeed, I did not know that. Okay, I did not know that. So anyway, what's going on, dude? What you got coming up?
Well, tomorrow, okay. I don't know if we're gonna do a Sunday stream because I gotta talk to everybody first because people might be out. So, but tomorrow you'll probably see me and Father Christopher's if all hell doesn't break loose between now and then. Then there's Friday Night Tides. Then there's Nick's. There's Nick's show. And then after that, one of my favorite shows of the week, Foul Balls Lounge, where we can just be guys and just, everything else. It gets a little bit raunchy, but Iserton Go comes over there every week, too. So, and then on Saturday, I'm on with Pablo and then T-shirt. So, with Esh. So, we're both, it's a back-to-back stream. And then Sunday, I got to ask, everybody. Let's ask. Do you think people would want to go to it? Because on holidays and stuff, like, I don't know, because people want to spend time with their families and stuff. So
I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be gone. I'm sure a lot of people might be gone, but you never know. You might want to do a short one in the daytime. See what happens.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean,
there are
not everybody's gone.
There are a lot of people who don't have family, and for you to create that little space up, that wouldn't
be
too bad. But if a lot of people don't show up, the usual suspects, because we're all the usual suspects, it is because we have guys in our lives who we want to celebrate. So if we don't show, if some of us don't show, don't be offended. But I also really, really like the idea of you creating a space for the folks who don't have a place to go to celebrate the guys in their lives.
Yeah,
well, that's the reason why I started a channel in the first place. Me and Retro, because there was one channel got taken out and another channel got taken out, and then nobody had nowhere to go. So me and Retro were like, "What are we gonna do?" And that's how it started, and then it just snowballed from there. So
yeah, like I say, you never know. You might do. You guess few people show up. I'll be gone all day. Some people will. Some people won't. You never know.
Yeah.
So you're Retro. You're not going to go anywhere on Sunday. Okay.
Yeah, just check with him on that.
I gotta see who
Game time decision, man.
Yeah, yep. Pablo said he's going to be drunk, so
well, he'd be ideal.
He'll be drunk on stream.
Yeah.
I like the way that Snortapoopus described it. He's just like, he's going to be plastered. No big deal.
Space roll bears and stuff, yeah. And then there is going to be some big things coming up, and I have some other things planned that's already in my head. that nobody knows about yet, but I'm doing it. I'm setting things up on the side because I like doing that before. I like having things confirmed before I like put anything out. So.
All right, man. Well, I'll tell you what, everyone. Appreciate you so much for being here. One quick show note before we get out of here. Saturday night, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, we will start our third leg of our ongoing mission to review all of Star Trek. My wonderful first officer and I, Star Trek the Motion Picture, both versions, theatrical and director's cut, and then, of course, Star Trek Through the Wrath of Khan. And can't wait. And again, in advance, August 8th, we will celebrate the real 60th anniversary of the Fantastic Four. Yes. So, yes, thank you so much for being here, everyone. I appreciate you. And now I will, let me get us out of here. All hail to the great Stone Loki for this intro, outro. Have a great rest of the day, everyone.